Hello everyone, and welcome back to another Alice-related video. The Madness Returns playthrough has just finished, but we are now going to be exploring the post-Madness Returns content. Alice, Otherlands, and the design Bible for Alice, Asylum. So, Otherlands was originally going to be the third game in the series as sort of trilogy to round out the story. And from what I've looked up and from what I understand about Alice Otherlands, it was going to go in a bit of a different direction. They were trying to get another game made. And it was almost like a MMO type experience for Alice, which was quite interesting and met with some negativity naturally, and wasn't really vibing with the idea. Got a bit of backlash, so didn't end up going in that direction, which I think is probably for the best. It was a bit of an intriguing approach to maybe have your third game in the trilogy go in more of an MMO type direction. Otherlands then ended up being some form of kick-started animated series. Like there's a couple of short films that have been made, and it got a certain amount of funding. They had a very, very tight budget, and we've seen, well, I haven't seen yet, but we've seen two released around 2015, 4 years after 2011. So there's the Leviathan and Night at the Opera. So these take place after Madness Returns. I think this is like the first content continuing on from Madness Returns, and then Alice Asylum being like the game's official third game, the series third game to round out a trilogy. That was like the pitch, at least. So I've got the design Bible for Asylum, but before we get into the third game, we're going to see what happened in between with Otherlands. So this is the first short film, which is the Leviathan. All of this content is just available to watch on like Vimeo and YouTube and stuff like that. So I was wondering if it was something that was more like paid content that I'd have to find somewhere. So I'm pretty sure it's all good to stream and do a reaction to. Given the nature of the content, it's posted publicly on American McGee's YouTube channel, as well as so many other things. So let's take a look at this short film. It's like 10 minutes in length, and I think the other one's even shorter. So let's take a look at the first one, the Leviathan, shall we? I like this subtitle design for Alice as well. It's very cool. A journey into the mind of Jules Verne. If Providence has created the stars and the planets, man has called the cannonball into existence. From the earth to the moon and round the moon.
With all due respect, Mr. Verne, I believe you're going the wrong way.
Young lady, how did you get all the way up here? Are you lost?
Likewise, Mr. Verne. Why not come back down with me?
My final science adventure novel. The ultimate destination of man.
Perhaps you shouldn't put the rocket before the horse, so to speak.
Pardon, mademoiselle, but what is the purpose of this inquisition?
Quite simply, you have not shown them far enough within.
Utter nonsense. What could be deeper than the center of the earth?
Not exactly the right question, but I suppose it's a start. Well, Mr. Verne, shall we?
Mais quelle manière! You have not properly introduced yourself, yet presume to seek my companionship pour une aventure.
How do you do? I'm Alice Liddell, and like you, I never refuse a... How do you refer to it? Voyage extraordinaire?
Huh. You do not fear the fire?
Not anymore. But it's not my fears that are of lasting relevance. Forget not the strength of stories. And your adventure novels, whether inspired by hope or by fear, will in turn inspire others. I wonder, what does Mr. Verne fear?
I look to the skies, not with fear, but with intent. Our future. Proceed. Oh.
What lies beyond, through the fog? Your noteworthy curiosity is contagious, Mr. Verne. And sometimes, curious children, into lives of scientific discovery, die!
Oh!
This is a fascinating direction for Alice after Madness Returns. Ah. Two new outfits.
Young I may be. I've come to learn not all men of science are driven by noble pursuits.
Is this not self-evident?
In your work, I'm afraid not. I ask again, what do you fear?
Aha! But that which surrounds us, I neither recognize nor fear. Of what nature is this beast, which you have manifested?
With neither a beginning nor end, it has not yet revealed a discernible shape, though try as I have to cast light upon it. An undeniable Leviathan, yes, but always just out of sight. Omnipresent. Encircling. Suffocating.
Aversion and willful ignorance. Boss, only temporary solution. Nonetheless, give me the wheel. Though not yet understanding the nature of your own beast, you presume to guide me towards mine?
Your skepticism is justified, but lacking full clarity does not induce, nor justify inaction, nor has it ever. But yes, even advances by those of noble intention are not immune from unintended consequences, whether from lack of foresight or external manipulation.
On the importance of perpetual reflection, I concur. But can men of free will be persuaded so?
Perhaps not. But I'm here, aren't I? Do you not feel responsibility for the endeavors of those you inspire?
Deeper than the humble beginnings of man is his dark nature.
Then, will you take us there?
I now wonder, is this hell?
Perhaps you fear it may one day become reality.
Only hell on earth can halt man's destined ascension to the heavens. We our very bright test will lead mankind to one of two inevitable ends.
You know the question now.
Yes. Though first guided only by blind intuition, I have been here before. I return now, with a question and a purpose, to reveal the answer to those that need to hear it most. What lies within the nature of man that can usher forth such a world? Well, we all have our part to play.
Fascinating. Okay, what a fascinating direction for Alice. Okay, not 10 minutes, 7 minutes with credits. And Alice Otherlands short film. Wow, very interesting. Like diving into like other worlds. But like other authors and like seeing what they're doing. Like we have Jules Verne, we've got our French novelist, Journey to the Center of the Earth, you know, stuff like that. That's so wild. So there seems to be, I'm trying to think about where Alice is mentally in that sense, where she's not past what is affecting her, because she has a Leviathan that's kind of suffocating her, but temporary solutions are being pursued in regards to keeping it at bay. But she's traveling to other lands to, I guess, engage with them and get their perspective and see what they're doing in just these little bite-sized pieces. We got to see multiple little new Alice outfits though, which was really cool, reflective of the environment and where we are. And you get to see a huge list of, these are all the Kickstarter backers that pledged to help these two short films get made. It's very interesting. I mean, the animation is it's not groundbreaking. That's fine. The focus is on the character work and the storytelling. I expect it's a very sort of basic concept for Otherlands, given the fact that it was supposed to be originally a game and then it's been reworked into something else. But really, really bizarre how they've gone with that one. So Alice Otherlands. American McGee says Alice is fighting a larger evil in the world, one that affects not just her or the people that she cares about and nearby, her family and friends, but also affects society at large. So yeah, in regards to the Jules Verne, it's going into man and what man will do to the world, hell on earth. Very, very interesting. And then we got to see the tiny bit of Bumby in the Leviathan. What an interesting direction. 2 short films, and it was developed to help bring closure to the Alice series, which was envisioned as a trilogy. But yeah, it ended up obviously becoming this instead of a game. So Alice visits the mind of Jules Verne and guides him through the visuals of his novels as they discuss the nature of humanity and their fears. So that was the first one. Basically, Otherlands is set around 1876 and focuses on the 20-year-old Alice Little connecting with and entering the mentalities and minds of those around her, known as Otherlands, and revolves around her discovering the horrors of the human subconscious, especially those of history's most famous minds. I think that is pretty fantastic. That's a really cool idea. It's quite interesting because American McGee's Alice happens, and then we jump into Madness Returns, and it's not necessarily this. It's not picking up exactly where it left off. Like some time has passed. I think it's a year. far as I'm aware, I think it is a year between each of these games, as far as I'm aware. So Otherlands being set in 1876, Madness Returns being 1875, and I believe American McGee's Alice being set in 1974. So it's just kind of going through each one year by year. I think that's what we're doing. Yeah, in November of 1874, she was deemed sane enough to be released from the asylum. So it's just, yeah. But then she was obviously in there for a very long time because of the nature of her illness and what was going on. So yeah, they don't pick up exactly where they left off. So with how Madness Returns ends, it's still very, very open to what's going on. And I would love to have gotten not necessarily like a chapter 7, but maybe just some closure on that part of her life, that chapter, because we kind of just like do what happens to Bumby and then she's just here because I'm like, where is she? You know, what's going on? What's happening to the people in reality? I have a lot of questions about what happened post Bumby. You know, does the truth come out? They say, go and check my sister's corpse and you'll see exactly. It's probably, you know, here's the thing. It was years ago. So decomposing. If her body wasn't cremated at the time, sweet Lizzie. So I don't know, probably been too long for Bumby to get any sort of actual proper justice. He met justice at the end of a train. But I guess that's what happens. But yes, it says, I guess this is the sort of continuation, is it says that having unified the material and psychological worlds, Alice now embraces her power, which allows her to move freely between both realms. No longer limited by mortal constraints, she can enter into and manipulate the psychological worlds of others. Now a confident and powerful heroine, although still not entirely void of her trademark attitude, she is able to help those in need, confronting manifestations of their psychological trauma, guiding them to resolution and tranquility. So that description is really telling. Obviously, that gives you a lot of information about what would happen after Madness Returns. I think that I would have maybe appreciated something about that being a little more concrete, or maybe even addressing that at the beginning of Otherlands or something. But budget and time constraints, I guess, to really kind of get that information within the media itself. Obviously, you see the end of Madness Returns as like realities have blended, and that was the thing where I was like, where are we gonna go from here is my big question. So it seems that basically Alice, now moving through her wonderland and figuring herself out, has now been able to harness and control that power, become the queen of her own wonderland in a sense, and harness that power to go into other people's minds and say, hey, what's going on in the human subconscious? That's a really intriguing idea for like a video game, is having other lands be the thing. Before we watch A Night at the Opera, I do want to get into the original game of this in that sense. So in May 2011, American McGee stated that a story had already been created for a potential third game, but it would only be produced if the audience desired it. And the third game was originally called Alice in Otherland. McGee revealed that the game would be released episodically and stated it would allow Alice to go into the minds of all these characters she encounters, and it opens up the possibility where you could play as Alice and enter into a player's mind, change the landscape, and basically psychologically adjust the character in doing so. It's kind of interesting because it seems like Alice would go from becoming this tormented soul to transforming into almost like a healer and like a guiding figure for other people in an interesting way, where she sees other people that are in like maybe like mental distress or turmoil and tries to help them work through their stuff and explore their other lands. that's a really neat concept. I really, really like that. But what was unfortunate about this concept was it was saying, imagine an MMO where the missions aren't locations, but they're people. He said that the game was unlikely to be produced due to a lack of interest from Electronic Arts. Isn't that something? Isn't that just such a wild statement? Isn't that such a wild statement? We've got and there were some images released. I'll save these images and have them posted up, whatever I can see. But it looks quite mobile centric. It didn't really look very nice. So lack of interest from EA, which owns the Alice property, regarding budgeting and licensing. It became an independent project on Kickstarter, and American McGee posited Otherlands as an MMO game, like I was saying at the beginning of this video. But fans disapproved. The image that is up here is an edited piece of concept art which contained a chat box, a quest reminder, a set of tools and options, stuff like that. And yeah, I don't think that's a good choice. I really don't feel like that's a good choice, unfortunately. It should be the same type of action adventure single player experience for sure. American released a statement that Spicy Horse had the possibility to buy the rights to a set of short Alice films based upon the concept of Otherlands for $100,000 to be paid in installments. They could secure the rights to a set of animated shorts based upon the series and secure the option, but then they would need to secure $500,000 to secure any rights to a feature film. So again, this type of stuff starts going into, hey, we need the money to make the creativity happen, and that's not really happening, it's a big shame. It got funded on Kickstarter for $222,000 with 3,389 backers. So they got an amount that they were able to work with and do some voice acting and do some stuff. But obviously it costs a lot. So very, very tight budget. So it ended up being condensed into these two short films. But quite an interesting approach in regards to Otherlands being initially some sort of MMO type experience. I think that's strange. I think that's quite strange. But now that we have just a little more context at the moment, we can look at the next one and maybe have a look in regards to the art book, the art of Alice Otherlands as well. If I'm able to find that, I'll try and have a look for that as well, because I think that includes stuff that was not actually animated, because there's Leviathan and A Night at the Opera, but then there's also some other stuff as well. So I think I can get a high-res PDF of the art book. So we'll be taking a look through the Otherlands art book and the Asylum Design Bible. So we've got a couple of things to explore here. We're deep diving into the post Madness Return stuff, like I was saying. So I really want to get a full understanding and encapsulation of it. And this comes with the understanding that this obviously comes with narrative spoilers. This comes with story spoilers, because this is effectively the plan. This is the game. And that's why I said last in the ending of Madness Returns, I was like, I probably wouldn't normally want to read or look at this stuff if I thought that the game was going to get made. And because I just really, I don't think it's happening. I don't think it's happening. So we are going to take a look through all of that and see what it's all about. So that was Otherlands, Leviathan. And now we also do have on American McGee's YouTube channel, A Night at the Opera as well, which is a little bit shorter. But we'll take a look at that as well. And then the Alice Otherlands art book after this. So let's watch this one now. The second one, A Night at the Opera.
I've always dreamed about going to the opera. Mother and Father used to describe it to me when I was a girl. They said it was the only place on earth where dreams come alive. They told me that when I was old enough, they would take me to a performance. But that was before the fire. I was lucky to find employment here recently, especially because I was becoming desperate for money. But I still have yet to see one of the shows. Maybe someday. Oh!
You must reclaim the necklace that has been stolen from you, for it contains a secret that could bring an end to the world. But I must warn you, it now lies in the lair of Helvek the Dragon. Now go and bring the necklace to me.
This one's perfect. This one is perfect. This is incredible. This is such a good use of the concept of Otherlands.
What are you doing?
Now the earth shall be reborn from ash.
Not if I can help it. I think I've had my fill of the theatre for a while.
No, that one is really good. That is exactly what I expected. That's what I would have expected. I was a bit surprised by the first one with Leviathan. This is exactly what I would envision Otherlands to be as like these short films. That's fantastic. The concept of Richard Wagner doing like, I'm going to go to the German opera. Like Alice diving into the mind of a composer for opera, that she wanted to go and see the opera and dives right into it and gets pulled into a story. Oh, hello. Look at that. And it gets pulled into like an opera narrative, obviously within 5 minutes, very, very short, not quite opera length, but really, really cool to see that idea. I love that it is like a stop motion handmade experience as well. Like you could see my reaction to the animation of Leviathan. It was okay. I was like, okay, it's not about that. It's about the story that they're telling, and that's okay. Budget limitations and all that. This one was fantastic because, like, in my brain, like when I was talking about Madness Returns, I was like, I loved those 2D cutscenes in the sense of it being like, the pop-out picture book, stuff like that was really amazing. I like that sort of handmade feeling. So this felt perfect. And obviously, Alice looks a little creepy. But I mean, Alice is a little creepy. So that was really enjoyable. I liked that a lot. Just a quick little story related to the necklace and being in an opera and being like, I've had quite enough of theater for a while. Yes, that's quite sweet. So there's, I don't know if there's, okay, there is a little tiny the Alice model at the end there. That was great. That one was really fun. So the Richard Wagner one, that's my pick of the two. I quite enjoyed that one. Quite a lot. So now I can look a little bit more at the Alice Otherlands stuff without going a little too far. I realized as well that where I've just found the art book is I can find the full res uncompressed versions of these videos, which I should have actually looked at. But yeah, it does say on these as well, these assets may be reproduced and distributed freely. So we can literally just talk about it and look at them and share them, just not offered for sale. And we're not selling anything here. We're just looking at them and taking a peek. So that's very, very nice that we're able to look through this properly and see what it's all about. But crazy with Alice Otherlands. So yeah, chapter 1 being Leviathan, chapter 2, A Night at the Opera, which I am much more of a fan of. I think they were directed by Troy Morgan, who previously created a Madness Returns fan teaser. So he became attached to the project in that way. And the reception. Let's have a look at the reception to Alice Otherlands. The short films received generally positive reception. However, some fans disliked the anime aesthetic of Leviathan, while others were kinder to it. Some viewers had difficulty understanding Jules Verne's thick French accent. There are subtitles for it in the art book, as well as a subtitled version in a video available on Vimeo. So I did watch the subtitled version. Some fans were disappointed and underwhelmed and criticized the project for being misleading. There were only 2 films when the Kickstarter made it seem as if there was going to be much more. The Kickstarter showed concept art for over 10 different Otherlands, such as Vincent van Gogh, Thomas Edison, Sarah Bernhardt, etc., and many backers mistook this as a visit into their minds. However, the Kickstarter pitch only promised that if the campaign was successful, backers will receive, at a minimum, an animated adventure into Otherlands. Excluding credits, both films combined are only 13 minutes, while an animated adventure could be interpreted as the standard length of a typical 1 to 2 hour movie. I get that. Like, that's tough. Here's the thing. I think we could confidently say that we know that American McGee and those involved would have loved to do a 1 to 2 hour experience, or love to do way more than 2. The problem is money. And on being on a limited budget, paying voice actors, of which it's really only Alice and, you know, a couple of others in a supporting sense, like no Cheshire Cat, no other voices. It's very, very simplistic in its production from what you can see. And they're short, you know. They've got to pay artists, animators, voice actors, composers. All of that stuff has to factor into it, as well as potential marketing and what have you. So that's a little rough, because you're limited by funds, you know. And that's the thing with Kickstarter, is it's like the money that they get is the money that they can use, and they're kind of stuck with that. So it can get successfully funded, but then it can get more funded to be better, you know. Like you've got stuff like, for example, Critical Role, that have done fan funding for things, and you watch that stuff like immediately skyrocket into huge levels of funding and success, and we're able to see their actual full D&D campaigns fully animated into like season-long things, and multiple campaigns getting adapted into animation, which is fucking fantastic. Like, it's really cool to be able to have passionate fan bases put their resources together and allow something like that to be real. I think it's unfortunate to then look at like other IPs that are in a similar situation of if they're pursuing like an animated path, to struggle with that a little bit more, or to not reach those intended levels, either because maybe people just don't know about it. Like, and there's no part of me that's like tearing down Critical Role to say it should have been Alice. I'm just saying, like, Critical Role's deservedly massively huge, deservedly so. I'm just like, fuck, I wish that, you know, Alice could have had a similar thing. And here's the thing, I love my experience with Alice, but I'm late to the party. I'm looking at the post-mortem. Like, we're here in 2025. The first game came out 25 years ago. The second game came out 14 years ago. Otherlands came out. Asylum isn't happening. I'm looking at a dead IP, and we're kind of examining what was going to happen if it happened. And that's a little sad, you know? So it's when the question of where were the people helping to fund this thing, I was one of those people. Wrong time. Had no idea about it. You know what I mean? That's a bummer. It's like stuff that I'm like, damn, because I would have probably joined the Kickstarter for something like this, you know? So it's just a shame that stuff like this even needs the fan funding, and it can't be like, you know, EA being like, yes, we will help you make this. It's just, yeah, unfortunately not the case. But let's take a look at the art of Alice Otherlands. So this should include more stuff than the 2 animated short films that we got. So it'll show a little bit more, because it seems like it was going to go into other characters, other stories, stuff like that, which is fucking cool. Like, that is so cool to take a adaptation already of Alice in Wonderland in your own twisted way, and then go into other famous works, not specifically just novels, but also like music, other mediums as well that can be explored. That's such a great idea and concept of taking the character of Alice in a different direction, growing her character. Like, look at this. The mind of Bram Stoker. Bram Stoker's Dracula, but with American McGee's Alice aesthetic. Are you fucking kidding me? You know, like, that's so incredibly cool. Like, look at this artwork. That is fucking fantastic. Alice fighting Dracula? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. That would just be amazing. Even if these were like smaller worlds. So cool. And that, honestly, most iconic Cheshire Cat design ever. I think this is my favorite. We've seen a few Cheshire Cats, but nothing quite like the tatted up, naked Sphinx cat with a smile to die for. So good. The Otherlands project and this book represent a bizarre fork in the road for Alice's ongoing adventures, an alternate path created by the contracts and laws governing the intellectual property which defines the Alice franchise, as it is known to agents, lawyers, and corporations. That opening sentence tells you everything you need to know about how unfortunate this IP is, what an unfortunate position this IP is in. That is your first description. Hey man, IP, laws, franchise, corporations, lawyers. This is such a creatively, passionately driven IP and, you know, and world. And it is enslaved by lawyers and corporations and IP and all of that like bullshit. And you know, the fact that, you know, because EA has rights and all of this kind of stuff and licensing, and they have to get the money to do the thing, to then get the money to buy it, to get the money to make the thing, and then pay the people to make the thing, and then it needs to make money after that as well, you know, in a video game sense. Painful. It's painful that this is like, hey, this is a pretty bizarre thing right now. We're kind of dancing in the fine line of IP. It all started back in 2001 when EA sold the linear rights for the Alice franchise to a group of Hollywood film producers. Control of the property was thus split in half, with EA controlling the fate of interactive Alice, while the film producers controlled linear Alice. The film producers made the occasional headline with announcements of new writers, actors, or studios being attached to the film. And sadly, after 10 years of false starts and dashed hopes, the Alice film project was no closer to reality than Alice's wild imaginings. Meanwhile, EA saw fit to fund another chapter in the game series, and Alice Madness Returns was born. Along with it came renewed interest in the property, Alice's debut on console, and a myriad of merchandising deals, including a best-selling book, The Art of Alice Madness Returns. When, in 2013, I received a call from one of the aforementioned film producers asking if I'd like an opportunity to option the film rights for myself, I leapt at the opportunity. A Kickstarter was hastily launched in the shadows of the dying campaign for O Zombie, and Alice fans quickly helped raise the money required to secure an option on the rights. Under the banner of Alice Otherlands, work began immediately on a series of animated short films and this companion art book. Through the animations and this book, you'll accompany Alice as she explores the mental landscapes of Jules Verne and Richard Wagner. These explorations were funded directly by you, her fans. While the future of the film and connected rights remains uncertain, the Otherlands animations and art book provide space for a new group of artists to work their magic through Alice's imagination. The Otherlands project has struggled more than others with limited budgets and legal constraints, but despite these obstacles, it offers another lens through which we can peer into Alice's mind and the minds of some of history's most renowned creators. This is another step in the journey of Alice, leading hopefully to a future where the film, new interactive adaptations, and more beautiful art can come to life. The fans of Alice have made this step possible. And that's the thing. It's a step. Unfortunately, not the best step, but it's a step nonetheless. Look at that. So Shu Yan seems to be big on the artwork for this stuff for Bram Stoker so far. We've got that. And a Royal Blue Knight, which is Bram Stoker still. So depiction of Alice in blue armor for a battle against the nightmarish creatures contained within the mind of Bram Stoker. That is so cool. The butterflies on there and a new weapon type. I'm not going to be reading all of this, by the way. We're going to be mostly taking a look at the artwork, reading a little bit here and there, but I'm not going to be, I think we'll be here forever if I was to read both the design Bible and this art book. So there's a lot of good stuff in here. This is free for everyone to distribute and read. So there's a lot in here in regards to what Otherlands is going to be about. So I'll read some things, of course. And this is cool because this is addressing what I was talking about. In the last episode of Madness Returns, I was talking about what I really liked in regards to the first Alice game and the second Alice game with the internal psychological damage, and then Madness Returns being the outside influence. I really liked that as a sequel. So this is really cool to like, for me to say those things and then be reading this as well. So Bumby's goal was to destroy every trace and memory of Alice's person and past, but he opened the door for Alice's power to enter the real world. So she not only recovered her memories and her identity, but took the fight to the streets of London and destroyed her physical nemesis. In her victory, Alice caught her first glimpse of her abilities fully realized. Control over the psychological and physical worlds, a Lunderland, good old London, Wonderland, in which Wonderland and the real world bled together and Alice's powers overcome the confines of her own cranium. This place between imagination and reality where worlds blend together, this Otherlands, represents the goal in Alice's struggles thus far, but it is far from the end of her journey. So yeah, really cool concept of her being able to control and harness that power and a blending of worlds, and to see where that can take her character. Really, really cool, because London during the 1800s played host to famous minds from around the world, artists, composers, inventors, and explorers. Minds which shape our understanding of the world and the nature of reality as it exists today. Because it was saying like not just artists or storytellers, it was Thomas Edison. You know, oh, I just really like that. Like it's such a good idea in the Thomas Edison fashion. It's such a good like light bulb idea of where to take the character of Alice, because it's such a psychological game and how that affects reality. What's going on in here? Diving into creative brains to see what's going on in their subconscious for like either fictitious works that they create, or the music that comes out of them, or you know the way that they invent things that will be such a normal thing for us in years to come. To see how that human subconscious in a creative way could be explored and then reflect. Very, very good idea. Like that's an incredible third game premise. Fucking sucks that we're reading about it instead of being like, cool, can't wait to play the third game. You know? Wild, I say, as a wild mind. Artist Zheng Shu's rendering of Alice in the tortured mind of Oscar Wilde. Haunted by physical and psychological imprisonment, his subconscious hints knowingly at the evil eardrum, which will be his ultimate undoing. The mind of a London gentleman is filled with demons and desires, lust, money, and time. Middle, Tyler Lockett. Wonderland transformed. A poisoned mind invades Alice's psyche. And bottom, Fancy. The mind of a painter is occupied with odd perspectives and surreal studies. Man. Like, hello? The way that we're going into like painters, you know, let's have a Dali Wonderland experience, you know, like marrying those ideas together of like, what if we had Alice exploring the mental psyche of Salvador Dali or Vincent van Gogh, and having, you know, walking through the Starry Night. That is just, yeah, that's a creative idea that's just so fucking good that it's such a shame that something like this isn't immediately like, oh, fuck yeah, that's a golden idea, let's give it to you. No, of course not. Above the clouds, Alice flies through the mind of aviatrix Hilda Beatrice Hewlett on the wings of dreams. The mind of Thomas Edison, an electricity, you know, light bulb focused setting. Alice peers into a landscape constructed by the mind of one of history's most influential and controversial men. In 1882, Edison visited London to switch on the first steam-generating power station at the Holborn Viaduct. Fucking, oh my God. Charles Darwin Darwin lived in London, where he conceived his theories of evolution by natural selection. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, oh, this is stunning. And this is the problem. I am discovering this over 10 years too late. That's the problem. Not only am I late to the party of Alice, but I'm also late to this. I'm 10 years too late to Otherlands specifically. But I'm like looking at this shit being like, oh my God, I am in mourning of like what we're not playing, what we're not experiencing. Each level or chapter of an Otherlands game that you play going into these like very unique, very, very different worlds. I'm like, yeah, let's go into Charles Darwin and start going into theories of evolution. Holy wow. And look at that. There you go. Starry Night on the Sunflowers. Oh, Van Gogh lived in London from 1873 to 1875, which is crazy timing, and later wrote that he was greatly influenced by London and the English way of life and the English people themselves. And then I've got nature and art and poetry. And the mind of Henri Matisse. French artist Matisse went to London in 1898 to study the paintings of J.M.W. Turner. The mind of Sarah Bernhardt, French actress who was dubbed the most famous actress the world has ever known, a towering figure of stage and screen with a towering imagination to match. Going for the Mary Poppins style floaty umbrella instead of the dress. Otherlands Gallery of Minds. Alice stands before an audience of minds, some of Otherlands and some of her own internal wonderland. This piece, dating back to before development started on Madness Returns, was one of the earliest images to inspire the thinking behind Otherlands. That's pretty fucking cool too. Where it's, God, Rabbit has been through some shit. The Mad Hatter, what is going on there, buddy? Yeesh. That's really cool to have artwork that was before Madness Returns even inspire stuff far into the future. The mind of William Morris, prolific creator of textiles and text. Oh my God, like a texture themed world. Sam and Ava Butcher, bloody good mate. Sprang the modern fantasy genre and impetus for the early socialist movement in Britain. The mind of Robert Louis Stevenson. He is a mind occupied by gentlemen and their alter egos, a topic of particular interest to Alice. And Stone Queen, an exploration of Alice returning to harrowing memories of her past. Sorry, excuse me. The Queen and her manifestations are a reoccurring theme of Alice's psyche. They are as much a part of one another, conflicted as they may be. One simply cannot exist without the other. So we'd have to experience the newest form and manifestation of the Queen, which she becomes the giant Oogie Boogie Manor from Kingdom Hearts 1 for some reason. The mind of Arthur Conan Doyle. That's sick. Oh my, could you imagine? The hounds of Baskervilles and other imagery from the works of Arthur Conan Doyle haunt the streets of nighttime London. Imagine. Let's have Alice and Sherlock Holmes start doing stuff. I think the Cheshire Cat is right there. Opposite page, left and below, a glimpse inside the mind of the Butcher. The top kitchen scene was originally conceived during the production of Madness Returns, but never realized in game, and it served as an inspiration piece for Otherlands. That makes sense. Like you would go past this walking in London. So now that was really, really cool artwork. And then we move into chapter 2, which is going into Leviathan. So Otherlands follows Alice Little as she temporarily invades the greatest minds of the 19th century to persuade them to use their public influence to counter unnamed architects of war, corruption, and inequality. It's a cool idea. How useful could Jules Verne be in Alice's Noble Crusade? Because it's very cool to see like what Madness Returns was doing and what it was talking about in regards to like evil men and abusers and not them getting away with this shit and being able to inflict such grievous harm on so many people and nobody even knows. And Alice taking her newly realized powers and reclaiming her identity to be able to try and influence good through these very notable people. Such a great idea. The film begins on the moon, the most faraway locale ever visited by adventurers in a Jules Verne novel. No Deep Space Verne novels were ever written, and the film supposes that Alice's cranial intervention derailed Verne's original intention to produce a book concerning mankind amongst the cosmos. Very cool idea. And then we have concept art for Leviathan, which we got to... Obviously, we've watched this, so we've experienced this, so this is just a little bit more of an insight into the thing. Verne's Apocalypse, a concept piece depicting the nightmarish hell on Earth, and a Bumby tentacle. Though his appearance is abstract, the threat and scars left on Alice's psyche are still fresh, and a Cheshire Cat-inspired balloon as it appears in the film. In the film, Alice describes the physical Leviathan beast the way common folk might describe the political, military, and corporate organizations, as well as single individuals, such as Dr. Bumby, largely responsible for the global socio-economic situation. Staring out the window into the inky darkness of the deep sea, Alice barely sees the tips of the tentacles, each tip representing the head of an individual man or woman working for the beast, whether purposefully or as a puppet, and how she most certainly cannot see their ends, nor how and if they are even connected to one another. The tentacles swirl about and in and around each other in a chaotic manner, and yet also methodically, as they never seem to tangle. Alice's heart tells her they are all connected in some way, but she just cannot see the big picture with any real clarity. She metaphorically calls the system just out of sight, omnipresent, encircling, and suffocating. When trying to convince viewers they are watching a 2D animated film rather than CGI, all the backgrounds must either be hand-drawn or rendered out from 3D software in a 2D style. But more important is the camera movement. Yeah, so we did have 3D, but with some 2D stuff happening around the place. I wasn't like huge on the direction for it. I would rather it be maybe like just actual 2D instead of this 3D. But I did appreciate getting to see Alice in some different types of Otherlands outfits, which I thought was quite cool. And this is amazing. This is cool. Look at this. There you go. You get to see a little bit more. The classic Alice, to the moon Alice, around the world Alice, 20,000 leagues under the sea Alice, and Journey to the Center of the Earth Alice. How cool is that? Like taking those inspirations from like around the world in 80 days, 20,000 leagues under the sea, Journey to the Center of the Earth. That stuff's really cool. And these as well, like fire and iron, air and antimony, water and tin, and earth and copper, and using that as the inspiration for it. I love that a lot. Love that a lot. Around the world, Alice dress symbology, air and antimony. Air is for communication, socialization, and conceptualization. Yeah, there's some really, really cool stuff in here in terms of the vibe. And then we get to see this in a little bit more detail than we would have normally. The design for Alice in Space was difficult because there was not that much artwork from the 19th century concerning outer space exploration. An original artwork in From Earth to Moon depicted men wearing seemingly contemporary attire. Therefore, our design was mostly guesswork and inspired by various space artwork from the late 19th and early 20th centuries. So it's cool to try and create something that would feel appropriate for the era that it's set in, using that as inspiration. And then trying to figure out how Alice wants to look. So they went for more of this one, which is probably the more preferable of the it's like the least anime. These are a bit more like quite heavy, especially in the eyes. Then we have the dialogue script and the storyboards. The Bumby thing is a little more clear, like he looks like he does in Madness Returns almost. And that, look how cool this is. The Mind of Richard Wagner, A Night at the Opera. This artwork is stunning. That's so cool. Like Alice being about like some sort of Valkyrie riding into battle. Chose to do a piece about Alice's encounters with Richard Wagner for several reasons, primarily because Wagner's Der Ring des Nibelungen do not even criticize it. I'm not a German speaker. Seemed like a great template for a storyline, and the operatic imagery would work well for stop motion animation. Yes. Alice, who in Lewis Carroll's book had defeated the great Jabberwocky with a sword, would now become a Valkyrie and fall into fantasy worlds of gods and dragons. Yeah, great. Great. Just really good. It just makes sense. The Wagner character playing the conductor would serve as a kind of master narrator, and Alice's story would unfold with each turning of the page of sheet music. I like it a lot. 20-year-old Alice Little working as a new employee in the theatre's prop room, she would already be surrounded by the music and imagery of the Wagnerian opera and slip easily into the fantasy version that her mind would create. Yeah, this is very cool, especially to see like the actual physical workings of how it's made and created. And, you know, they've got to have moving eyes and stuff that's going on in there. It's going to look a little creepy. It's going to look like someone wearing a fake face. And I mean, it is. But I like seeing how this is actually being put together. A posable bow and skirt made from hidden wires inside the fabric. So cool. And constructing Wagner and the dragon and the Valkyries. And this is great. This is really cool to see the actual scale and the sets that are made and the miniatures. This is what I'm talking about. This is exactly what the Otherlands thing should be, is like, and even like with the 3D animation, if they did more than two, I think the 3D animation one would end up being fine because it would be this variety. It would be an assortment of different mediums to also explore these different creative minds. Having a mixed media approach, I think, is fascinating. So it's a great idea. It really is. Like, you could even do something where we're looking at storyboards. They could just have one that is more of like a motion comic, you know, have one that's like full 2D. You could do the Madness Returns 2D picture book cutscenes as one. Such great ideas that they could do. But we got two, you know, we got two stories, and then we go further down the rabbit hole. So Alice has been a massive inspiration in my sketchbook for a long time. So this is Alex Crowley, the supporting artist for Otherlands. During a computing class in high school, a friend had passed around a well-handled video game magazine. Within, I came face to face with American's take on the Cheshire Cat sitting alongside our brunette heroine. Safe to say it was love at first sight. It is such a fantastic design. I think this is really cool as well, and it goes to show like the legs that the series has, that there was someone that got exposed to the first game with American McGee's Alice, and then over time ends up helping and being involved in something in the future for it, you know? Fast forward a few years later when Madness Returns was released, and I was fanboying all over again. I backed the Kickstarter when it was announced in April 2015 through a series of fortunate events. A few emails and some fan art later, I found myself working on the graphic design, this book, and the printed media for Otherlands, which is crazy. I love that as a story, because it's one of those things where this is clearly a series that is built by its fan base. It lives and breathes based on its fans, and it going into a Kickstarter direction only sort of strengthens that concept. And having people that grew up or were exposed to the earlier Alice stuff from American, then like reaching out and becoming a part of it to keep it going, I think is really beautiful. That's really beautiful. So the story so far we get to see here, which is Alice's story, is a dark and violent one. Below are some paraphrased, never-before-seen notes that were created during the original pitch for Otherlands. The timeline and concepts behind each of Alice's adventures are all linked and explained in chronological order for the first time. The prelude, Alice's power has been developing since she was a child. Like Alice in Wonderland and Through the Looking Glass. Like, this is before the fire. So this is Alice being a very imaginative child experiencing Wonderland. I think that's really cool as well, that American McGee's Alice is like a post Alice in Wonderland thing. It's like, this is established. Now what happens when we have significant mental distress? How would that reflect? Very cool idea. Before the fire, it was nascent, benign, and unnoticed. She was just a girl with a very active imagination. And the fire changed all that. Alice's imagination became her escape, a sanctuary from her cruel reality, personified in the series by the Asylum and death of her family. The deluge, which is the Alpha prime symbolism. Alice seeks eternal paradise within the psychological world of Wonderland, a complete escape from the material world. The gods of the universe, archetypes of Alice's psyche, fight back. The Queen of Hearts unleashes a great deluge to destroy Wonderland. After surviving the flood, Alice returns to the real world, the streets of Victorian London, free from the asylum and ready to put aside the quest for paradise in Wonderland. And the Omega, the shattered Wonderland. The material world invades Wonderland. Bumby attempts to manipulate Alice's psychological landscape to cover his misdeeds. Alice fights to save not only herself and her sanctuary, but also fights for others in the material world. Accomplishing these goals requires Alice to unify the psychological and physical worlds. She becomes master of her dominion. And the Venus, Alice in other Wonderlands. Having unified the material and psychological worlds, Alice now embraces her power, which allows her to move freely between both realms. No longer limited by mortal constraints, she can enter into and manipulate the psychological worlds of others. Now a confident and powerful heroine, although still not entirely void of her trademark attitude, she's able to help those in need, confronting manifestations of their psychological trauma, thereby guiding them to resolution and tranquility. This is where our story continues. So yeah, it's very cool that it takes on like the symbolism of the Alpha, the Omega, and then going into the Venus of more of a healer, a guiding figure to help others. Just a great idea. It really is a great idea for a third game. I have no notes. There's nothing that I would say about it where I'm like, it should be this, or I thought it would be that. Like seeing the ending of Madness Returns and being like, it feels like there should be another chapter or a bit more resolution here. Because I'm like, the worlds are blended. Where do we go now? And obviously this is the answer, but it's cool to read through the plan of what would be next. Alchemy symbols played a supporting role in Alice's first adventure, being present on her dress, emblazoned on the walls in Hatter's domain, and positioned in other random locations throughout Wonderland. Alice 2 again featured such alchemy symbols, which serve a similar purpose to the first game. They represent subtle communication of psychological themes within domains and narrative movements. Which is very cool because, it's impossible not to notice and pay attention to it because it's on the dress, it's the necklace. The Omega one being a little more prominent, and then obviously you've got the Jupiter and the Eris on the dress. Eris is the ruler of strife and discord, and Jupiter is representative of mind rising above the horizon of matter. But yeah, taking that as like an inspiration from Carl Jung is really cool as well. We have the Carpenter's domain, where we've got the Neptune and the Moon, the Queen's domain, Venus and the South Ascending Moon, the Hatter's domain, Mercury and Saturn, Oriental domain for Uranus and Pluto, and the Dollhouse domain, Mars and Ceres. A twisted and macabre dress for the game's most psychologically traumatic area. And that was felt going through the Dollhouse domain. Yeesh. That one was just a very rough. That one was rough. That was a tough domain in comparison to the others, I would say. Get the cool promotional artwork and the bits and pieces. Alice Crowley. I drew this pose with reference from a book I picked up in Japan before working on Otherlands. I thought the pose exuded some attitude as well as a confident stance, which seemed to tie in with Alice's personality for Otherlands. Plus, any chance to draw gravity-defying hair is okay with me. So we've got above the Others, the main promotional artwork for Otherlands, designed to show a wide range of possible minds Alice can venture into. The piece has a foreboding and threatening feel, with Alice acting as the center point for all of these piercing gazes. Yeah, this style, this artwork, iconic. So good. I drew this ages ago, the day I backed the Kickstarter back in 2013. Peculiar, it would wind up in the art book for the project it was inspired by. Yeah, very cool. I think this artwork understands the assignment. Like, it does capture what this Alice is all about. And there's the backers and some giant white pages. There you go. And some Otherland team stuff. And that's the art book. So that was for Otherlands. That is a fantastic third game premise. And now we're going to read the actual last third game premise, which is Alice Asylum. So while I think Otherlands, sorry for the flashbang, it's getting me too. Even though we've already scrolled through them, apparently it takes a little while to load back. But yeah, while we have seen the original pitch and concept and idea in the mid 2010s about Otherlands, I think that this would have been a perfect third game. We're now going to see Asylum, and I'm a little concerned about it, and not like maybe in a negative way. It's just based on the title. I have my worries about what that could possibly mean, but we'll see, because the Asylum could be something completely different. It could have an entirely different meaning. But Alice Otherlands is a really good title. It's a really good idea. And reading this makes me sad, because I would have loved to have played something like this. I think it's such a creatively powerful idea of like what they want to blend together with Alice. But let's see how Alice Asylum differs from Otherlands. All right, so here we have the very pretty looking Alice Asylum game design Bible. This is really cool. I would dare say that while I think Alice Otherlands is such a perfect little title, I think this logo is fucking gorgeous. This is such a cool logo. And it's cool in the way that all three logos are very different. Not very different, but Alice Otherlands was similar to Madness Returns in the way that it's more of like the blood splatter on Alice. I like that this there's a little bit on there, but I like that it's a different feeling for this specifically. I like that it's got this cool fucking thing behind it, and then yeah, the metal looking Asylum. What a cover, as this seems to play more into the Otherlands idea of this Leviathan surrounding her, suffocating. The Asylum is no longer maybe the physical destination, but the mental struggle still. She carries the prison with her wherever she goes. And it looks like this was going to be handled by Virtuous Studios. They were going to be working on the game. Virtuous has expressed strong interest in assisting the Mysterious Studios team with the potential game development of Asylum. All proposed terms of collaboration between these two groups are based on early discussions and remain subject to contract, and it's inaccurate information as of the 21st of February 2023. So this was only getting close to 3 years ago now, but this was still recent. This is the thing that's going to sting a little bit more, is this was recent. This is in this decade. That's right. You get one Alice game per decade, maybe, except for this one, where EA have passed. So, I mean, it felt like this was getting really close, and now it's just kind of not. But this looks really cool. This cover in particular, really, really like that. So let's have a look. Version 1.1, subject to change. Heavy spoiler warning. This document contains all current narrative content and a full conceptual gameplay outline for the potential Alice Asylum video game concept. This document contains scenes describing themes of child abuse and family deaths. There are distressing scenes focusing on traumatic and repressed memories from the main character's childhood. There are also confronting scenes concerning mental health, violence, horror themes, and gore, which we should be very well familiar with by playing through the first two games. 2000, 2011, no release date confirmed. Locked in Chains. American McGee's Alice video game series has a legion of dedicated fans worldwide. I am now one of them. Alice and Madness Returns were released to international critical and commercial success. Fans of the series have been asking for a new installment ever since. Yay, video game rights. Caught in a stalemate at EA Games, and with key stakeholders reluctant to help fund or sanction movement on a new game, American McGee and a small team of artists, designers, and writers have put their time and efforts into creating the potential third game concept outlined entirely in this document. There's so much work, just going into it to be like, look, we're putting it into a book just to showcase you how airtight this idea and concept is. Instead of, hey, greenlighting a game that has shitty executives, shitty management, terrible development time, no idea what they're doing, and you greenlight that and you throw money at it, and then it fucking fails, and they go, oh, I guess no one wants to play single player games anymore. They learn the wrong lessons all the time. It's always the wrong lessons, and I don't get how they can have their head shoved up their ass that deep that they just don't get it. Like, they can't just see what's actually happening because they can't fucking see reality. You know what I mean? Like, real talk for a second. EA released a game in 2023. Okay? And this game, no shade. I'm going to try my best. No shade to this game because I haven't played it, right? So who knows? Maybe it's actually good. EA funded, published, released a game in 2023 called Immortals of Avium. From the moment this game was revealed, advertised, marketed, and released, I was like, what the fuck is this? I can't even understand what's going on the screen. It's like some sort of magic first person experience where there's shit everywhere. And I'm like, this looks so visually overwhelming and confusing. The story does not look interesting. It looks boring. It's not exciting. And it's like this weird sci-fi magic-y looking thing of, and it's a new IP. And here's the thing, new IP is really hard to establish because people like familiarity. New stuff is a tough sell. But they're like, hey, let's do a first-person shooter game called Immortals of Avium. So it was developed by Ascendant Studios, published by EA. So EA said, hell yeah, this looks good. we'll do this. The game received mixed reviews. It sold poorly. Ascendant Studios has now laid off almost half of their staff as a result, right? So I don't understand what it is specifically about how they make these choices, about how they make these decisions. So Ascendant Studios was founded in 2018 by a group of veteran Dead Space and Call of Duty game developers. Immortals of Avium was the studio's first major game release, so it was announced at the Game Awards 2022 under EA Originals. The development team said, hey, we want to develop a strong story and create memorable characters, and it was done in Unreal Engine 5. Cool. And it was delayed, and it came out a month later, and then the game's development cost around $85 million, and EA spent $40 million on marketing and distribution just for the game to receive mixed or average reviews and be shit. So they laid off over half of their staff. And 6 months later, most of the remaining staff, around 30 employees, were placed on furlough in April 2024. Effectively, this studio, for their first major game release of Ascendant Studios, dead. And you know what? Apologies to the Immortals of Avium devs for me specifically targeting that game as the example here to tear down. Because like I said, I haven't played the game. I don't have an interest in playing the game. It doesn't appeal to me in any way. And that's coming from me, someone who's very, very open-minded and wanting to try a lot of different experiences, right? It just doesn't look like, it looks like a nothing burger. And that's unfortunate because I'm sure that the people that made that game, like on a creative level, the people that wrote it and put it together wanted to tell that story and, felt good about it. So I'm not like knocking that. And I don't think it's like, a game that nobody wanted to make and was just forced out, or you've got, your fucking Concord. But this, just trying to pull from a specific EA example around a similar time frame. They will put all of those millions of dollars into a brand new game studio on a uninteresting IP and watch it fail, lay off half the staff, place the rest of them on furlough a year later, dead. Established IP with critical and commercial, keyword commercial, success, money, established IP with 2 games already. And they can't even get the third game green lit. They can't even say, yeah, okay, cool. In the past, you have proven yourself with 2 games. Let's get this third one and finish your vision. But instead, they'll put millions into around the same time period of 2023. They'll put millions into Immortals of Avium. And then go, it's because there were other games that came out and so nobody wanted to play Immortals of Avium. And it's like, I'm sorry, nobody wanted to play it anyway. If there were no games that came out around the same time, it would have had the same impact on that game, which is it's already in the grave before it was released. And there's a little bit of rage in my voice. There's a little bit of anger there. And not being directed specifically at Immortals of Avium, just using that as a very blatant example, my anger is directed towards EA and their decision making. Because I don't think that Immortals of Avium should have been an experience that should have been green lit. They should have looked at what they had and said, this one, let's do this. Established IP, track record, good. Commercial successes, sweet. And they passed because they would consider Immortals of Avium to be the better choice for some reason. That's the big bummer. It hurts to talk about that and not feel a little bit spiteful. And imagine how American McGee and the people that are creatively attached and involved in this feel to watch something like that happen, you know, to watch them prioritize or pick a different game and watch that crash and burn and be like, shit, man, like, what did they pitch to you that we didn't that made you pick that? That's the big question. Like, how much smoke did they blow up your ass to make you throw million of dollars in their direction in comparison to this? Make it make sense. You won't be able to. You won't be able to. Immortals of Avium doesn't have to create a fucking design Bible and advertise a critical and commercial series. So I don't know what was going on there, but maybe whoever was in that development team, maybe they had some nice little, sweet little hookups. You know, they said, oh, Dead Space. Which, by the way, Dead Space, that's a dead IP. That's a dead IP. Dead Space remake wasn't good enough for them, apparently. So they wouldn't go into remaking the others or making a new thing. That game is Dead Space in their game catalog now. Not even Dead Space can survive. But yeah, they're like, yeah, Dead Space and Call of Duty devs, that's what we want. Bummer, dude. Yeah, it's a bummer. Anyway, Alice Asylum, Game Design Bible. Complete narrative and visual works. I'm very excited to read through this. As you can tell by my annoyance in the fact that it has not been made into a video game. So, here's what you can do to help. It's too late, by the way. You can't help anymore. So sorry about that, American. So sorry that I'm so late. And I just have to be here and be frustrated. And I'm an archaeologist, and I am uncovering the tomb of Alice. And I'm dusting off the artifacts, and we're piecing together the historical narrative. So let's take a look. Let's take a look at this cool ass stuff with cool ass artwork in here. Welcome to the introduction page for Alice Asylum, the highly anticipated third game in the Alice series. Asylum continues the story of the main character Alice as she embarks on a journey towards psychological healing in her twisted and dark version of Wonderland. As fans of the series are aware, the Alice games have always been known for their unique and visually stunning interpretation of Lewis Carroll's beloved classic, as well as their exploration of mature themes such as mental illness and childhood trauma. Alice Asylum is no exception, delving even deeper as Alice confronts her own demons and struggles to reintegrate herself with her lost inner child. However, the journey to bring Alice Asylum to life has been just as challenging as Alice's journey in the games. Despite a passionate fanbase and critical acclaim from the previous games, securing funding and support for the development of Asylum has been a difficult road. The Design Bible contains all the art, narrative, and design put together by our pre-production team to outline in fucking full, the vision for Alice Asylum. The efforts have been made possible by our insane children, the Patreon supporters, without whom we could not have brought any of this to life. So it's cool to see quite a bit of a difference in regards to Alice Otherworlds and Alice Asylum in terms of like an initial description. The pitch. Questions to answer for fans, financiers, and potential development partners. Because, you know, we have to obviously acknowledge that this is not an art book like we just read for Otherlands. This is how we want to actually make the game with full descriptions of everything, of course. So it's going to be a little bit different to go through. What's really cool is I love the presentation of this. Like, it's not a boring little book of here's the stuff. The way that this is artistically driven should tell you everything you need to know about this game's pitch. Look at the effort that is put into this. This is an artist's game. This is an artist's game. What is the game? It's a single-player experience. Good. 3D world exploration, third-person, linear progression with optional side quests, and a narrative-driven game, which is exactly what it needs to be. It's just an evolution and continuation of the Alice series. The games retain a cult following among millions of fans. Previous installments are renowned for their exploration of psychological trauma through action, art, and story. What is the story? Oh, this is interesting. What is the story? Inspired by exploring the stages of grief. The game's protagonist is 13-year-old Alice Little, sole survivor of a fire which consumed the Little family home. Ward of the state and prisoner within Rutledge Asylum, Alice escapes to the fantasy realm of Wonderland, where her psychological trauma is transformed into a life or death quest filled with surreal and terrifying twists. Asylum's narrative is built around the stages of PTSD and will find Alice exploring representations of phases such as depression, denial, anger, bargaining, and acceptance, journeying through 12 distinct realms, each ruled by powerful Wonderland characters such as the Queen of Hearts. Alice must confront and defeat what threatens to destroy her. Her arsenal includes toys as weapons, the Vorpal Blade, and a collection of magic dresses. During her adventure, she receives strategic advice and sardonic guidance from the Cheshire Cat and is accompanied by her mute, stoic White Rabbit plush toy. Very different to Otherlands. So I think this is the thing that I said. I'm a little bit concerned about the title because it seems to be very different from what Otherlands would explore. Because this is less of a sequel. It's less of a sequel because of we're going in the Asylum. So it's the third game being more of a prequel. I mean, maybe we've only just started reading, but maybe it would start off that way and build into sequel. But that's unfortunate because I think Otherlands being like a continuation, a year later, 20-year-old Alice, and taking her blended worlds together is really cool. This is more of like a reset in the way that it would seek to go back to American McGee's Alice from 2000 and play on some similar elements of going through the realms by powerful Wonderland characters, which is what that game was, except being a younger Alice. So it's very curious in that sense that it's less of an Alice 3 and more of a Lion King 1.5. So quite curious about how this would progress. So we'll keep reading. We will keep reading. So the game loop is a horror theme of exploration, narrative, combat, puzzles, spatial challenges, curiosity, and discovery, which is the same as what you have come to know. Difficulty curve, easy mechanics to pick up and play for the beginner. Advanced options and deep customization is encouraged. Generous checkpoints, non-threatening progression. Linear level design combined with exploration and discovery. A loosely connected central hub adds replayability to fast travel to the Hall of Doors. Each area is a self-contained world unto itself, which is kind of, it takes a little bit of that Otherlands theme, internally consistent visually and unique amongst one another. Off-main path loops contain treasure, training, loot, and magic, and gating via difficulty of enemies. Total game length around 15 to 20 hours, which is, I think, for this type of game and this type of story is a perfect length. Session sitting length 1 to 3 hours, which is what I do when I do my episodes. So it's right up my alley. What is the gameplay split? Stuff. What are the puzzle outlines? Kinetic puzzles, sensory puzzles, mind-bending puzzles. And I love that. I like that there is an exploration with like the puzzles and the challenges as well as, exploration, stuff like that. I like this a lot. I like the artwork that accompanies it too. This is so cool. What is the initial art direction? We believe the tech decision and in-engine experimentation will decide the right balance of art style and final art direction in-game. Notes on art direction and expectations are below. Slightly stylized or warped geometry, dreamlike beauty, nightmare horror, intricate and considered details and symbolism, trippy surrealism. Slightly stylized warped geometry, dreamlike beauty, nightmare horror. So our doll maker, trippy surrealism, of course, and intricate and considered details. Very nice. Alice Madness Returns is over 10 plus years old and is still widely considered visually timeless due to effective stylization and merger of art and tech. I would agree with that statement. So Alice Asylum should follow this same path. Alice's art direction is intended to be timeless, and you know what? They fucking nail it. They really do. It's so good. I like the realistic, like Victorian era tin toys, and the stylized and slightly off proportions. This is great. There's so much detail in this. Alice's eyes closely resemble that of a doll of this era. Is there a planned weather-changing system related to the game story? It depends. We anticipate any possible weather will be gated on the player's progression. So start of the level, possible example of environmental lighting and weather progression that you could actually progress through the level, and the day would progress to night, which is cool. Is there any DLC planned? Do we consider an official mod system? DLC is possible and encouraged. Community mod systems of the game is welcome and encouraged. New story extensions, additional maps, scenarios, staggered releases, and updates. Fine with something like that, especially for Alice, because then you could start expanding on, if we're doing like 13-year-old Alice in the Asylum and how we're progressing through Wonderland, new story expansions could end up delving into so many different eras of her life, and maybe even getting that Otherlands expansion, that takes place post Madness Returns. Customizable content of different skins, seasonal content, limited time events over Halloween, Christmas. That's fun. That's fun stuff. And mods, of course. Mechanics and game design fundamentals. Oh man, if we would have an actual croquet segment with some sort of fucking fucked up flamingo shit, goddamn. She's looking good too. The player avatar of Alice Little. A heroine over 20 years in the making. Alice has always been considered a versatile and adaptable video game lead character by her previous 2 outings in Wonderland. She is portrayed as a capable, fierce, curious, and willing main protagonist. However, the game design approach for Alice Asylum, some notable differences in Alice's character and appearance will be apparent from the outset. Whereas Alice appears as a young woman of around 18 to 20 years old in the previous 2 games. Ooh, okay. Alice is now curiously younger at the start of Alice Asylum. She now appears to be around 13 years old. Cool. Okay. So I like this. Because initially I was like, okay, are we doing a prequel sequel? Are we delving into her earlier years before going into the later years again? It's obviously intentional. So that's cool. So she's 18 to 20 across Alice Madness Returns Otherlands. But now she appears to be around 13 years old, and she's curiously younger. Cool. As the game progresses and more of Alice's mental and personal jigsaw pieces begin to slot into place, she grows into the hero she was always meant to be. Still somewhat broken, but therein lies the relation point to our audience. So her movements at the start of the game echo her mental state. As new moves unlock further game progression, Alice's actions become more deliberate, vicious, measured, and confident. This process is to be reflected in Alice's character movements, actions, and behavior as the story progresses. The more adaptive and reactive she appears to her environment, and the more believable she reacts to the story events in-game, the better. Okay. I like the hysteria type look there. That's really cool. So establishing character design traits. The bald head, the hysteria head. Bringing Alice to life. It's just cool how they do stuff where it just plans out everything. You do the double jump spin, you do the little pirouette, and you float down. Very Madness Returns like. And again, because this is a design Bible, it's just going to be everything. We've got a swimming cycle in here and treading water and doing a little side dodge, rope climbing, wall climbing, climbing between pillars. That's fun. So, and hiding, sneaking. Look at all these new movement mechanics that we're doing here. Wall and vine climbing, peeking, a rope swing, crawling stealth. Yeah, I like this. This is cool. Fall to knees cycle. Oh no. Key turning. And then obviously because you've got like a door hub world going in the doors. A slingshot. It's cool to see the ideas that they're having on this sort of sense though. You know what I mean? Critical damage. Low health animation, falling from high fall damage. Oh, the death cycle of disintegrating into the butterflies in a much more detailed way. Patting Cheshire Cat. Cheshire Cat's fucking huge. As he should be. I mean, he's pretty much that big normally. You don't really see them physically interact much, do you? That took me by surprise. All right. Death and respawn progress. Depending on Alice's cause of death, her death animation is hinted in a brief transition. The particular death animation of Alice is insinuated. We do not show explicit gore or violence against Alice in the game. After Alice's immediate death, she dissolves into a cloud of butterflies. Parts of her body remain and will animate gently as the butterflies swarm. The cloud of butterflies begin to scatter and dissipate. Red fleshy tentacles appear from the point of Alice's death. These move quickly and appear spontaneously from the environment regardless of Alice's location. The tentacles align in a condensed swarm encasing all of the butterflies. Alice respawns back at the nearest checkpoint, ready to commence gameplay once again. As Alice respawns, we see a brief hint of the red tentacles as they quickly dissipate and disappear around her. That's cool. So it's like goes into the butterflies, but then like the flesh comes and like recreates her in the spot. Cool. Easy, normal, hard, and nightmare. Ultra nightmare difficulty. Introduces permadeath. God damn it. We got grounded in Alice. The ethos and game design approach, soft-gated and hard-gated areas. Soft-gated is get through the area any way you can. Very cool design work. Fight through, stealth and evasion, puzzle solving. And hard-gated areas, which is complete the key objective to progress, like kill the goddamn boss. Oh, that's a nice looking HUD. That is a nice looking HUD. I like that. Classic HUD concept. Have you animated HUD concepts on YouTube? Ah, cool. So they've even got like videos where they would show this in motion. I like that a lot. That's cool. And closer to death to see how the portrait changes. Rose is a one-hit shield. A new mechanic introduced into the Alice series are roses in the form of one-hit shield item pickups. These protect any further damage being deducted from Alice's health. When active, it negates all damage from the next single hit. Cool. Pick up rose items. We would have a quick select wheel. And this is cool because it takes, we had a lot of stuff to use in American McGee's Alice, but it took a long time to get there. A weapon wheel that changes everything. And there you go. Look at this. So we've got some Madness Returns items. It looks like we have some returning favorites. Croquet mallet being one of those. But some other things in there as well. we'd have this. We get the cards back, baby. Dum, dum, dum. We'd get the cards back. We got a Jack in a Box. We got. Is that going to be Jabberwock something? I don't know what we're doing with a crescent moon. We have a scythe. A fucking tea gun. We've got the teapot from Madness Returns. But what are we doing here? Fucking like, that's more of like a cannon. This is going to be more of like a tea rifle. Crazy. With a massive array of weapons available for Alice and the player to wield in Asylum, the ability to make choices easily is key to a seamless experience. The quick select weapon wheel HUD. Bang. In-game, time slows down, and favorite weapons can be mapped to any D-pad input. Ah, okay. There's a difference here. There's a classic HUD concept, which I really like. It's so stylized. Very good. The modern HUD concept is boring. You see how modern stuff is boring? I think just like modern stuff, it takes the flavor out of shit. It's why when you like look at houses, and houses are just these dull boxes now. It's just like, get in there. That's where you live. You live in a fucking box and it's all white and gray and shit. And houses used to be made with some purpose. And they used to be like pretty, you know? Shit used to have style. And like you walk through a city, maybe, depending on where you live, and you'll see a mixed match of architecture. And you'll see shit from hundreds of years ago that had some fucking style. It had some sauce to it. And, you know, we used to put statues on buildings and cool adornments and decorations. Now we don't have time for that shit. Build a fucking box. Build a box, put the people in the box. We don't care about the box that you're in. We care that it doesn't fall down. And here's the box. We got to make it as quick as possible. And it's the similar aesthetic. It's a similar idea to this. Look how cool this is. Alice's face is in here. This is a really cool fucking art direction with the rose on the top and the way that this looks like it's all put together. It's so nice. And you've got a blood bar, you know, because it's your health. It's your blood. Oh, here's a white bar and here's another white bar and here's some numbers of an image. Health, whatever that is, rose. It's simple, but it's boring. When you put these two together, it's like, fuck me, man. Obviously, this is a design document, so they're just spitballing. But, you know, you look at, obviously they call it modern and classic for a reason, because classic had some fucking style to it. You know what I mean? No, it must be modern. So the average gamer can pick up a controller and look at that and just know what it means. It needs to be a white bar that says health in big flashing letters. So you got your modern components. Let me get my rant out of here. This is cool though, right? Play with retro HUD or play with modern HUD. The choice is yours. So it is customizable. With Alice's roots in the 90s to the 2000s era, there is a visual HUD choice for those who lean towards the past. For modern-day gamers, the option is there to play with a minimalistic HUD. And here's the thing. The obsession with minimalism is it's killing us. Everything is minimalist. Everything. And it takes away from... It just takes away from the personality of the character of the game. It is cool that there's customizable stuff and you can change it. I like that though. That's very nice. Core combat. There's stuff. We've got our trusty knife, swift and keen and always ready for service. The core of Alice Asylum's combat loop is focused around melee attacks, combos, and DPS inflicted with the Vorpal Blade. What else are you throwing in here? We have replenish. Actively hunt and collect items on the battlefield to replenish depleted resources. The ranged attack. It's not telling us exactly what they are, but I guess we can see a little bit more about what this is. We got our lovely little magic wand. Evade and defend. Exploit, weakness, observe, strategy. Yeah, this is just combat loop stuff, design document. This is how games work. Enemy behaviors, patterns, and attacks. NPCs, world residents. Cool. It would be so cool to see stuff like that. A wonderland that's filled with residents as well. Major boss class enemy. And different types of enemies. And different types of stuff. Very cool graphic design here, by the way. Just again, cool art direction, even in their little design Bible. Ability select, UI concepts, Inferno. Oh, cool. Changing the necklace. Oh, man. Bringing in the alchemy. Oh, cool. This is very cool. This is amazing. The way that they're taking the alchemy and making it a gameplay mechanic that you could actually do alchemy in game, change your sigils on your necklaces. It would affect abilities that you can do and bonuses that you get. That is so sick. Locate a secret area, defeat the enemy within, unlock a dress rune, and use the dress rune ability. So like sulfur, fire, aqua fortis, acid, lithium, air mobility, Mars, iron, Jupiter, tin, Saturn, lead, Sagittarius, archer, Cancer, brawler, Taurus, defense, sunlight, moon, dark, and Gemini, duality. Ah, that's such a good idea. That's a really good gameplay mechanic. I'd really, really like to do something like that. A key component of Alice's visual identity throughout the series are the alchemical and astrological symbols that consistently appear on her dress pockets. In previous games, these glyphs have served as symbolism to enhance the narrative or for aesthetic purposes. For Alice Asylum, these symbols are considered for function, purpose, and practical gameplay application. By discovering, unlocking, and equipping these dress runes, Alice's abilities are enhanced or altered, allowing for a much deeper gameplay and custom builds for the player. That's cool. That's cool. Chaos and Inferno necklaces, which goes into Hysteria or Inferno. In Madness Returns, one of Alice's most iconic new abilities was Hysteria, functioning as a massive damage increase and attack buff when the player was near death. This special mechanic helped keep Alice in the battle if the player was struggling. However, if the player was skilled, Hysteria could potentially be missed in an entire playthrough. That was the thing that came up a couple of times. I'm like, you would go a really long time without even seeing it, and then you would get fucked in a room and you would need it. The intent is to reward and maintain incentive for the player at both ends of the spectrum of gameplay. By collecting necklaces, Hysteria remains as a special death save, but a new ability, Inferno Mode, is now available to reward consistently skilled players. And that's really cool. I like that as an idea, that Hysteria isn't just, fuck, I'm getting killed in this room and now I need to finally activate this. It's like, there's something for everyone there. They can build up to the Inferno instead, like Kratos Spartan Rage, you know? That type of shit. Finding secret areas. You have secret area gates, curiosity, and discovery. One of these key concepts is to hide Alice's passive special abilities in hidden areas off the beaten path as an encouragement to explore. The ethereal level design for the secret areas are designed to represent a suitable home for the alchemy and astrology runes. I like that. I like that a lot. That's very cool. Dress rune abilities. So it, like, obviously they have fully planned this out as well in regards to the enemy that you would defeat, and the ability that you would get. So Sulfur, Burning Fury melee attacks. You would defeat a flame demon. The Aqua Fortis, you would defeat the Crone. Oh, dude. And it's like, what's her face? Alcoholic shit person from Madness Returns. Okay, you've got the barrel, and it's just spewing out fucking alcoholic bile. The Crone. I think that would just make sense that would be the reference, I guess. Was it Pris? Her gin in her barrel. And you defeat her and get a Weeping Blade Poison Tears. So Weeping Blade melee attack. So you can weaken them. That's cool. Lithium would be airborne mobility increase by defeating a Sky Wraith. Iron would be less damage and ricochet chance. Defense increase by defeating an Iron Golem. The corrosion and disintegration as an attack by defeating the acidic Anuran. They will suffer a damage over time. The Statue of Death. Cool. You would defeat the Fool. That is such a cool design. Upon health depletion to 0, Alice will turn to lead, which will slow her movement. She will be unable to attack, but Alice will be invulnerable to all damage for a very limited time. During this time, the player can try to seek health pickup items in order to survive. If Alice does not find an item before the timer runs out, she will crumble to dust and die. If she does replenish health, the HP regen will be applied and the death will be avoided. So it's a death save state, which is quite cool. And it looks like the ability that you get would, the enemy, the Fool, would have the same thing. They would have a death save state to try and heal, I suppose. That's really, really fun. I like that. I really like this design. And he got some Wraith dogs with him as well. The Archer for enhanced ADS, defeating the Watcher. So we'd have some sort of bow, which is cool. Cancer being the Brawler, taking out the Brachyura, defeat the giant enemy crab and attack its weak point for massive damage. Enhanced Close Range, so inflicts more damage and look cool doing so. Taurus is for enhanced parry and a stubborn guard. Melee counterattack window is larger and easier to perform. So by taking out the Taurian Berserker and using your hobby horse, it's more of like a guard and a parry thing. I like that. Health regen, Radiance, by defeating Helianthus. I don't know why that stumped me. Health regen and pick up extended orbits. That's very cool. Darkness Reigns. Health pickups are negated. Picking up health items will damage the player instead of heal. Health is recovered only by damaging and killing enemies. By defeating the Phobos Anomaly. So killing means healing. Duality is double damage. Damage inflicted by Alice is doubled. Damage taken by Alice is also doubled. By defeating the Speculum Dolls. Cool. You become a glass cannon. Health regen item concepts: small, medium, large, full, overflow. Ammunition item concepts: the croquet, the cards, the tea, the peppercorns, frost and icicles, and the astral chart. Limited time use and special item concepts: the Inferno Skulls, the Rage Box, Mercury Jackstorm, invincibility, and Dead Time Watch to slow time. They brought back the Time Watch as well. And the Jackstorm, actually. The Jacks. This is a really cool way for them to take good stuff from Madness Returns and bring in some other things, bring back some other things from the first game. most notably like these items and use them, which is cool. And rage mode, bringing back rage mode with the devil horns and everything. Classic dress and the denial dress for rage. That's really, really neat. And now we have worked our way through to the butter of this sandwich. We talk about the bread and butter of Alice. Here it is. It's butter time. The complete narrative and gameplay experience. Fucking beautiful artwork as well. Look at how queen. The horn coming out of the white hair. That's cool. Very cool. Okay. Gameplay begins. So this is our spoiler time. This is us experiencing the game of Alice Asylum in a book and not in a game. Darkness. Shadows. The sound of a clock, similar to what we heard at the start of Madness Returns, then morphs into a train over tracks. The sound then changes into a rapidly beating heart. I remember being free. What it felt like to run outside without fear. What it felt like to have a home. But you took that from me, and you put me in this prison, and you threw away the key. A mysterious yet familiar voice cuts through Alice's thoughts. Open your eyes, Alice. Perhaps this time you will finally see. That's got to be the Cheshire Cat, I would assume. Wow. Oh my god. This is so cool to see. The Slumber. A slumber encounter, the game opening and tutorial. Also, music specifically being chosen. Doing some Moonlight, some Beethoven. Alice opens her eyes. She is alone. We play as a frightened 13-year-old Alice running through a moonlit, snow-covered English garden. This is the Slumber, a manifestation of Alice's childhood memories. It serves as the first tutorial. This nightmare is always the same. I cannot run fast enough. I cannot escape. Something is always watching me, hunting me. A cutscene plays, revealing the moon looming over Alice's shoulder. Promise I can read. There's something very odd about its size and form. The moon then turns to reveal a menacing face. Eyes locked onto Alice, it howls and pursues her. We play as it draws nearer. It sings an ominous lullaby. The tune, once heard, forces forest creatures to slump to the ground. Alice is unsure if they are dead or sleeping. She runs. The moon, no matter where I run, where I hide, it finds me. Its song ends my escape. I fall under its spell. Ooh, mechanical clockwork moon. And when I wake, this horrible show starts all over again. Back into the spotlight, back on the stage. I always have my part to play. No more. I must escape. Alice trips and falls to the ground. She tangled on a branch in the snow. She rises to her feet and looks determined. We play as Alice runs for her life, running, jumping, climbing, and swinging to escape. Alice runs until she finds sanctuary inside her childhood home, the little house. Oddly silent except the tick-tock of a large grandfather clock. And it's all your fault. As the family, wearing bunny masks, melt around a flaming table. Within, Alice encounters her burnt and twisted family. They sit around a macabre table set for Alice's birthday, wearing rabbit masks. There's a black cake on the table. It's a writhing mass of black tentacles with burning human figures as candles. As the candles melt, so does Alice's family around the table. A gooey mix of wax, flesh, and blood drips down on their faces and onto the floor. The music echoes hints of happy birthday, while Alice's family shows the disgusting cake. It shoves the disgusting cake into the mouth holes of their masks as they burn. Alice once again relives the horror of their deaths in the fire that consumed their home. They chant at her, "It's all your fault." What a delicious looking cake. I love a Black Forest cake. My family, the only way I can remember them. Over and over I see the night of the fire. That fire, and the death of everything I ever loved. How long must I repeat this endless torture? How long will I be kept here? A mysterious voice echoes, until you have learned. A cutscene plays as a violent earthquake shakes the house. Pictures fall and glass shatters on the floor. The sound is like a roaring train, and then Alice screams and everything stops. Alice abruptly comes face to face with the caterpillar sat atop his gigantic mushroom. He is the voice guiding her through her memory. Smoke billowing from his hookah, the world around Alice wafts and morphs to match his riddled words. So I think the familiar voice might not have been the Cheshire Cat for the first introduction, but actually the caterpillar, which is quite interesting because for both games it was the Cheshire Cat. We're moving into the caterpillar this time. It appears you're late once again, Alice, and to your own party, no less. I'm not late, I'm lost. I have no choice in this nightmare. I've lost the count of times I've seen their burning faces and heard their screams. There is truth in your suffering. There is still much for you to learn. I don't want to learn. I want to escape this dreadful place. A pity you show no interest in understanding your own shadows, Alice. The world and caterpillar fade away into complete darkness, for they have a keen interest in you. Alice is now alone, save for a single ornate-looking glass. Standing well over her head, the mirror's beautiful frame is sharp and sinister. We play as Alice slowly approaches, then faces her own reflection. Alice suddenly glimpses a terrifying shadow creature, both shapeless and jagged, staring back at her from behind the darkened looking glass. There you are, little girl. Finally, I've found you. The words drip with malice. Alice and the shadow examine one another, a perfect mimic. The shadow continues, blissfully unaware. How pleasant it must be to be trapped in the calm beneath the waves as the storms rage above. As Alice outstretches her hand to meet the clawed hand in the dark mirror, the shadow creature suddenly breaks through the looking glass, shattering the mirror into 1,000 pieces. As jagged glass tumbles in the darkness, Alice flails around to defend herself, suffering hundreds of cuts. Just as a large shard of glass is about to pierce Alice's heart, she reaches out and grabs it. Suffocating smoke and embers engulf the girl. Alice turns the shard over in her hand, and it transforms into a beautiful crystal vorpal blade, her own blood dripping across its edge. She is transfixed by the blade and runs her finger along its sharp edge. The vorpal blade acquired. Her reverie is broken as Alice is set upon by ghoulish, faceless manifestations of the shadow. Alice lunges and slashes at the endless nightmares as they quickly swarm toward her. This serves as the basic opening tutorial for combat with the vorpal blade until the player is quickly overrun. So it's like a shadow version of Alice with an insatiable appetite in the gut there. We play as Alice is seemingly about to be killed by the shadow creatures. A lullaby is heard in the distance. A thick mass of suffocating blood-red tentacles envelop Alice, and she is suddenly back in the burning little house, the moon looming overhead. She points the blade at the moon. I'm getting out of here. Cool to see the scale. Like you've got Alice and then seeing what this shadow does with its mouth. Before Alice can react, a chapter-closing cutscene plays. The lullaby reaches her ears and Alice faints. Her eyes roll to whites and she falls in a graceless slump. Like a lifeless doll, she is lifted high into the air. Alice still clutches the blade tightly in her hand. Her sleeping body is pulled into the sky and toward the moon. The moon's massive eyes remain transfixed on Alice's tiny body, as its horrible teeth, as large as tombstones, form a glistening demon's smile. And after the scene fades to black, that is the ending of the chapter, The Slumber. Chapter summary, we have a moth dress. Ooh. A moth being followed by the light instead of being drawn to it. Lost in a world of darkness, Alice is drawn to the truth, like a moth to the flame. Fanned by the fires of her curiosity, the moth dress is a representation of both the fragility of Alice's sanity and how precarious her life is in such a dangerous world of nightmares. So you've got an inventory of necklaces, key items, collectibles, and weapons, and alchemy runes. And we're getting spoiled because we get to see so many more dresses, which is so cool. The Slumber realm, expanded world lore. A mysterious dreamlike realm of shadows, a visceral blend of memory, darkness, familiar comforts, and fear. Erratic and dangerous, the landscape can morph in an instant. Nothing is quite what it seems here. The gateways between sanity and madness blur as the shells of what was haunt and pursue Alice. Alice may unearth glimmers of truth in confronting her nightmares in this realm. Though it might appear futile, Alice knows she must escape. Sorry for tripping over some words here. I've been looking into this stuff for a couple of hours now. So I'm like, the words are blurring. But I am enjoying this tremendously. And this is really cool because now it's diving into weapons and upgrades and other stuff. Swift, keen, and always ready for service. We have the relic born from the splinters of shadow. So we've got the Vorpal Blade with a weapon quirk. So it will instinctively guide Alice if she's lost and will light her way in dark areas. That's really cool. Fire Within, so it can build your Inferno meter. It's an unlimited attack resource. Snicker, Snack, and Throwing Knife. They've brought back the Throwing Knife. How cool is that? Obviously, you still have ranged stuff, but sure. Who doesn't enjoy a throwing knife? That's really, really sick. So lower the respawn time for the Vorpal Blade after being thrown, increase damage on critical hits. But yeah, one shot only and placed on a cooldown timer. Very, very cool. Whoa. And we're going to get trippy immediately. Sing, Alice. Dance, Alice. The greatest show in the Denial realm. The Carnival of Fools. And we've got Mock Turtle singing, "The show is starting, we must not be late." So we've gone from the Slumber realm into Denial for the Carnival of Fools. A quick cutscene plays. Alice opens her eyes to watch as Mock Turtle pulls a giant lever, ejecting her from bed and into a bright yellow dress. Makeup is plastered onto her face by autonomous arms, an enormously wide smile. A mechanical hand shoves her towards a giant slide where a white rabbit doll is beginning to jump. He glances at a very confused Alice and he beckons her to follow. A 4,564 days of show sign dangles precariously over the slide entrance. As Alice looks over at the sign, it ticks over to 4,565. With a sharp shove, we play as a disoriented Alice begins her descent down the slide after the white rabbit. The gleeful Mock Turtle follows closely behind as we weave through twists and turns, hurtling toward the ground. All around is a surreal, bright, and garish circus world of tents, rides, carnivals, animals, performers, as far as the eye can see. Mock Turtle sings as the music plays. His lyrics explain. And it's singing. We're in a musical segment. It's a new day, a new show. We must not miss our mark. We cannot forget our lines. The Tweedles may be half dumb, but they view these things as crimes. But I don't want to play your games. I don't want to say your lines. If being here requires those things, then I'd prefer to commit the crimes. As Alice sings this line, her gaze is met by two massive balloons in the sky, blocking out the sun. They twist lazily in the air, revealing themselves to be a horrid, misshapen representation of the Tweedles, D and Dumb, a caricature of the pair of hideously shaped brothers clad in a gaudy mixture of red, black, and white. The inanimate gaze of the balloons look back at Alice as they cloak her in shadow. We play as Alice lands at the base of the slide with a graceless thump. With no time to rest, what follows is a sequence where Alice is alternately pushed and pulled through the circus realm, with Rabbit leading the way. Mock Turtle pleads with her to hit her marks and say her lines. The sequence is split into on-track and off-track areas. Full lyrical and theatrical sequences playing as we're pushed along. and the lyrics will take a rest in off track and the music fades to a background beat, allowing for moments of free exploration. That's very cool. While exploring, Alice witnesses the moon still in the sky. Its unblinking gaze watches the circus world like a sentinel. This gameplay section serves as a tutorial for movement. So, key points delivered as exposition in the lyrics. Alice is a prisoner of the circus. The moon makes escape impossible. Alice should just give up and enjoy the show, and Alice hates it here. So, curiously, we're starting off at 13. We're imprisoned and watched by some sort of mechanical moon sentinel. How did we get here? Especially after Madness Returns. How did we get here? Ooh, cool. At one point, the rabbit hops off track and waves Alice towards a fortune teller's tent. It is shrouded in shadows. The music fades. Again, can I just point out the fact that we've gotten to the narrative point and it's all here? Like, this isn't just like a base level of this is what we'd like the story to kind of be. I don't read design Bibles often. I don't read them at all. So it says a lot about this series that I am willing to sit down for a multi-hour video and do a deep dive into, after Madness Returns, what the hell happened here, and to take it apart and to look at it all and to read through it and give my thoughts and feelings and go, holy shit, I'm upset. I'm upset. But the fact is, this is all here. Like, I don't want to scroll ahead because we're going to go through it, but I could just scroll through this full narrative of what they have planned. They're just like, hey, we're ready. We just need the money to make it happen. God damn it. So, the music fades. This is new. The cutscene plays as Alice enters the tent. Upon entering, the fortune teller doesn't look up. I've always been here, my dear. You just never bothered to notice. It appears this time you have allowed yourself a chance to see something else. We play as Alice and her rabbit examine hundreds of trinkets and glistening fortune tellers' globes, all precariously balancing on rickety, uneven shelves. Many globes are cracked, some are burnt, damaged, or full of what appears to be thick oil. Some are bracken or bloodied. Within each globe appears to have stars or tiny specks of white lazily drifting about. The fortune teller pointedly continues. Encounters with chaos force change, for better or worse. Tweedledee Tweedledum, the greatest show in Wonderland. Madame Priscilla. What does that say? It's your fault? It does. It says, it's your fault. Wee, wee, wee. The man is the moon. Oh. The man in the moon, he is the engineer. Wheel of stars. Something little one, something about fear. Psychic gypsy fortune teller. She will reveal your future. So the man in the moon, he is the engineer. So we have something very interesting in regards to what's going on with Alice and being imprisoned. And again, very different to Otherlands in the sense that Otherlands was Alice in control, blending these realities, the master of her dominion, and now branching out from that, evolving the character. And I really like that idea. This is very different in the sense that obviously they're setting us up for something, but it's almost it's putting us in that familiar setting. There's clearly a reason for that. So I'm very curious to go through. There's a good hook here of why are we doing this stuff? Why are we here? And why is it happening? To see where we're going to end up. It's good stuff. It's interesting because we are experiencing stuff as we shouldn't normally, you know, like in a perfect world, Alice Otherlands just comes out and that's the third game. You know what I mean? And now it evolved over time and became Asylum. So now we're seeing differences in how this has changed and evolved over time and the type of story that they want to tell. So it's very interesting to see how things can change over time. If Alice 3 came out in 2015 or around, probably not 2015, like the animations did, but if it was fully developed and greenlit and we'd get Otherlands instead. But now we must experience a different take on Wonderland. So as we look through here, Alice accidentally knocks a globe onto the floor. It smashes. She quickly retorts, "I'm so sorry," until an understanding of that darkness forges something new. The fortune teller motions with her hand, and the broken crystal ball Alice had shattered reforms and floats gently to the fortune teller's outstretched fingers. The fractured pieces reform, creating a functioning, complete, albeit cracked orb once more. "You have another chance to learn, Miss Little, despite all your broken pieces." The fortune teller's words linger. "Tell me, what do you seek?" "To return home, to escape this place." "I know, but you can never see the way. You are lost in the darkness. Your eyes want to open, but they still cannot see." Alice stares, tilting her head as her curiosity peaks. "I remember when you only asked for better dreams, and I was happy to oblige. But this time your blade offers a chance to cut the threads that bind you. Time to open your eyes." A cutscene plays. The fortune teller motions to the crystal ball. Alice stares deeply into a crystal ball as it transforms into a snow globe. Hypnotized by the falling snow, her eyes begin to close. Right as she looks to drift off peacefully, a single gnarled finger from the fortune teller forcefully presses on Alice's forehead. Alice gasps in fear. A third eye opens, blinking open directly into the middle of Alice's forehead. Alice's 3 eyes roll back into her head, revealing no pupils. Her eyes are white as snow. As the fortune teller cackles, Alice is engulfed in dark haze, flames, and screams. Alice returns to the slumber realm. I think what's really cool about this design Bible and the way that I get to do a video about it is Alice is a novel, Alice in Wonderland. And now I'm reading Alice Assignment. Fucking hell, can I read? Can I say words today? Sorry, guys. It's also 1:50 a.m. You know what? I'm leaking that information. It's 1:50 in the morning. I'm trolling through a design Bible, wide-eyed and disoriented and upset. It's late. Sorry about speech. We're now reading Alice Asylum as a novel. I'm reading you the design Bible. It's now being read as a story. Isn't it? It's a weirdly poetic, bittersweet thing. It starts as a book. It gets adapted into a cool little game, continuing from it. And what are we doing at the end? I'm reading a book. I'm reading Alice 3 as a story instead. Back to the slumber realm. The greatest show, Alice's appearance in the denial dress. What is just behind the curtain? Terrible truths. Only those with the courage and cunning to match their curiosity will prevail. Interesting. So behind the curtain. So in the design work, we've got like written words on terrible notes that are torn beneath the curtain of the dress, I guess. And we get a mind's eye collectible. The Slumber Determination, Slumber Encounter 2, Nocturne in C-sharp minor, new ability unlocked, wayfinding and objective marking. Open your eyes. So I like that the abilities come through as they're interwoven with the narrative, as the fortune teller opens their eyes. An interesting thing about the dialogue is, I remember when you only asked for better dreams and I was happy to oblige. Like that sort of stuff is quite interesting. Alice's sharp breaths return to normal. She reaches up with her fingers to her forehead but finds nothing. The eye fades to smoke at her touch. Alice's encounter with the fortune teller unlocks basic wayfinding and a UI map, clearly marking Alice's way forward towards mission objectives using her intuition. This mind's eye is showcased to the player for training and exploration purposes. Highlighting the UI and the wayfinding interface, Alice must follow these beacons, eventually locating Caterpillar in the heart of slumber. Approaching his silhouette, Caterpillar's glowing eyes narrow in the darkness. Is he not a butterfly already? He went through evolution. He went into that cocoon. He got wings now. You're starting to find your way. What do you see now, Alice? I see that this is not my home. This is a place of nightmares. Perhaps, but this time you might be ready to see things that were not there before. A new perspective offers a chance for discovery into our own darkness. You speak of darkness, I've seen it. The last time I was here, what was that awful creature from the mirror? She fears you more than you fear her. Then she must fear me a great deal. I'd rather not see her again. But you will, and you must. Your fates are entwined far more than you realize. Caterpillar blows a blinding cloud of smoke. A short cutscene plays. The area around Alice transforms into a flurry of snowflakes. It is night, and white falls from the sky above. Alice stands in the front yard of her family home. These memories are mine, yet I feel like I am learning them for the first time. The house is sleeping, and the windows are dark. A whisper, another voice. It's Boombi. It's bloody Boombi. Get him out of here. Your fault. I remember. This night began like any other, but it ended in chaos, unlike anything I'd known before. I was only very young. What did I know of chaos? We play as Alice navigates the scene and makes her way into the house through a front door that is open to the night air. My family is dead now. I know they are, lost in the fire. At first I blame the cat, always knocking over the oil lamps and having nearly burned down the house at least 2 times prior. But something else was wrong that night. The locked doors on the 2nd floor, the front door wide open, so that the flames could be seen raging inside. Flashes of imagery to match the narration. The cat knocking over the oil lamp, Alice's parents frantically trying to open their bedroom door as smoke filled the corridor. Footsteps. The memories flash by, and we then play as Alice makes her way to the 2nd floor. There were lamps on every floor, but we checked to ensure they were all extinguished before turning in for the night. Lizzie and I made a game of running around the house and snuffing them out. And no one locked their doors in our home. We had no secrets to hide. Or so I thought. This is also very interesting. Save yourself, Alice. The Fire. Play music via YouTube. So there's music that has been prepared already as well. Flashes of imagery to match the narration. Ghostly visages of Alice and Elizabeth, Alice's older sister, running around excitedly to extinguish all the lamps run past the player. A scene of a black-gloved hand turning a key in a lock flashes. A horned, hoofed figure shrouded in darkness pours a trail of lamp oil down the corridor outside the family bedrooms. As Alice follows, the doors repeat endlessly. When she turns, Alice looks back to see a never-ending, looping corridor. The figure disappears as it is approached. 2 glass circles glimmer in the light. I imagined him as a centaur, a dark figure from the storybooks I was read by my mother. What significance did this monster hold for my future? I did not know. But first, they said it was my fault. Your fault. As the player runs down the corridor, liquid is heard sloshing beneath Alice's footsteps. Save yourself, Alice. A single light source is seen in the shadows. It falls to the ground and lights the oil on fire. The sound of screaming as Alice's family is burnt to death echoes all around. Opening door after door as flames chase the player, Alice will eventually find herself in her own bedroom. We play as the player must now relive the escape from the house, trying to unlock the doors as Alice can hear her mother, father, and sister roasting alive. Succumbing to the smoke, Alice does not save them. Again, Alice fails to save her family. Oy, and the doll element here as well. And the paintings coming to life. This is it's very interesting because it makes me wonder in the sense of Alice hearing like these your fault whispers, re-experiencing these memories. Like, are we playing through like Bumby's manipulation of the you must forget, Alice, and hypnotizing with the key? Like, are we playing through Bumby's hypnotisms and attempts to have Alice forget? Is that what we're doing? I'm just quite curious. I don't know. Oh, man. Whoa. Okay. Callous whisper. Pathetic child. You let them die. The scene ends as Alice is taken away crying and in shock from her smouldering, ruined home. At that time, I was the monster. I felt responsible. I couldn't control my anguish, and I was caged for it. We play as a scene of Alice vacantly looking at her own reflection takes place. The shadow flickers across the child's face. She tells her reflection, "All your fault." She screams as she cries, scenes of Alice lashing out. She's biting and clamoring at the orderlies who hold her down. We hear the roar of the angry monster. She is a wild, uncontrollable hysteria as flashes of the shadow merge with the face of the child. The scene dissolves back to Alice's audience with the caterpillar. That monster from the mirror is me. Only a part of you. That monster lives within us all, Alice, but only a few can face it and much less embrace it. Remove the mask, Alice. See the truth in who you are. See who you become. There is darkness in you, in us all, that must be faced. The world morphs again, and Alice is in Rutledge Asylum. A flurry of brutal cutscenes play as Alice is beaten, cut, starved, and slammed into the floor and walls of her cell. As her ears ring, we see Alice erupt in a vicious hysteria. Her eyes turn pitch black. The scene zooms into the darkened depths of Alice's eyes as circus music invades. That's really cool artwork. Look at the card guards with the devil horns coming from the card guards. We have chess pieces. We have whatever the fuck is going on here. We have Humpty Dumpty, which Humpty Dumpty is coming back. Humpty Dumpty's back, baby. They brought him back from the first game. And he looks crazy. Look at what's going on with him there. Wow. The Big Top, Level 1, Act 2, Denial Realm, the Carnival of Fools. This is the second part of a musical sequence sung by a full cast of characters. The cutscene continues after Alice arrives back in the fortune teller's tent. She is alone with her rabbit, no fortune teller. Every single globe on the shelves is now scattered, broken, in useless pieces. Blood drips from the shattered orbs, nothing holding them together. Alice, now hyperventilating, winces as the off-kilter music pierces the air. Alice is on the verge of breaking down. She stumbles through the circus as her vision blurs. Alice now clearly states her goal to the rabbit: to escape from the circus. We must get out of this mad place now. Now back in the circus and with the music at full volume, it is obvious Alice has had quite enough of the circus. Following her intuition and mind's eye, Alice walks off the predetermined path and makes her own way forwards. She holds her temples, her ears ring. A quick cutscene plays as Alice is pushed, prodded, shoved, and bullied by circus performers who want Alice to sing. Dance, Alice, say your lines. Not like that, no, like this. You're doing it wrong. It's your fault. Alice is pushed to the floor and trampled by the circus performers in a scene that mimics her savage memory in the asylum. Alice closes her eyes, and when she reopens them, they are dark orbs. She screams. Hysteria mode unlocked. The gameplay area serves as the introduction to the hysteria mechanic. A limited time special state, hysteria is used as an all-out attack that can be used as a last resort in dire situations. We play as Alice uses the Vorpal blade to slice her way through the scenery, carving a bloody red swath against everything that gets in her way. The artwork for Hysteria is so fucking cool. And we have the key around her neck. Mock Turtle pleads as he sings, imploring Alice to stop her bloody rampage and rejoin her loving troupe of performers. Blood continues to fly. You've got the chess pieces, you've got Mad Hatter is there, you've got the fish. Fucking Pepper is there. Wild. I guess that's how Cheshire Cat. interestingly enough, by the way, Cheshire Cat, notably absent so far in terms of dialogue and presentation, which obviously has to be intentional. It's been more of a caterpillar introduction and conversation instead of our Cheshire Cat. During this sequence, the illusion of the circus begins to crumble. Circus performers break into mechanical automatons when damaged, bloodied, or destroyed. The vivid scenery falls and is damaged in areas, revealing rotting, poorly made wooden supports and rusted nails behind their cheerful veneer. The circus and its inhabitants are a lie. This is Alice's first encounter with manipulators, an enemy NPC capable of mimicking other characters. This encounter serves as an advanced tutorial for combat. We play as an angry Alice fights her way through the circus led by Rabbit, carving through her captors into the big top. Wow. So this is the cool revelation, I suppose, that this Wonderland, this version of it that we're going through, is a manipulative construction. Like the moon being this sentinel, it's like this automaton. It's clockwork and gears, you know. And the manipulators, they form a image of who Alice thinks it could be. She's being manipulated. So manipulators gang up on Alice, pursuing her in an overwhelming horde. Circus manipulator shell variants, the card guards. We have our frog judge. We've got Pepper lady. We have Dormy and Hare as like a conjoined thing. What the hell? Chess pieces. We have the carpenter and Hatter, of course. And we have our mock turtle. A short cutscene plays. The big top is a massive tent with stadium seating all around. As soon as Alice enters, her appearance is transformed into that of a clown. The faceless audience laughs and jeers at Alice. She grits her teeth as she is ridiculed. Tweedledee and Tweedledum are here, the ringmasters. Floating in through the roof, the Tweedles arrive in the massive balloons Alice saw floating over the circus previously. The balloons crank up and down through a hole in the big top. Arriving into the area with an off-kilter fanfare, the two hideous brothers bare their teeth at Alice and snarl. This is all very much off-script, a dreadful performance. Sloppy. The little girl has clearly forgotten her lines and her place. The Tweedles' comment is met with raucous laughter from the crowd. So the Tweedledum and Tweedledee greatest show at Wonderland. And surprise guest, it's your fault. Written by the Tweedle Bros. Yeah, very cool. I wonder if this is our outfit for this portion as well, because that's so good. That's a very good outfit. The Tweedle Brothers, the Ringmasters of Mayhem. So we've got ourselves a new enemy. Alice demands to know why the Tweedles are keeping her imprisoned here. They let her know they are only the jailers, and it is the Queen who desires to keep Alice here, and they follow her rules. We only do what we're told, and so should you do as you're told. If you don't like the show, there are no refunds. If you got a problem with the show, you could speak with the ringmaster, but I don't think the Queen wants to see you at all. That's just not in your lines and never will be. Your script be damned, the Queen will answer for the reason I'm trapped here, and so will you. Cool fighting. Is it the Queen, or is it someone else? I don't know. It would feel I think it would feel weird if the Queen, again, comes back and has Alice imprisoned and trapped. I don't know. We'll see how we go. So we fight Tweedledee and Tweedledum. Use the Vorpal Blade and the skills that she's acquired. One brother will attack with bombs and the other with a whip weapon. After the battle, Alice acquires the new weapons, the Jack Bomb and the Treble Maker. Clicks, whips, and booms. Cracked skulls, deep cuts, and wounds. I'm done being your clown. This is my final show. Alice defeats the Tweedles and climbs into their balloon with Rabbit by her side. She cuts the balloon's tether with her Vorpal Blade and rises through the tent opening. She flees, free above the circus, leaving the music behind. End of chapter. Yes, that's so cool. And instead of like the ribbon being on the back or like the bow to it, it's like the hairpiece instead, the skull in the back. The clown makeup is top tier. That is so good. I love it. Very, very good. False smiles, powder, and tears mask the truth of a little girl deeply confused and in pain. Regardless of how the star of the show feels, the show must and will go on, or else. Very cool. And then more details with hysteria and special attacks that you have. I like it. The outfit that you get with it is it's just cool as fuck. So good. The treble maker, and this is amazing to see the art. It's a grappling hook. That's so cool. It's a grappling hook. And you can use that to attach to surfaces and traverse gaps. And an alternate weapon skin concept as the Jabberwock Grappler. That's very fun. An odd artifact pried free from the hands of the wicked ringmaster of the cruel carnival. The treble maker is intended to be a whip in the hands of a giant. When placed in the hands of a young girl, Alice's small stature is instead whipped around by the trajectory of wherever the beak strikes true. Versatile and deadly, once mastered, this device is always up for causing some severe trouble. It doesn't care at whose expense. And the Jack Bomb. Having endured the mocking laughter of the circus, Alice takes with her a relic of her relentless torment. Turning the tides on her enemies with some well-timed jokes of her own, Alice cannot help but laugh to herself as her foes are blown to shreds by this wicked punchline. And it's a great little return. The Jack Bomb, instead of what we would have where we'd throw it and it would just shoot flames around and then explode. So this is very cool. Trap variant. The variant for it that would have bouncing on throw, attaching to enemies and walls, remote detonation, and a unique trap variant. Rather than exploding, it sucks enemies into the box, incapacitating them. Cool. I like that. These are so fun. I want to be able to play with these. All right, let's have a look at this. The Moon in the Denial Realm. Level 1 of Act 3. A storm in a teacup. A familiar lullaby, dark and ominous, sung by the moon. Alice glides above the circus with Rabbit by her side, a moment of reflection and peace in the clouds before the coming battle. The balloon floats up through a bank of clouds and out the other side to reveal the moon directly ahead. We're going to see that wretched queen, but I need to take care of something else first. Overcome the moon's song. The moon will sing a lullaby. To succeed, Alice must use her vorpal blade to cut through the spell, deflecting, dodging, and attacking musical projectiles, destroying them. If Alice fails, she gradually becomes sleepier and slower. If she fails, she falls asleep, and the section must be restarted. Success means Alice resists and overcomes the sleep spell sung by the Sentinel and proceeds into the moon itself. Very, very cool. The balloon continues towards the moon and crashes into its face, flinging Alice and Rabbit into its gaping mouth. The balloons of the Tweedles pop, deflate, and tumble gracelessly into the clouds. A welcome party is awaiting, and a battle begins. The moon, originally thought to be a living thing, is revealed to be a massive mechanical construct of Hatter Industries. Its interior is a labyrinth of corridors, walkways, machine rooms, gears, turbines, and steam pipes. Now, this is not too surprising given the fact that the steampunk aesthetic of the games previously has been tied to the Hatter. I just didn't want to believe it. The area serves as a tutorial for the Jack Bomb, both in combat and in destroying breakable walls. The whip is also introduced in spatial puzzles. We play as an angry Alice fights her way through the moon using her vorpal blade and newly acquired tools. White Rabbit leads the way to disabling the lullaby machine, disable the manipulator manufacturer, reach the bridge, and take control of the moon and fly to Queen's domain. Destroy the manipulator manufacturer. As Alice explores the moon, she passes through its engine room, where she sees that it is powered by a massive clockwork heart. She battles a steady stream of manipulators as she works her way towards them and destroys their source. Surprisingly, Mock Turtle is here, and he explains that Alice's false reality is better because she'll never run out of friends to play with. No one ever has to age or die or fade away. Your family, Alice, they were all hopelessly burnt to a crisp. Why not just replace them? We can build a new family, new friends, forever. Everything here is simulated to keep you stimulated. Where's the wrong in that? This is all a lie, Turtle. False comforts cannot soothe real anguish. The truth in my being here can only be found with the Queen, and you're standing in my way. Fighting through more rooms and platforming sections within the mechanical structure of the moon, Alice reaches the bridge. Alice once again encounters the Mock Turtle. As Alice pieces together a chart to reach the Queen's domain, Mock Turtle continues to beg that she abandon her insane mission and return to the circus. What follows is a puzzle sequence where Alice collects chart elements from around the bridge and brings them together, forming a route to the Queen's domain. And the Mock Turtle is gonna fight us? Oh no! A master manipulator, the friendliest foe. Mock Turtle becoming a fight this time, an extreme threat. The manipulator boss cycles through a variety of the enemy NPC forms that Alice has encountered up to this point. Each requires a different strategy and or weapon to be defeated, sending the boss cycling to a new enemy NPC until only the Mock Turtle is left. Wow. It's me, Alice, your only friend. I'm telling you, you'll never make it. You're too small. You can't survive out there. You're too weak. No one wants you. No one else loves you. As you said, this time my show is starting. We must not be late. We play as Alice destroys the Mock Turtle. Mock Turtle's death causes a massive explosion that sets the bridge on fire and sends the moon hurtling toward the ground. It crashes in a cataclysmic series of impacts, ripping through a strange forest of tall green trees. Alice is flung from the bridge and sent tumbling through the air. Rabbit grasps tightly to her chest, but before she can smash into the ground to her death, she begins to grow larger and larger until she's sitting on a lawn of lush green grass. A placid, glazed eyes Mock Turtle swims lazily in a tiny pond by Alice's side. On the back of his shell resides a minuscule circus. I love that so much, of like the concept of the world on the turtle's back imagery, you know. It's a very cool reference to our world turtle. That's really cool. And swimming in a little tiny pond. All the drama and violence of the circus was nothing more than a flea show on the back of a turtle in that pond. Yet while I was in there, it seemed more serious than death. A tiny smoking pile of bits and rubble lays on the ground next to her, the remains of the moon. Within, a tiny clockwork heart still beats. The sound fades as her focus narrows on the device. She picks it up, inspects it, and hands it to her rabbit. Indeed, larger troublesome things certainly become smaller when you change your view. I guess it's all a matter of perspective, Rabbit. You take this as a keepsake to celebrate our escape. The rabbit nods his head in approval. Alice offers him the tiny heart with a smile. He ponders the tiny heart, looks to the pond, then places his heart in his pocket. This is the heart, a mysterious collectible whose function is not yet revealed to the player. Alice stands up, brushes off her petticoat, and now is free of the greatest show. A massive forest and a gigantic, ominous, blood-red castle looms in the distance. Level 1, Act 3, The Moon. The Denial Realm. So you had the classic dress for this one, a manifestation of a past life, an extension of self, a cutting visage in the darkness, the vision of what was and what is yet to come. Alice's blue dress is a representation of Alice manifesting her truest sense of self in Wonderland. The Moon, expanded lore and design notes. The Moon is a constant threat and visual reminder that something isn't quite right in the early stages of Alice Asylum. Wherever it looms, Alice knows to stay away. Once Alice is ready to challenge the moon, its true menace and mechanical nature is revealed the moment she steps foot inside of it. Positioning the moon as a creation of Hatter is meant to inspire a sense of mystery, pulling the story forward and playing with the audience's expectations. The process of overcoming a larger threat, then making it smaller once conquered, is important foreshadowing for Alice's journey and trials to come. It's a good mental and psychological thing, isn't it? I like the Master Manipulators, the new enemy variants. They look very, very cool. New key item acquired, the Heart. Health bar increase, XP boost. The Heart is a key item and is integral to the plot of Alice Asylum. While the purpose is initially shrouded in mystery, the Heart's properties are revealed in later stages of the game. Pre-production design notes, the Heart and other key items were designed as pieces of the champion for Alice to collect. Once all pieces were collected, they were capable of forming a powerful being that was able to assist Alice in achieving her objectives. From a design and narrative perspective, we felt it removed the agency of Alice and importance of her own journey, so these items were reworked significantly. See, like, look how much thought that has already gone in ahead of time, where this is the design Bible, where stuff could still change, but they've already said, hey, like, we've already been workshopping and detailing what works and what doesn't work. Like, they've done so much thought already. They're doing all the work for you before they even, get to work on it. Level 2, Act 1, the Queen's Domain, Anger and Judgment Realm. So we're moving into the next stage. Denial was first. Now we're in Anger and Judgment. Working through all the stages of grief is great for this. There's a very interesting perspective for this. So I like this a lot. I like that form of processing the psychological nature of Wonderland. Explore the Queen's Rose Garden and find the Queen. We play as a curious Alice explores the far corner of the Queen's Rose Garden, which also contains a sprawling hedge maze. Behind her is the turtle pond that served as her prison. Ahead lies the Queen's castle and the confrontation Alice seeks. You've blamed me, imprisoned me, and made me a circus of my anguish. Now release me. A moment of reflection and exploration as Alice navigates the twists and turns of the hedge maze. That's right, it's back. As she explores, she encounters card guards for the first time. They walk the perimeter of the hedge maze, ignoring Alice, even if she attacks or kills them. Ooh. They ignore Alice. Not enemies this time. New characters met. And it's the same variants of the red and the black and the armor. I like the concept of like a chainmail card. And their faces are there. They are not zombified this time. They are actually, like, I guess, restored. How interesting. Ooh, it's your fault on the family gravestones in the labyrinth. Again, artwork, cool as fuck. As Alice wanders along, she witnesses a scene where card guards encounter a shadowy figure, the same from the mirror. The shadow briefly appears surrounded by guards. This time, the shadow's appearance is now distinctly more human, but still utterly broken and outwardly jagged. And the shadow is talking. Delightful. You've started to carve your own path. Remarkable what can be achieved when you're pointing a blade at the heart of your troubles. Before Alice can reply, the shadow locks its withered eyes with Alice, smiles, and then disappears in a plume of shadows. The shadow leaves behind a writhing mass of black tentacles, the chaos, which attacks and then consumes the card guards. The mass of dark embering flesh begins intruding through the hedge maze walls. This sequence serves to introduce the game's primary enemy character, the Chaos, and its affliction on NPCs in the game. Alice watches as card guards are damaged by contact with the Chaos and transformed by stages into Chaos creatures. Chaos creatures are hijacked NPCs that readily attack Alice and any other NPC in a frenzy. So this is cool because we're dealing with like a shattered dark shadow. This is Alice's darkness, her shadow, a part of herself, an ethereal form concept. And it is very interesting because we've had this description of Alice and the Queen and how they're two parts of the same whole, and one cannot exist without the other. And I feel like they're playing around with that right now, but from a different perspective, like how we've got this shadow being this part of Alice that we're experiencing right now. I like it. I think that their approach of something's not quite right and there being like this mystery and you're like, what the hell's going on as we're here, is very, very cool. Instead of being like, you know, the straight up Otherlands type continuation, it's something quite unexpected. So the Chaos Spawn variants, which are fucking crazy looking, they are the core combat faction in Asylum. The concept is based on turning friendly, neutral, or passive NPC characters into enemies that must be defeated to progress. Some infections are stable and withhold a set form. Others are utterly chaotic, morphing, swelling, and exploding beyond their initial host's size in grotesque displays of body horror. The Chaos Card Guards RNG Spawn concept. Chaos Corrupted Card Guards are a common enemy. We want to allow for multiple variants and combat abilities depending on a mutation. Approximation of different variants are below with differing appearance and abilities per mutation. So they could be modular. So they have a different amount of things. Game spawns a guard. Algorithm rolls a random number. They get some stuff. Bunch of numbers. And a bunch of different examples. And I guess what abilities they could have and how they'd mess you up. That's a really cool idea. It's a really cool idea for variety. Like having different appearances, different abilities. Like infantry, skeleton, torn, infest. And the card guards will then begin to take on their zombified skeletal nature once again. The Chaos Woes. Small, fast, weak, and deadly. Chaos Woes are fodder enemy types that attack in packs, scuttling across the ground. Their elastic shapes can morph and appear from the environment without warning. If enough woes latch onto their prey, they can trigger a corruption state. We play as a fierce Alice battles against chaos creatures and assists the card guards. Alice and the card guards fight in these sections alongside each other. Alice will be assisted and saved at times by the guards. She too, if she chooses, will save some of them along the way. Alice makes her way through the hedge maze to the Fortress of Sorrow, a structure featuring a large crying Alice statue overlooking the hedge maze. As Alice approaches, the gruff sound of horses is heard. She approaches a clearing in the hedges where a collection of hobby horses are arranged in glass cases. They are in neat rows separated by perfectly trimmed rose bushes. Alice stops to admire the display of weapons. The hobby horses press up against the glass, matching her gaze. They are trapped behind the glass. It is here that Alice catches a fleeting glimpse of the Knave. Rustling from beyond the hedge bushes, an oddly proportioned child appears. He is dressed regally like one of the Queen's court, but his attire is where his cohesions end. His features are a mismatched quiltwork of flesh, medical apparatus seal in his brains, held in place by crude stitches across his temples. His eyes tilt back, loose in their sockets. They roll in his skull like hard-boiled eggs on glass plates as he stares unflinching from behind the hedges. So we bring back the insane children. Hide and seek, find the Knave. A giggling short game of hide and seek. Alice will locate the sounds of his stifled laughter, eventually cornering him. There's no point in hiding. I can see you there. Show yourself. There is always a point in hiding. When someone dangerous is seeking, you may not believe me, but I have seen you here before. The Knave's words drip through an unnatural smile. A cinematic cutscene plays as Alice navigates her way through an unsettling conversation with the Knave. You may not believe me, but I have seen you here before when someone dangerous is seeking. You lie. I've never been here before. I do lie, as do we all. The knave acknowledges without hesitation. But I also tell the truth, a rarity in these parts indeed. I've seen you in my dreams, Alice, enacting this very scene, time and time again, and I arrive here to warn you. But something is different this time. The creatures are new, and that blade you carry too. So much new, so much you. The knave's vocal tone and body language shifts dramatically as he drops his shoulders, seemingly a different personality entirely. I would tell you to return to the circus, but I know the circus for what it truly is. There is no going back to those lies. I would sooner face the Queen than be ridiculed or imprisoned again. Yes, yes, I know. The cutscene continues as the conversation takes a dark turn. The knave's language and tone resumes to his detached state. His words do not outlast his stare. And at this point, this is strange because I know it all so well. I would tell you of the torture she'll inflict on us if she learns you've escaped. I would. I should implore you to return, but this is also predictable. The odds are never in your favor. Why bother? The knave snaps his fingers, and sprawling playing cards flutter back up his sleeve immediately. Inflict torture on me? That's why I'd bother. Besides, I'd like to see her try. Alice makes a flourish, stabbing in the air with her vorpal blade. The knave never breaks eye contact. He does not stare at Alice. He stares at the blade. You may hold that blade in your hands, Alice, but I can tell it isn't truly yours. Not yet. As Alice grasps the hilt of the blade, it shakes in her clenched fist. She's getting angry. Tell me, how does a pointy thing affect your chances against the Queen? Your teeth pale in sharpness to hers? I see the Queen's cruelty every night when I dream, and every morning I am here, waiting for you. Sometimes you come, sometimes you don't, but this time here you are again, and it always ends the same. The same? What do you know of same? I've lived an eternity of same already. You will be captured and tortured. I will lose my head, and you will be returned to the circus. Fool's words. If you're so certain, then does your dream include this? Alice hurls her blade at the knave. He dodges the blade as it flies past him. A smash of glass is heard behind him. The blade careens into the hobby horse case, shattering it utterly. Alice's blade is returned to her by an ecstatic, freed hobby horse. Alice grabs its reins, capable of destroying defenses and shattering enemies. This clobbering, ungainly melee weapon has devastating impact up close. Useful against shielded and guarding enemies, it can be used in combo mix-ups, employing heavy blows on Alice's foes. The hobby horse has been acquired. Such anger. That is exactly how it always starts. Not that I really care. The only difference is the blade. Something always breaks when it comes to you, but you don't get much further. Alice meets his stare and she slams the hilt of her new hobby horse into the ground. I don't like your tone. But you will. Let's save some time and some injury, shall we? As always, I, after some prodding, tell you that you can proceed directly to the Queen's castle through her gardens, except the knave motions in the direction of the Queen's castle. The space in between is a floating nebula of rocks, hedges, rose bushes, and chaos. There is no way forward through that. It was all destroyed just as I arrived here. Now I'll tell you, the only way to the Queen's castle is through judgment. But that's suicide for someone like you. Someone like me? Judgment devours those heavy with guilt, and you are drowning in it. With an agitated huff, Alice turns her back to look at the path ahead. Turning back to the knave, he has disappeared. Lies peppered with nonsense. If he doesn't fancy my odds, I'll take matters into my own hands. The hobby horse brays with approval. Alone with her rabbit, Alice continues on her path. We play as Alice navigates the broken structures and floating islands that hang in the space of what was once the whole of Queensland. Her destination is the courthouse, the seat of judgment, which can be seen floating in the distance. This serves as a proving ground for all of the skills and weapons Alice has acquired thus far. She must employ movement and combat mechanics to navigate the broken landscape while fighting off the chaos. I really enjoy the little storyboard moments that we get as well with the artwork. It helps to paint a very lovely picture of what we would be playing. And look at that dress. Look at those legs. Hello. Some form of figure. We're a doll. Which fits in with the doll maker stuff. It fits in with Brumby. How that game ends. Very peculiar, this one. Given the nature of the circus and the moon and being these sort of creations, are we playing a created Alice? We're not playing as actual, real Alice, but playing as a doll, playing as a figured creation. Maybe, but why? Inspired by the lush blood red of the rose garden, this dress echoes ripples of seething anger. Alice's ferocity is contained within the innocence of a childish vessel, not yet ready to comprehend, process, or overcome her own rage. Specifically, childish vessel. And that is why we have the form of a younger Alice. The hobby horse, freed from cruel captivity, this particular hobby horse chooses to accompany Alice on her journey in Wonderland. A close-range, heavy, slow attack, high-power melee weapon. It forms the other half of the core melee combat loop alongside the Vorpal blade. The courthouse. That is so sick. Off with her head. The pointing fingers as this like really massive lighting. So cool. And wow. The crows with the eyeballs ever watching. All ways are my ways. A cutscene plays as Alice arrives at the courthouse steps, level 2, act 2. She curiously steps inside. As she does so, the knave appears suddenly from behind Alice, his playing cards fan in his fingers. The knave doesn't look up to address Alice. It is as if he is expecting her. Ah, you're not dead yet. Splendid performance, Alice. Allow me to tell you that this place is a cruel machine, guided only by rules and logic. The chess pieces here all serve the queen in an alliance of order. They all have their roles to play on her board, as do you. If you are found innocent, you will be allowed to continue on your journey to the queen. Alas, if you are found guilty, you will be sentenced to croak for eternity. So you've said, the laws should be impartial and fair. I'll take my chances. I know I'm not guilty of anything. I'm only here for the truth. Guilty. Innocent. Truth. Lies. Isn't it all just a matter of who's swinging the gavel? Power decides innocence, not the truth, Alice. Besides, your guilt is painted on your back like a picket sign. We'll see about that. I'm not the only one who should be watching their back. Oh, devilishly sharp, Alice. Let's see if it works in your favor. The scene concludes as Alice turns around to face the knave in her anger, but he has disappeared again. What follows is a sequence of challenge spaces that contain puzzles, combat arenas, and navigation challenges. These lead to a Kafka-esque main hall, a surreal embodiment of bureaucracy and brutal judgment where the combat and navigation puzzles continue while Alice's sins and crimes are read aloud by a stadium full of judges. Alice successfully completes the trials and arrives at judgment, only to be told that despite passing the trials, she's been found guilty and will be sentenced to croak for eternity. Guilty of being overly naive, innocent to a fault, curious beyond reason, and ultimately to blame for everything. Lies. Your system is corrupt. I've passed every test. There is no justice here. We play as Alice enters the halls of the courthouse. The area within the courthouse is a massive world of rules and law, constantly in a state of debate against itself. Fucking hell, man. Having Alice as the Lady Justice statue is hard. That is so cool. Oh my god. There's so many fucking cool ideas here. It's insane. That is such a cool visual. I want to see that in a game and go, whoa, cool, man. It's fantastic. That's really sick right there. Good shit. Good shit. We play as Alice enters the halls of the courthouse. The area within is a massive world of rules and law. So, they debate about itself. Right and wrong, mess and order, law and disorder. Chess pieces scramble and scurry about here. Alice's notices are both a mix of both white and red pieces, knights, peons, rooks, and bishops muttering and hopping about the court halls. As Alice is recognized, the chess pieces fall silent. They all stare. Whatever is the matter with you all, I'm simply passing through. Leave me be. They all point at Alice and begin whispering to one another. The word trial is increasingly heard from the jittery crowd of whispering chess pieces. They agree in unison with the spoken word. Yes, a trial. Then escalating shouts of, trial! She must be made to stand trial for her crimes. Yells echo in the marble checkered halls. The doors from which Alice entered slam shut, and she is trapped. Determined and unfettered, Alice pushes on. I have nothing to fear. Flashbanged by the design Bible. A short cutscene plays as the knave's laughter is heard echoing through the hall. He's been watching the proceedings in the audience chambers above Alice. He points his finger and childishly exclaims, Told you so. Nah, ha. Alice is furious, so furious that she bursts into flames as she screams her rage at the mechanical face of judgment. Encountering a cavalry of gavel-wielding chess pieces, Alice fights against the court's forces in unrelenting combat. As she attacks them, it is revealed the chess pieces are infected with chaos. And we have the Inferno mode unlocked, as opposed to Hysteria, where Alice triggers the state automatically when her health is low, and that's automatically in this one. Instead of a button press, Inferno is a super meter that builds by chaining large combo hits and defeating enemies in repeated rapid succession. So it's a reward for skilled combat performance. The Inferno bar is sustained only through specific item pickups or increased successfully via continued perfect combat execution. And what's really cool about this is the way that Alice and her character and her story is so deeply entwined with fire, with that trauma of the house and her family. But also, like in Madness Returns, in those memories, they bring up she was always my prime suspect. She has such a fascination with fire, like little pyromaniac. You know, I really like that element has worked its way into gameplay as well. It's great. She goes Super Saiyan. It's fucking sick. And it just makes sense. The blind judge. Your fate is sealed. Drown in your guilt. Man, that's so fun. The blind judge moves with unnatural and flowing motion, like she is underwater. Her hair appears as if suspended in low gravity. The boss's attacks are well broadcast, then sudden and violent in their execution. Damage phases are triggered by matching the symbol above her head to attacking the symbol carved into her hands, representative of stigmata. Tip the scales in your favor. Uncoupling the scales hanging from the boss will trigger the second phase, in which the boss will split in half. Attacks are faster and more aggressive until the combat encounter is over. I like the notable description of it's like she's underwater and the hair in low gravity. That's very fun. And here's the thing, while I'm reading this thing and going, this is so cool and, you know, yada, yada, yada. Couldn't you only wish that video game executives read design Bibles with the same enthusiasm? They're like flicking through, reading it and going, oh man, cool. Yeah. Imagine if they had human souls within them. And then they would greenlight creative endeavors. Defeat the blind judge. After Alice defeats the chess pieces, a boss fight with a massive, multi-limbed, chaos-corrupted judge unfolds. Gigantic gavels smash the ground, and Alice must memorize symbols that appear above the judge's head, which correspond to attacking the order of each of the judge's 4 hands. Upon her triumph over the corrupted judge, a cutscene begins. Alice is met with a slow clapping sound. She looks up to match her eyes with the Shadow, who is applauding her violence. Ashen tendrils spew out from the body of the Shadow, which continue to spread and consume the area. Writhing masses of chaos and darkness are everywhere in the court halls. The Shadow toys with Alice. You truly are learning, young girl. There is no justice, only the justice we take for ourselves. A lesson you must learn, just as I did. Your monstrous violence puts a swift end to those who challenge you. You're the monster. You're to blame for this corruption. Am I? Perhaps you too should take a closer look in the mirror. After all, it's all your fault. Alice ignites in fury again, but it is in vain. With a simple click of the Shadow's fingers, the floor opens beneath Alice's feet, and she's dropped screaming into the darkness. The Shadow smiles, satisfied, and only utters a single word. Guilty. The Shadow manifesting form concept. It's very interesting that we seem to have our chaos version of Alice being in more control of Wonderland than our current Alice right here. Isn't that interesting? Ooh, wow, cool. The red and white chess pieces, which what I love about this is retaining the original, very fucked up, strange art style of the original. Like the eyeball pawns as well. The king and queen. Like, I will say this. When I look at this king, I can remember the face of the king from the first game. Isn't that crazy? And it's right there. Look at this curious thing though, because you've got Alice, and then I guess you've got Lizzie, you've got your fleshy tentacled queen. How cool! So they're having some form of confrontation while they're in an embrace, and the whole war's going on. The courthouse, level 2, act 2. Alice's appearance, judgment's omen dress. Right or wrong, peace or turmoil, inner light or eternal darkness. There are questions yet to be confronted by Alice's building anger. Which path will she choose? A strategy is required for Alice to overcome all the pieces in play. So good. Look at the Inferno super moves, by the way. Look at this artwork. It's gorgeous. Vorpal Storm, Scorching Blade, Firestorm, Speed Demon, Molten Steel, and Phoenix. I like that it's Phoenix, but it's also butterfly wings. That's really cool because, you know, that just fits in with the imagery. This is cool as fuck. Look at this. Look at that. That's crazy. How did, how do you not see this one page and not immediately say, make that game right now, get to work? This is the page. You show this one page. Hey, I want to make a game. Got a design Bible. Here's one page. And they see this and they go, make that game right now. On that alone. That's what I want to see. Oh, man, that is crazy. The Slumber. We're back to Slumber Encounter 3. Alice Asylum original audio, The Gates of Rootlage, arranged by Alex Crowley. Alice stands on fire with rage before the caterpillar sat atop his mushroom. The scene is filled with heat and smoke. Alice burns in rage. She lashes out in frustration, destroying a mushroom and sending debris flying. Anger is a mask for all other emotions. Anger is without meaning. A fire that simply burns and destroys inwards and outwards. What lies beneath anger is what matters. And what lies beneath? Caterpillar blows fiery smoke as the scene dissolves. Truth. Hospital, 1863. The scene is presented in a dreamlike style of muted colors and uncertain lines. Alice's avatar is solid and normal, wearing her nightgown, while other characters in the scene are presented as transparent specters, not solid, unable to interact with, cannot touch, or be touched by Alice. 1863. So in 1876, Alice is 20. So, she's born in 1856. So she's only, in the hospital of 1863, she's only 7. Yeah, Alice was born in 1856. So she's 7 here. In regards to 1863. Oh man, and it's bringing back more of that Asylum shitty imagery. Bumby's there too. Ah man. We play as Alice has an outer body experience. She is walking through a memory. Alice watches a past version of herself act out her own memories. This past version of herself is younger than Alice is now. This is an 11-year-old Alice, a younger child, a child of fire. Interesting, okay. The timing feels a little bit strange then. Hospital 1863. She was born in 1856. So she should be 7. But then I guess, you know, who cares? It's probably blending a few things together in that sense. We play as 11-year-old Alice, the child of fire. Like a macabre play, Alice follows as the scenes unfold around her, following the small ethereal memory of Alice. The player is pulled through the scene, flashes of Alice taken from her burning home to the hospital, on a stretcher, and tended to by nurses and doctors. Alice's internal voice narrates, distorted and broken. I don't know what they expected of me. A world blown apart in the span of a night. I was bruised and burnt. At the hospital, they treated my obvious wounds. But left attended the damage they could not see. We play as Alice explores the corridors of the hospital, weaving a path that ends at Alice's room. Here we see our first glimpse of the family doctor and another unknown figure, Bumby and Radcliffe. That man, the centaur. A telltale glimmer of Bumby's glasses in the darkness mimic those Alice saw in her past slumber encounter in her burning home. Alice encounters the younger memory of herself. The player watches as the memory of Alice is on her bed, seemingly unconscious. A shadow form violently shakes from within her small, unmoving body, her face rising upward in a ghastly scream. Voices are overheard. This is quite interesting in the sense of, like, we know what happens with Bumby. We know about Madness Returns. We know about that story, that revelation, redoing those memories, you know, collecting them. And then this game is exploring these memories and these flashbacks in a different way and kind of doing it again, which is kind of interesting. Ha! The fools think it's a miracle she survived. A miracle? If only they knew the meticulous level of planning and execution in the dance. Our little dove lives another day. To what tune will she sing? She's young, pliable, a fresh canvas ready to be painted. An event like this will be naturally suppressed, a survival mechanism. I will make sure of it. You had better be right. Not only her survival depends on that, Angus. Radcliffe shakes a black notebook at Bumby for added emphasis. Radcliffe and Bumby, the centaur. I know these men. That's the big reveal of this moment then, that it wasn't Bumby acting alone and covering things up and people not being able to, like, see what's going on. He had an accomplice in on this shit too. Radcliffe was tied in with him in a way that he knows what's going on here. which is fucked. And so he's got a little black book. You got a little black book? That little black book might be the thing that Alice needs to get some justice. I mean, maybe not for Bumby, who's, currently splayed out across the train tracks, but it could bring Radcliffe into it. We'll see if that book still exists. The scene cuts and we see flashes of violence. Alice fighting the doctors and nurses. The shadow self flashing out from the child's body. Police visiting her room, notebooks in hand. Alice stabbing a doctor with a scalpel. The shadow's face imposed over the child's. In my silence, the rage grew, a hysteria of unbelievable power. As it took over, the anger began to appear as a madness, and from that madness blossomed a bouquet of accusations, and the more they accused me, the more the anger grew, until the scenes of violence warp and dissipate. A deathly quiet new scene begins. Alice sits, rocking backward and forth. She is mentally broken in her asylum cell. She speaks to herself. She is alone, but accuses and argues with herself as if she is two people. Two halves of Alice's psyche are locked in conflict with one another. You stupid little girl, it's all your fault. It's all your fault they're dead. It's all your fault we're here. No, I didn't know. I couldn't do anything. I tried to save them. Liar, you are too weak to do what must be done. You have no purpose here, no strength. I only hear the moans of a blind, worthless child. I don't want to be here. I want to go home. There is no home for you here. This is my fight, and you are in my way. I will leave you behind. You are too weak to walk this path. Please, let me come with you. No, you cannot save us, just like you couldn't save them. But I will save us, alone, and away from your damned naivety. Go away. You are not welcome here. Man. The way that this is, tying into, obviously, like, how you talk to yourself and how that can affect your mental health is a true and very real thing. Self-depreciating communication and putting yourself down and that sort of stuff. Like, you make that stuff real, because like the way that you lock in on thoughts, you end up, you make your own reality. You really do in those ways. There's a lot of stuff that is affected. There's a lot of stuff that can affect people externally, obviously, that changes those things and makes it varying levels of difficulty. But your thoughts can determine your reality. Like the mind over matter thing. And fuck me, I wish that I could figure out what's going on here. But, it's not that simple. And, mental health, depression, trauma, all those things, it's not just, you don't just get cured of it and move on. Like, these things come in waves. You could have a really good time for quite a while and feel so good on top of the world, and then it can come back again. Like it's a wave. And sometimes those waves will get you. Sometimes you'll be able to ride the wave. And people do this often when they're on medication and they're having a good time because the meds are working and they're feeling like they're on top of their ocean. The waves aren't bringing them down. And then they stop taking their meds and then and it just starts again. So, I feel fine. I don't need to take my meds. Yeah, it's a mess of mind over matter, but a lot of outward factors. Plus the world is kind of fucked up. So it makes it really hard to be in a good state of mind most of the time. But you have to keep trying. But here we are with Alice beating herself up and seeing the consequences of that. Alice's eyes darken. In a scene reminiscent of a spiritual possession, Alice crouched in a corner surrounded by nurses and orderlies. We see the shadow split from the child self. The critical moment of separation where child Alice is sent to the circus deep within the snow globe, and shadow Alice becomes the dominant personality in Alice Little. That's crazy. You sent me to a new asylum, one of my own making. It was decided I would not survive our cruel reality. As the ghost of the child's spirit falls to the ground into darkness, the shadow takes over, and Alice's body springs like a feral beast toward her oppressors. This is what I was talking about when I was at the very beginning, when we were looking at the document, because I was talking about Asylum. And I was like, well, it might not necessarily mean the asylum, because asylum can mean many things. It could also be her own personal prison, because, a prison can go with you wherever. You can carry that with you. So Alice got compartmentalized into a little fantasy circus. And that's the Alice that we're playing as for the beginning parts of the game there, in that sense. And the Shadow Alice that has more control over Wonderland is here, the dominant personality. Shadow Alice's warped inner voice narrates, blending the voices of the Shadow and Alice herself. We are one and the same, two halves that form the whole. And I wasn't strong enough to carry our burdens. The gentle and hopeful part of me was severed. I was left behind in the darkness, forgotten forever. Flashes of the shadow in child's face merge as Alice screams, cries, and stares vacantly with darkness in her eyes. Dark ooze runs from her mouth and drips from her eyes. The scene cuts to black and ends with a whisper. Play your useless games, child. Chapter end. Level 2, Act 3. Croquet forever. Win the game, play by your own rules, find the queen. Alice falls, her scream grows louder until her dress pops open and she floats gently to the ground below. A large wooden sign announces, "Welcome to Croquet, play forever." We play as Alice navigates a series of platforms, pulling switches and engaging levers to progress. A crowd of rabble is heard in the distance. As Alice approaches, it is revealed that a motley assortment of other Wonderland inmates are here, and have been forever. They appear lost, mismatched, and bicker endlessly amongst each other. They each wave croquet mallets around. Fish people, derelict and broken chess pieces, frogs walking upright on their hind legs, a peacock and some disgraced card guards all fight amongst themselves. They do not notice Alice floating to the ground behind them. Within earshot of the crowd, a cutscene plays out. Alice witnesses the mob surrounding a single Wonderland citizen, a fish person, complete in top hat and smart yet worn attire, begs for mercy from the crowd. The crowd surrounding him is in an uproar. They scream at and prod him with their mallets, a raucous symphony of angry accusations of "You lost and you know the rules, punish him, last place." He has no replies and instead only cowers under the accusations, nervously fidgeting with his top hat, now in his flippers. His large eyes dart about as he eyes an escape. There is none. As Alice approaches, she can only watch in horror as the fish person is quickly picked up, held in the air, and bent in half by a burly rook chess piece. As the fish person's spine snaps, the crowd cheers. His flipper's head and feet are wedged into the ground, forming a fresh new croquet wicket on the course. On closer inspection, all wickets on the course are formed by the corpses of former players. A multitude of Wonderland citizens of all shapes and sizes litter the course in varying states of decay. The players cheer again even, and assume their starting position. Alice stands dumbstruck. No time to explain, the match is starting. We play as Alice is handed a croquet mallet and told to get to her starting place. With no one in charge, the motley crew operate with the miserable precision of performers who have completed the same routine beyond count. The players eye Alice suspiciously as she rolls the mallet in her hands. Croquet mallet acquired. An old favorite. Hit stun unlocked, prone to shockingly violent episodes. The croquet mallet allows for trick shot styled range trajectory shots. Its perk is centered around shock and can electrify and stun enemies. So they get to bring back that. Its secondary fire lobs bouncing hedgehogs, nice, which ricochet off walls and obstacles until they connect with an enemy, impaling them on their spines. Alice, staggering at the revelation of how she came to be here, does not want to play. She has other things to worry about and must escape. I don't want to play these games anymore, but if I must, I'll play by my own rules. With no clear way forward, Alice must play. We play as Alice engages in an epic game of croquet played across a landscape of floating islands. The game mixes some of the traditional rules with elements of racing, combat, and surreal nonsense. It's broken into chapters that increase in difficulty from tutorial to final test, giving Alice a chance to improve her abilities before progressing to more challenging sections. It's explained to Alice that no one ever wins the game because the other players are always offered a chance to thwart the success or escape of their fellow inmates. If they would work together, they might escape one by one, but no one is ever willing to let that happen. And the situation is made more urgent by the fact that chaos is slowly overtaking this area. As much as this is a prison that they talk about, where, hey, we could get out of here one by one and allow each other to succeed and work together, but nobody wants to allow that to happen because they don't want to be the last one out. They want to be the first one out. They don't want someone else to get out and they potentially be trapped, so they get a little bit selfish and nobody works together. That happens in real life a lot. A lot of people get very self-serving in that sense. That there's so much progress that we as a human culture could make in a very nice way. And we don't, because we're too busy killing each other. And it is such a shame. It is such a shame. Humanity's progress is constantly stunted by humanity, ironically, and it's very unfortunate. So this is just, the way that they interpret a lot of the ways that people interact with each other and working that in with mental health narratives is great. It's really well done. And I keep saying that for good reason, I think. So no one's ever willing to let that happen, and the situation is made more urgent by the fact that the chaos is slowly overtaking the area. Bickering inmates squabble endlessly, even as they are consumed by chaos. The dark miasma spreads in a similar fashion from what Alice saw in the courtroom. She knows she must escape. Alice brings more than a croquet mallet to the battle. We play as Alice uses her other weapons and skills, and she manages to cheat her way to victory. The first the croquet game has ever seen, and earns herself a pardon. As Alice retrieves the pardon, she begins floating upwards, back towards the familiar sky of the Queen's domain. As she looks down on the other players, Alice calls out, "You're all hopeless. If you opened your eyes and worked together, you could escape this terrible place too." The other contestants of the game simply look up, pause, and resume smacking one another with their mallets. They squabble until they are all consumed by chaos. Alice shakes her head, then focuses on her own path. Not everyone can be saved, but you'll do nicely. Alice holds onto the hand of her rabbit and looks down at him. The rabbit squirms excitedly in approval as Alice steadies her resolve, gazing at the sky. Chapter end. Level 2, Act 3. Chapter summary. Croquet mallet. Obtained from playing Grisly games. Unique tank, turret, tower defense styled ranged attack that offers technical and tricky combat options. Effective crowd control are possible if Alice balances the high risk, high reward scenario when it comes to aiming and firing the weapon. You get some bounce in there. It's so cool of them like working in all of these weapons once again in different ways with a bunch of different attack resources and abilities and quirks and alternate attacks. So sick. Big fan. Such a good concept. Wish I could play it. The road to royalty in the anger and judgment realm. Furious and furious-er. A scene opening cutscene plays as Alice and her rabbit companion land safely on their feet back in the Queen's domain. The knave is waiting once again. He doesn't quip at Alice this time, but still looks bored. She walks up to him confidently. They all stand at a crossroads with signs pointing, "Play again, play again, play again," in all directions. You pass through judgment, so not guilty, Alice. Hooray. He stares and nonchalantly throws a half-hearted wad of confetti about, along with a few loose cards. They flutter to the ground, and the knave makes no attempt to retrieve them. It's clear one can be guilty of many things and yet still walk about freely. Am I to believe there is no justice except that which we make for ourselves, or that we simply make excuses for ourselves, perhaps? Don't flatter yourself. It's rare, but we've had this discussion before. And it still bores me. Whatever answer you deem sufficient, it will not matter to the Queen. She is powerful. Simply too powerful. The knave's expression freezes in fear for only a moment. His eyes glaze, but he snaps out of it and continues nonchalantly. Besides, the judgment of the court and the action of her fury are no more bound together than your head to your body when she wishes it removed. You don't have to go back to the circus, but at least don't continue on this path anymore. The path is impossible. Please, it's madness. Impossibility and your interpretation of madness be damned. I'd rather live in my own delusions than in a cage. When you have a goal in mind, any direction is better than none. Besides, I have a guide. He seems far more useful than you. Alice motions to her rabbit doll, who winks and indicates the direction forward. We play as a victorious Alice follows the rabbit, navigates her way towards the Queen's castle, across a series of broken islands filled with despondent card guards and a constant threat of chaos creatures. Alice hops, floats, climbs, and battles until the Queen's castle is in view. Alice arrives at a ridge overlooking the final approach to the Queen's castle. The knave is already waiting for her. He appears surprised by meeting Alice here. No confetti this time. I'm fresh out, and we're still talking. And you're not bleeding. You're still here. What is this? The knave snaps to attention. Alice, something is different. The way forward is a battleground. The Queen's forces are under attack from all sides. The Court of Judgment itself is corrupted, and now wages war against the Queen. Even if it were wise to see the Queen, you cannot make it across this impassable obstacle. Darkness is everywhere, Alice. Look at it. Words defeat intent more often than actions, and I've had quite enough being told what I can and cannot do for my own sake or safety. I'll let my actions speak for themselves, think you? The knave begins to speak, but is cut off as Alice leaps into the fray. He is left frantically consulting his cards. We are doing something different here. We play as a determined Alice follows the rabbit doll through a series of floating islands containing chunks of hedges, trenches, wrecked walls, and toppled towers. An epic battle rages between the Queen's forces and chaos creatures with a large representation of corrupted chess pieces among their ranks, fighting across numerous combat arenas and precarious platforming. We play as Alice frantically dashes across the shattered hellscape. The card guards desperately employ cannons, firebombs, and other heavy weaponry to keep the chaos creatures and corrupted chess pieces at bay. They are failing. The scenes of near-random destruction explode around Alice, making a haphazard and constantly changing path for Alice to find a way forward. Pressing closer and closer to the gates of the Queen's castle, Alice spies a platoon of card guards raising the drawbridge, her only point of entry into the castle, and only respite from the battlefield around her. With hordes of chaos creatures now pursuing Alice and the rabbit, we play as a series of cinematic QTE transpire, quick-time events. Alice must dash across the bridge, dashing attacks from her pursuers, evading incoming cannon fire, eventually leaping from the chaos-infested crumbling bridge as it raises, sending dangerous debris falling down behind her. As soon as Alice and her rabbit passes the castle threshold, a portcullis of red tentacles seals the gateway behind her, the flesh solidifying and preventing further chaos from entering the castle. Chapter end. The Queen's Castle, Level 2, Act 5. Anger and judgment continues. She can't be far away. That's sick. It looks, and it's very similar aesthetically to the Infernal Train. It's that same sort of like hugely gothic red, you know? It's the Infernal Train, but a castle. The Queen's Castle, of course. The echo of cannon fire dims as Alice wanders the monolithic marble corridors of the Queen's Castle. Hordes of gravely injured or slaughtered card guards litter the halls. Blood is everywhere. Alice's cavalier attitude is tempered as she witnesses the realities of unbridled chaos. Kneeling beside a dying card guard, Alice speaks. Such despair, such suffering. For what?
Chaos cannot be allowed to rule, Alice. It's outside, seeping in.
The card guard grips Alice's arm, pulling her closer.
Once chaos reigns inside our own walls, Alice, all is lost.
A deep and fearsome bellow is heard echoing through the halls, followed by more screams. The card guard's eyes widen in fear as he succumbs.
We're all too late.
Leaving the dead guards, we play as Alice explores the labyrinthine halls inside the Queen's castle. Regal cloth of blood-red drapes from the ceilings, tattered and swaying in the breeze. Alice's footsteps clack across the marble floors, encountering locked doors. Alice will need to locate the correct keys in order to progress. Encounters with chaos will occur as the corrupted forces ambush Alice in the halls. Crashing in through windows, breaking walls, or springing from the shadows, the castle interior is riddled with strife. Infested card guards, chess pieces, and Queen's Court chaos creatures roam the halls. We have the Boojum choir leader. We have the Boojums. We have the Royal Mimics, which is fucking cool. So they could be like a little item or like a chest that you open, and it could be cakes or it could be spider. Yeah, that's cool. So if Alice can find the key to open these items, she runs the chance of finding a reward or coming face to face with dire consequences. And chaos corrupted card guards that are even more brutal than the last ones that we saw. Very cool little arrangements here, these ones.
He's back.
He's back. The Executioner has returned, chaos infested. Off with their heads, all of them. The Executioner is initially an indestructible enemy that must be avoided and outwitted in high horror evasion sections of gameplay. However, he can be stunned, and clever use of surroundings and available abilities will help throw him off your trail. As the Shadow's corruption takes hold of the Executioner, the Fiend will become increasingly erratic. Combat and platforming sections are spaced between stealth and high horror themed sections. In dimly lit and near pitch black areas, Alice will need to outsmart and navigate past a gigantic chaos corrupted Executioner. I just did this in Madness Returns. This is very familiar. Eventually, she is discovered in a tower in the castle by the Fiend. With her escape barred, Alice will be forced to face the Executioner in combat. So we play as a mini-boss battle takes place. With Alice's weapons largely ineffective, Alice will need to destroy the floor around her, dropping massive chunks of debris down onto the Executioner while evading his attacks. Alice will eventually completely destroy the floor. A cutscene will play, showing the corrupted Executioner falling into the deep in a near-endless abyss besides Alice. While she deftly floats to her feet into the depths of Queen's Castle, the Executioner's gigantic body splats into chunky gibs as it slams into the marble. As the chaos dissipates around Alice, the Executioner's gigantic scythe also shatters, effectively ending his threat. Dusting herself off, a lopsided sign rots above the entrance where Alice lands. The Dungeons. Executioner partially and fully corrupted gets much more grim reapery. Or I guess it's the Executioner's hood. And our fancy dress that we have as we plunge into the abyss together. The Dungeons, level 2, Act 6. Level 2 is huge. There's so much in level 2. Wow, that's weird. Scene opening cutscene plays as Alice and her rabbit examining their surroundings in the depths of the dungeons underneath the Queen's castle. The knave is waiting. Once again, his demeanor is jittery, scared, and uncertain. A conversation unfolds between them. Alice, you're here. Don't you see? You're not safe. Look. The knave shows Alice cards in his hand. No matter which card he retrieves, all are death tarot cards. The chaos has breached the walls, continue, and soon it will breach your mind, but there is no way back now. You are beyond a point of no return. I don't care what you or your cards say. I don't intend to return. I only know I'm getting further ahead. To what exactly I am uncertain. All I know is I keep encountering chaos, monsters, you. This would all be a lot easier if you just take me directly to the Queen. You obviously know the way, having met me at every turn. How did you get here? Tell me. The knave assesses Alice. He reshuffles his cards, and they are once again out of sight, with a sleight of hand flourish. We're still playing, Alice. I'm not meant to show you all the cards I'm holding. That would be cheating. I still have my role to play. If I reveal the ending, she will take my head instead. The knave shudders and looks down the dungeon halls. One way or another, I'll see this through, with or without your help. My help. My help comes from steering you away, Alice. That's what I am meant to do. You don't make it this far. The odds of this happening are impossible. Through the dungeons, no one knows the right way. I've only heard you must now make your way upwards to survive. It would appear, after a deep fall, the only way to go is up. There are no bars keeping the prisoners here, only anger and confusion. These cells aren't meant for you. Then who are they meant for? Alice steps through the door. As soon as she does, a thick, rusted iron portcullis slams behind Alice. The knave and Alice are separated once again. So, it's taken me until this point for me to have this thought, which is kind of funny. I should have thought about this a couple of times, a couple of encounters before this. I think the knave is in some way, shape, or form, for some reason, the Cheshire Cat. Because, as we've noticed, we're in level 2, Act 6 of Alice Asylum, and I've only seen something that kind of looks like the Cheshire Cat in the circus setting of, like, they're all together, but they're all fake. I think that the forced smile and the wide eyes of of our knave here, I think this is the Cheshire Cat. It might not be, but it's in the way that the Cheshire Cat can appear wherever and whenever, and knows things, and is that type of character. The knave is serving quite a similar presence in the story in that way of appearing, and they have a little bit of this conversation, which is why things are not quite right. Because that's the thing that I was saying is we spoke with Caterpillar first, not Cheshire Cat, and Cheshire Cat has still not appeared, and he's such a crucial element. So it's obviously being intentionally withheld or changed. So we'll have to find out. We'll see how we go. But yeah, I'm like, I can't believe it's taken me until now, because I was like reading that being like, wow, this guy is very Cheshire Cat-like actually. So there you go. We have some dungeon wardens of varying degrees of designs here. The corridors of madness, you navigate the dungeons. There is no clear sense of up or down. Non-Euclidean geometry forms a spectacle of gravity-defying spatial puzzles. Undeterred, we play as Alice navigates the multi-dimensional labyrinth of stairs and walkways seeking higher ground. The lower levels contain the most confused paths, and are also the most confused prisoners. There are insane children, nightmarish nurses and doctors, and random wonderland creatures. Trapped in madness, they ignore Alice as she moves upwards past them. They represent targets of Alice's anger that least deserve it, pure innocents who had nothing to do with her trauma. Angry red light illuminates this area in shafts and pools, some static, some moving. When Alice attempts to move or fight while inside these pools of light, the result is erratic and unpredictable. Shots fired forward, slice off at wild angles, jumps in one direction send Alice flying in another direction. The only way to make sure of the result is to avoid the red light. Upon reaching the second level of the dungeon, the paths and walkways become less confused. We play as Alice navigates through the second level. The middle level contains a mix of abstract, angry characters, Asylum orderlies, Dina the cat, and faceless, shambling representations of Alice's family. And we have Clockwork and Asylum variants. God damn. Lurking in the shadows, scrapers lay in wait as still as statues. Sound plays a key role in identifying their location and state. The telltale scrape of their bladed arms along the ground give Alice a chance to pinpoint their location as they move. Getting stalked by clockwork beasties. Chaos creatures appear here in small batches, taking over the inhabitants of this level and forcing Alice into battle. These prisoners represent targets of Alice's anger, closer to the core of her trauma. Upon reaching the third level of the dungeon, the paths and walkways take on a museum-like appearance. I love the MC Escher style concept art. Prisoners are here willingly, and they place themselves on pedestals where they are constantly bathed in angry red light. Alice sees macabre, twisted representations of her sister Lizzie, Pris Witless, an elderly cunning nurse, and an odd, multi-limbed train conductor. His two eyes glint in the red light, a hint at Dr. Bumby. When turned into chaos creatures, these characters transform into alternate, more twisted and violent representations of their relevance to Alice. The final pedestal is found in a massive cathedral-like room with a high domed ceiling. The room is empty, save for a small ornate mirror in the center of the room. The frame is severely burnt. Alice stands a few heads above the mirror in height. Childish laughter, wind-up toy gears, and the tunes of a disjointed music box plays as faint echoes. Fire can be heard crackling as Alice draws nearer to the mirror. As Alice approaches, a cutscene plays. Kneeling down to look in the small mirror, Alice recoils when she sees an even younger version of herself in the mirror. This girl's appearance is the same as the memory Alice followed in the Asylum Slumber memory scenes prior. It is the Child of Fire. The little girl in her reflection stares back and deftly steps out through the mirror. Face to face with her much younger self, Alice talks to her younger, living reflection. Inner child, man. Alice A., the Child of Fire, CF, and the Shadow will engage in a conversation as a precursor to a confrontation. The cinematic exchange takes place as follows. Who are you? Why are you here? The small child talks with monotone glibness, never breaking eye contact with Alice. I am a prisoner here, like you. I have been kept here for a long time. I am the focus of her eternal anger. Typo in the design Bible, that's why this game didn't get made. I have been kept her for a long time. The girl from the mirror continues. You always blamed yourself for their deaths. Even now, a part of you still does. I am the part of you that was there, in the fire. I couldn't save them. The younger girl starts to well up. Black tears form in her eyes. She blames me. She thought it was all my fault. I couldn't save them. She's come back to find you, too. I am just a memory of that time. I cannot change what happened. Another voice, thick with contempt, with words as sharp as daggers, cuts the air. That pathetic little memory is just as responsible for my pain. Alice turns to find the Shadow, angrily approaching the younger memory, a warped ethereal blade in hand. Blind leading the blind, if only you both knew how truly useless you are. Weakness, the Shadow says, looking at Alice. And failure. The Shadow spits out the words at the tiny memory. With a blink, the Shadow dips into the thick miasma of shadow at her feet and deftly reforms, reappearing behind the youngest girl from the mirror. The Shadow places a hand on the small girl's shoulder. The little memory trembles in fear. Tightening her grip, the Shadow looks down at the small child. Through jagged teeth, she spits. Useless memories. I'm so sorry, sniffles the mirror child to the Shadow through her tears. Must be purged if we are to survive. The Shadow's clawed, dark hand pierces the back of the child. Tendrils and gnarled fingers protrude from her chest as the young memory manifested is consumed and converted into a chaos creature. As the tiny memory bubbles, gurgles, and writhes in agony, the Shadow challenges Alice. Purgatory, form, concept. What do you know of my trauma, of fire, of death? Is it finally time for you to learn, or will you run back to the circus and play with your toys? I'm not afraid of you. You fear me. Stupid girl, more lies. I'm the reason you're even here. You couldn't have survived what I did. Alice drops her blade slightly. The Shadow continues. We'll meet again. Maybe next time you'll speak more sense. I expect more from you than the ramblings of another pathetic, blind child. At the provocation, Alice lunges forward, but the shadow simply smirks and disappears in a cloud of smoke. Oh, bro. Child of Fire is a new enemy, confronting a guilty past baptized in fire. A ferociously corrupted memory from Alice's past, this visage is linked to the deaths of Alice's family in the fire. Attacking with rapid movements and wall scaling abilities, the chains that bind are also the chains that can break. Turning to face the newly formed chaos creature from the body of the Child of Fire, Alice is faced with the grotesque manifestation of suffering. We play as a combat encounter begins between Alice and the chaos-consumed Child of Fire. The chaos creature is a formidable opponent, a mini-boss capable of extending long chain-like tentacles, using them for both attack, defense, and rapid spider-like movement. The chains lash out and instantly transform other nearby NPCs that pour in from the dungeons into ferocious chaos creatures. Alice employs all of her movement and combat skills to defeat the Child of Fire and the other chaos-consumed enemies. Once defeated, a cutscene plays. The combat encounter with the corrupted Child of Fire ends with a final spasmodic chain lashing out to consume Alice. Before it can strike, Alice's plush rabbit jumps out in front of the strike, and his body takes the blow. Chaos begins to consume the rabbit. No. This is a brutal boss fight. Kill your own inner child on fire, and then your rabbit sacrifices itself to save you. He starts to convulse in Alice's arms as the Child of Fire rears up to strike again. Red fleshy tentacles swarm around Alice and her rabbit, and they are deftly whipped upwards away from danger. The flaming abomination screams wildly in the depths of the dungeons, remaining trapped far below. Alice and her rabbit rapidly approach the ceiling, and the dome over Alice's head opens up, and they are both pulled through the ceiling. Hanging in midair by a mass of tentacles, they come face to face with the furious Queen of Hearts. Chapter end. So we were saved, pulled away with her tentacles from the Child of Fire. Oh man, okay. Wow. All right, so So we've had so many different interpretations of the Queen of Heart now. You know? We've had fleshy monstrosity that was taking multiple faces and forms as we fought her in the first game. The second one, where she takes the form of Lizzie, I believe, from Alice's description, and much younger. And now we've gone more into this, and we've got the little, like, cartoon icon, which we've seen that the very, like, cartoony, obtuse, large queen. But look at this. Much older form of the queen here, while the mechanics and the tentacles still remain, and the knave is here. The throne room, level 2, act 7. In anger and judgment, unfit to rule and unable to serve, confront the Queen of Hearts. A scene opening plays as the Queen of Hearts glares at Alice atop her throne. The knave is here once again. His demeanor is panicked, confused, and terrified. A tense and furious conversation unfolds between them all. What have you done? You are not meant to be here. The knave is beside the Queen, and he explains that Alice has refused to follow his instruction, never once returned to the circus, and has allowed the chaos to infest wherever she goes. He babbles frantically, even mentioning that, my words, my cards, it had always worked, but she's never come this far before. The odds, they don't add up. This is new, Your Majesty. We haven't had this conversation. Until, silence, knave. You will speak when spoken to. Your failure will be punished. And as for you, her terrifying gaze fixates on Alice. You will speak only the words that are deemed worthy of your place here, the words chosen for you. Alice retorts sharply. My words and my choices are my own, and I have no desire to follow your script, your show, or your rules any more. Damn that circus, and damn you. I demand that you release me and my friend from this prison of lies. The rabbit mumbles and struggles, writhing in the tentacles. He is clearly suffering as the chaos infects him. Release you, little girl. We are here because of you, because of your inability to grow, because of your inability to learn, because of your immeasurable failures, your unwillingness to comply. You are dangerous, and we are all but peons in your own circus of madness. I never wanted to be here. The choice was not yours to make. We are forced to act in the place of a child. This is not your prison. These walls are your own sanctuary. You cannot face the dangers and truths in your being. You cannot best your own darkness. You never could. So you are protected, shielded, buried, and hidden away from it. And now your own chaos spreads freely to our world. This madness overflows unchallenged. It's destroying my beautiful roses and laying waste to my gardens. To what end? To satisfy your endless curiosity? No. You weren't ready then, and you aren't ready now. Already you failed, needing my direct intervention to save you from certain destruction once again. Alice looks down at the floor. Chains and screams from the dungeons are heard clinking distantly. You toy with things you cannot possibly comprehend. We are not your playthings, child. The Queen's tone softens, if but for a moment. We have just as much to lose as you do. Alice opens her mouth to interject, but is muffled by a tentacle wrapping around her face. Alice is quickly disarmed as the vorpal blade is wrenched free from her grip by another of the Queen's tentacles. Must I say it again? You can't go free. You're here for your own protection, and no amount of pleading, no daring escape attempt has ever changed that fact. The Queen points at Alice. You will be returned to your place in the circus, once again immediately locked away, straight to your room, and no supper, ever again. To the knave, for your failures in convincing the girl to return to the circus, you will be relieved of your head. And then pointing at the rabbit, and this chaos-infested rodent filth will be cast into the dungeon forever. Members of the Queen's card guards move in to behead the knave. He mumbles to himself as he drops to his knees. The Queen of Hearts, ruler of Queensland, monarch of lies. The King's Head being here, and yes, this form of the Queen is amazing. All I did was follow the rules, the role chosen for me. This isn't how it's supposed to end. How could it end? What are the possibilities of change? What cards are still up my sleeve? The knave's eyes light up. The dungeons once again open up. For the rabbit to be cast into, the knave grins. With a slate trick of his hands, he breaks free from the card guard's grasp. As he does so, he dismembers his captors by hurling a flurry of razor-sharp playing cards at them. The deck slices and dices until he is free. Alice is still restrained and the tentacles suffocating. Lining up his shot, the knave cuts Alice's vorpal blade free. The severed tentacle splats to the ground as the Queen roars. Two-faced runt, how dare you break the rules? We all must play with the cards we are dealt, your majesty. He mockingly bows, and Alice catches the blade as it spins in the air. Alice bursts into a rage, and her vorpal blade snacks through her tentacle restraints. Rules be damned. Time to make our own. The remaining card guards are eviscerated. The knave activates the lever operating the dungeons, closing the hatch to the depths below, with the rabbit still in her tentacled grasp. The Queen is bemused. Far different than the other times, indeed. The Queen's words hang. Alice and the knave stand side by side, with a furious bellow. But it matters not. You will all do as you're told. The embodiment of Alice's anger and confusion, the Queen of Hearts is an extension of that same seething fury. Anything like a puppet master controlling a swath of tentacles from her throne, the Queen will viciously swat anything who dares invade her tea time. With a range of attack cycles and combat patterns, Alice will require acute spatial awareness within the throne room to survive. There will be legions of loyalist card guards and boojums to her aid, sending hordes of them to face the pointy end of Alice's blade. Alice fights against the Queen. With the knave fighting alongside Alice, they both engage the Queen and battle against waves of card guards that enter the arena. The knave acts as an NPC support character using razor-sharp playing cards as shuriken-styled projectiles. Alice and the knave will alternate roles, either breaking the Queen's grasp on the other if they become restrained in tentacles, or actively attacking the Queen and the card guards that enter the arena. After the battle, Alice and the knave will triumph over the queen. When the combat encounter is over, a cutscene plays. The queen's eyes roll as her flesh droops loose and broken. "Off with your head," utters Alice as a final vorpal blade strike decapitates the queen. Tentacles slump to the floor as the rabbit falls into Alice's grasp. The rabbit is weak and almost fully consumed. As Alice lays him down, she doesn't know what to do. She starts crying. The rabbit is dying. The knave watches him writhe. As the rabbit continues to struggle, a tiny, clockwork heart falls from the rabbit's pocket and clatters across the ground. The knave's eyes light up. "I know what that is. I was always meant to. I've seen it in my dreams." Alice stops crying as he speaks. The knave picks up the heart and holds it towards the rabbit's chest. The tiny contraption falls into the dark coagulation and grows to fill the size of the wound. The clockwork heart beats, much the same as it did when it powered the moon. As the heart continues to beat, the chaos subsides around it. Alice and the knave watch as the rabbit blinks, then rises to his feet. He does a little dance, and Alice breathes a sigh of relief. As Alice picks up the rabbit and spins joyously as the knave claps his hands, the throne room bleeds and morphs away. The scene spirals and fades for Alice as she slips into another slumber. Chapter end. Story intermission, The Slumber. We are now in Guilt with some Mozart Requiem. A cutscene plays as Alice continues to spin joyously. As she spins alone, an ethereal memory unfolds around her. She is watching another memory of her past. Alice is very young. Lizzie is laughing with Alice as they both hold hands, spinning together in the family living room. As they spin, Alice fumbles her step and trips, knocking over a porcelain tea set. It shatters on the ground, and Alice cuts her knee badly on the broken white shards as she too hits the ground. Crying, Alice does not know what to do. She squirms, watching the strange red liquid cascade from her wound. "Oh, Alice, you've taken another tumble. Here, let me help you." Lizzie's words are warm and soothing. Alice stops crying as her older sister bandages her knee. "There, good as new." Alice and Lizzie smile at one another. Hearing the ruckus, Alice's mother enters the room. Alice's mother is shocked and disciplines the girl's foolish behavior. "Girls, this area is not for playtime. And look, Alice, you've hurt yourself again and ruined our tea set. When will you learn?" Alice's eyes widen as she blinks back her tears. "It's off to your rooms for the both of you. No supper." As the girls sadly saunter off to their rooms, Alice's mother is left cleaning up the mess. Both girls are stopped by their father as they leave. He kneels down eye to eye with Alice's height and addresses them both. "Lizzie, I expect a better example from you. You must look after your little sister, not just when she's hurt." "Oh, the little adventurer can take a tumble or two." "That she can, and she will." He then addresses Alice, meeting her gaze. He explains, "There's something to learn here for yourself, Alice. Your mother might be harsh at times, but she only wants the best for you. Run along, girls. Do as your mother says. There is a time and a place for games, and that time may be cut short as you grow. You'll know when the time is right." Attend the funeral. Alice watches her younger self and sister hold hands as they wander up the stairs to their room. Alice reaches out to the memory of her father. He fades and crumbles to ash at her touch. The walls of the little household dissolve into ash and reform into the arched heights of a church cathedral, modelled on St. Augustine's London. Row after row of pews are filled with black-clad mourners. Sounds of crying and wailing fill the air alongside an organ dirge. This is the funeral of Alice's family. We play as Alice floats down the centre aisle towards the pulpit. Caterpillar's mushroom fills the space where the choir would normally sit. Whispers of, "It's your fault. Where were you? They say she's got the devil in her." Rise to a fever pitch as Alice glides towards the caskets at the front of the church. The caskets burst into flames, and we hear the screams of Lizzie and Alice's parents. The screams and accusations reach a cacophony. The walls, ceilings, and fixtures of the church burst apart like pieces of a puzzle, leaving Alice floating before the caterpillar on his mushroom. "I could have saved them. I just saved my friend, but I could never save them. Everyone else I love was lost." "You still have yourself. And that is more than enough to begin with. Start there, Alice. You see how fucking cool this church scenery is? And it's also just kind of awful at the same time because you've got like all of the people that they know. Is this more of like because look at this imagery. You got the card guard stuff all over here. You've got fucking Jabberwocky up here, I guess. And the fucking stained glass windows of the house on fire. Wow. The church flies back together, the air filled with sunbeams. Parish I haven't said this word out loud before. Parishioners dressed in white. At the pulpit, the priest holds a screaming newborn baby in the air, then lowers it into a bath of water. This is a memory of Alice's christening. She is reborn. As the baby touches the water, its screaming stops, and the scene goes black. And this is the stuff that's pretty crazy. You've got, Pris here. You've got Bumby. You've got Hoodly Doodly, Tweedledee, Tweedledum. You got Mother and Father. You've got Elizabeth. You've got Radcliffe. So you can see all of these close-knit people with so much history. Whoa. Okay, chapter end. And then it goes to level 2, act 8. A broken throne. Rules are meant to be broken. Locate the Hall of Doors. Follow the Knave. Wow. The Queen. Oh, wait. An establishing cutscene plays as Alice wobbles on her feet a bit, her eyes closed. Her rabbit is pawing at her boot with concern. The Knave's voice is heard, distorted and blurred at first, but it becomes clearer as Alice regains her focus. The Queen. The Knave is repeating this line. Do you hear me, Alice? Alice, open your eyes. On the floor of the throne room, the Queen's remains are now scattered about in piles of metal and gears. Another manipulator. The Knave continues. His tone is distant, dejected, and broken. She is another lie. We have both been deceived, Alice. I have dedicated my life to following her rule and keeping you in that circus, when all along I should have helped you escape it. The truth is as fragile as smoke. Lo, lies upon lies. The circus being a manipulated construction, and so is the rest of it. Lies upon lies. The Knave turns furious at the deceit. He boots the lifeless decoy head of the Queen away. Alice clutches the rabbit and demands to know where these manipulators come from. Is nothing in this place what it seems? Perhaps we are exactly as we seem until we know for sure. Taking a card to his arm, the Knave cuts away at his flesh, revealing a mass of gears and pistons underneath. He is also a manipulator. How wild is that? Because what's really cool about this revelation is the manipulators don't even know that they're the manipulators in that sense. They are wholly and completely the embodiment of their character and believe that wholeheartedly, because how else will they maintain the illusion? Even to the point of realizing what you are is such a shock. Which is so crazy. He is also a manipulator. He throws the card away and breaks down crying. Through his tears, the Knave tells her that the manipulators are an invention of the Hatter, and that Alice can reach his realm using the Hall of Doors. Alice asks the Knave, "How do you know such things?" "I know because I was made to know. It's in me. I've ignored it for so long. The lie is more comfortable than the truth. These jagged edges are sharp, but they must be confronted, not ignored. I can't ignore the splinters in my mind. I won't. Then you walk the same path. You must think of yourself. To open one's eyes is a start, but it does not mean it won't hurt to look at the light." He continues, "You must find Hatter. I know that what you hold serves a powerful purpose. The scientist possesses unmatched ingenuity. He built that device that saved your friend. And he made others." The rabbit gently plays and fidgets with his new heart. The Knave stares. Alice thinks on this, replying, This Hatter has a lot to answer for. If this devices can keep the Shadow's wrath at bay, if he, the architect of this entire lie, it is time he answered with truth. The knave eyes land on twisted mechanical remains of his former monarch. Truth, even if it's born from lies, I hope it still counts. The knave gifts Alice with his weapon, a deck of razor-sharp playing cards. Considering I've tried so often to turn you back, perhaps now I can show you a new path forward. Follow me. We play as Alice follows the knave, navigating the remainder of the Queen's castle, and they find their way to the entrance of the Hall of Doors. The hall is filled with a never-ending spiral of doors of all shapes and sizes. Some are locked, others are open. Yeah, so I guess the knave is probably not the Cheshire Cat. No. The Hall of Doors acts as a fast travel mechanism that allows Alice to quickly jump to other areas around Wonderland. Upon its discovery and facing a choice of infinite doors, a chapter-closing cutscene between Alice and the knave plays. Which one is the right one? You've come this far. I'm sure you'll make the right choice. As Alice chooses a door and opens one to leave, she addresses the knave. What will you do, now that you are no longer ruled? The knave smiles. Well, judging by your performance here, Alice, I believe I too will start to play by my own rules. We are both free. The rules don't matter. I will embrace the unexpected, meet it head on, not fear it. It is the dawn of something new. With a parting smile, Alice exits the castle, through the open doorway. As she turns to wave goodbye to the knave, we watch as the shadow appears behind the knave. The shadow waves back to Alice. Just as the door closes, Alice reaches out in shock to warn her ally, but he is swiftly torn apart. Blood flies. The last thing ripped apart is his smile. Alice screams as the door slams shut. She quickly opens the door back up again, but is only met with an empty frame. Chapter end. No! Not the knave. I liked him. Chapter summary. A broken throne. The weapon lore, a curious gift handed to Alice from a two-faced friend. A two-faced friend. Reading the cards is an uncertain exercise. The only thing that is certain when they are thrown is bloodshed. Inspired by the classic weapons roster position and the iconic role in the original Alice game, these unique weapons are updated to earn its place back in Alice's varied arsenal. So, different resources. We have an alternate attack, 52 pickup, cut the deck. Is this your card? It's so cool that you've got a burst attack as well. This is awesome. It's such a great addition. I really, really like that. We now move into level 3, Act 1. So we've gone from all of this sort of working our way up to the Queen, being like, I was living in a lie. I need to confront the Queen to find out what's going on. Only to then be like, no, actually, it is still the Hatter. And we're still lying. And we've still got manipulators. We don't even know what the Hatter's doing and if he's doing anything. But we now find ourselves in Section 3, Level 3, Act 1. So I'll just take a quick break for the old vocal cords, as we've been having a pretty hardcore read of this narrative. It's much more extensive than I ever thought it was going to be. I didn't know if it was going to be like plot summary with some loose like story beats along the way, but it is full detail. And and they did say full spoilers, but it's detailed and it's amazing. Like I'm literally just reading the story and seeing all of the cool gameplay things that they want to put in the game. It's fantastic. It really is. So yeah, much more detailed than I could have expected it to be. And I love it because it's making sure it gives us such a full picture. But I'll take a quick little momentary break here and get back to the Chaosma in a bit. All right, picking up, we have level 3, Act 1, the Chaosma, the bargaining realm. We have gotten to the bargaining portion of grief to the Hatter's domain. Alice slams her fist against the door and turns away from the Hall of Doors. to face what's left of a shattered Hatter's domain. The landscape here is a chaosma splattered across the sky in a galaxy of floating islands, plasma clouds, upside-down forests, and magical vortexes. Alice sighs. Here's to the unexpected. Floating within the wreckage of all that was once Hatter's domain, Alice can see a bizarre menagerie of creatures, giant mice, tiny whales, and dodo birds combined with crocodiles, a visual explosion of chaotic combinations. We play as Alice navigates the scene, heading towards the center of the domain and Hatter's workshop. The workshop glistens on the horizon like a massive bronze teapot. Steam and jets periodically shoot into the air from a multitude of towering funnels, spouts, and pipes. Along the way, Alice encounters more chaos-infected card guards. She also fights off mechanical teapot cannons, leaping teacups, and other diabolical bronze machinations, many of them taken over by chaos, necessitating battle. So, moving out of the Queen's realm and going into level 3, I think what's pretty crazy about this is what did it say earlier in the design brief that it was 12 levels. So like we've done a lot of reading so far. So think about that for context. I think that there's a lot of game here. There's a lot of game in this design Bible. The fact that we're looking at level 3 at the moment out of 12, I think. So relatively still quite early on in the game's plan and story, but it's expansive in regards to progression. We don't really know how big these levels would actually end up being and how long it would take, because they're aiming for like a 15-20 hour experience. But I mean, we're reading it faster than we're gonna end up playing it, of course. And hello, here he is. Oh my god, he's here. They were taking their sweet time. It would make sense thematically, like for the story that they're telling, why he wasn't here, because of the nature of Wonderland being this manipulative mechanical ruse. So I guess the Cheshire Cat could not exist within the confines of that space, but we finally have him. So Caterpillar replaced Cheshire Cat, which I guess would have been a mechanical manipulator. But the Cheshire Cat is here now. At times, Alice will spy gleaming eyes and a shiny, fanged grin in odd places. The smile fades in and out of view, accompanied by a low, gruff chuckle. A series of scientific and mechanical puzzles need solving in order to rearrange the geometry of the area and allow safe passage. At a particularly tricky section, Alice becomes exasperated and pleads with no one in particular to make all this easier so she can just escape this wretched place once and for all. Her outburst is met with a sardonic reply from the ether. You, better than most, should know that wishes made in loud frustration will most certainly land on deaf ears. Alice watches as a mangy Cheshire Cat fades into existence on the path ahead of her. I know you. Your grin is familiar. Rediscovering the Cheshire Cat, are we? Cool. This is kind of fun. So, iconic, classic design that we are very familiar with. Smaller, sharper eyes. But this, an interesting one. It's a bit more like friendly, I would say. Like friendly in the sense that it's more like round, wider eyes, fluffier too. Less skinny and mangy. Like we see the differences between it, like even the fur, like seeing the spine and the ribcage and the bones, and less tattoos, more like fur markings. Glad that it looks like they've primarily stuck with the original, because that's very unique and iconic. This is really good artwork too. Alice and the Cheshire Cat assess one another in an exchange laden with curiosity and double-edged words. The two share an unspoken bond and a past shrouded in mystery and conflict. New questions and answers spiral as the two address one another. Familiarity is certainly not clarity. No memories of our adventures together, Alice. You've sadly gleamed over the best parts, or perhaps this time I'm not speaking to the best parts of you. Our adventures? My adventure started at that horrible circus. Unlikely. An adventure is an expedition willingly undertaken. Your journey is more of a, shall we say, trial by fire. It began long ago. How many times you've walked this path, even I cannot say. I've no time for your games, cat. Either help me get to Hatter or kindly vanish back to wherever hovel you came from. Oh, Alice, we've danced this dance before. His smile widens. The cat's eyes focus on the tiny rabbit by Alice's side. Feel free to call for me if you need more than a... The tiny rabbit hides behind Alice's leg. He trembles. Quiet approach. We have history here, Alice. Learn what you can. Trust only your instincts, and yet you may survive. My survival will depend on more than riddles and hairballs, thank you. Pointed words, I'll allow that one. There's hope for you yet. If it's my knowledge you seek, words with teeth will prove more useful than those unable to speak. With a lash of his tail, Rabbit flinches, and the Cheshire Cat fades away. His grin is the last part to leave. What follows is an introduction to Cheshire Cat as an in-game guide. He's similar in function to the rabbit, except that he can be summoned at will and is able to provide directional information, background, lore, and hints. So being summoned at will for the first time instead of particular scripted points. His knowledge is usually structured as a double-edged blade towards Alice, either in his confronting tone, riddled language, or sometimes he simply won't care. Typically, once summoned, the Cheshire Cat will appear in a set place in the environment. Alice and the Cheshire Cat will share a situational dialogue exchange, and then he will disappear, ready to be summoned once again, if required. Cheshire Cat, words with teeth. New summon ability unlocked. A guide can show you the way, if he chooses to. When summoned, Alice and the Cheshire Cat will address one another in context to the surrounding environment or position in-game. Hidden dialogue exchanges and background word lore, or just straight-up sass, are all possibilities with the Cheshire Cat. Some examples of encounters that can potentially take place within the Hatter's domain are... We are on the outskirts of Hatter's domain, or what is left of it after an experiment gone wrong. Then again, an experiment gone wrong can still yield usable results. So, what's your excuse? I wonder if he'd make a nice rug. I'm unsure of the way forward. Where do I go from here, Cat? Oh, it's quite simple, really. I know the way, but I do enjoy watching your little gears turn as you try to figure it out yourself. Well, aren't you a great deal of help? When I want to be. This area has been completely blown apart and destroyed. How can we expect to find anything of use here? Just because something is broken does not always mean it is useless, Alice. Sometimes there is an unseen beauty and utility that lies beneath the fractures. Poetic. I suppose there might still be some potential in us all. In your case, I wouldn't count on it. Just yet. Blasted cat, we could have used your help back there. Too busy licking yourself. Speaking of blasted, the road ahead is far more blasted than most. The damage warrants caution, the path is perilous, and the plunges are bottomless. Send the rabbit first. Well, why don't you go first instead? Prove your worth as a guide. As you put it so eloquently, I believe I'll be too busy licking myself. Yes, all right. Really good. Perfect little inclusion. Love that there would be more of him in this sense, you know? Love that there would be more of him, for sure. And being able to summon at will and be like, hey, what's going on? Those fuckers over there. I see them in the artwork. Get these out of here. I'm throwing knives at them. Again, along with the returning weapons, returning enemies from the first game, very, very cool choice to not like leave these things alone, but to bring them forward. I like that a lot. We play as Alice overcomes another series of battles, puzzles, and platforming challenges. After a few wrong twists and turns, Alice will realize she is lost. Despite following guidance, Alice's efforts are in vain. I was following you, and I'm still hopefully lost. True, but perhaps it isn't others who should always guide your way. I'm always being told where to go, what to do. Perhaps I should listen to myself once in a while. Wise words, Alice. Let's see if you're indeed ready to pay attention to your inner voice and follow its true course. It might be worth listening to from time to time. And then a variety of really fun, cool-looking areas, some familiar, some a little bit new. Are we still implementing the sliding puzzles from Madness Return? I shouldn't say puzzle, but the sliding sections of the game. Cool. In the Chaosma, we have a very, very cool looking outfit. Fucking the hair as well. It's just like such a cool mixture of things. We're halfway through the weapons collected. So many tools at our disposal. Alice is a bubbling pot of curiosity, hope, rage, sorrow, and loss. When one ingredient overflows, another is tempered or eradicated in a constantly changing stream of consciousness. Her mind and memory is not yet stable, but she's manifested the perfect attire in which to get her hands dirty. There's hard work still to be done. The Cheshire Cat's Lair. This is fun. And Humpty Dumpty's up there smoking a cigar. He is the moon and the statues and the toys and everything nearby and the doors, and you're full of yourself, aren't you, cat? The Cheshire Lair. The scene morphs and warps into the foreboding warped scenery of the Cheshire Cat's Lair, a complex and environmentally distinct level design focused on spatial navigation puzzles. We play until Alice is met with a seemingly impossible and impassable obstacle blocking her way. Alice cannot move forward. Solving a puzzle in face of the obstacle, the pieces fit together from a disconnected mess, forming the shape of a star with 4 points. The inner compass. Find your way. We play as the obstacle lowers, leading Alice to a swirling gyroscopic compass surrounded by stars. As Alice reaches out her hand to hold the compass, previously unseen hints are drawn on the environment around Alice. While she looks around, whispers are heard, arrows fade into view, and crudely sketched etchings, arcane symbols, and ghostly, riddled, wayfinding markers appear in the environment. This is the key to finding secrets and hidden pathways. By using it, a new hidden path is revealed. This area serves as a tutorial for this new ability. The compass is golden and points true. Alice now instead chooses to focus within and follow her own path. She must trust herself. Well, it looks like you're starting to listen to the voice that really matters. Learning a thing or two, are we, Alice? Seemingly always, but something tells me there's still more to learn. It does pay to keep an open mind, but not so open your brain falls out. Speaking of brains, the Hatter awaits you. We play as Alice continues to follow her new compass and guidance. Staring at the compass's face, the device clicks and whirs, forming a massive top hat covered in arcane symbols, the mark of the Hatter. The broken level design slots into place around Alice, and her way is now much simpler and easier to walk. Alice successfully navigates from out of the Cheshire Lair, landing back into the final parts of the Chaosma. As the shadow of the Hatter's laboratory looms over Alice, the concentration of mechanical defenses becomes increasingly dense. Alice fights forward under the shadows of steam-powered towers and gigantic bronze teapots on the outskirts of Hatter's domain. Finally, as Alice approaches the massive doorway to the laboratory, a trap is engaged. A cutscene plays. A giant clockwork hand engulfs Alice, trapping and immobilizing her. Trapdoors open, and an army of scuttling teapots hoist Alice up. A blur of motion and clattering metal, Cheshire Cat is left behind. He offers no aid as his silhouette simply watches from a safe distance. With a flick of his tail, he disappears. A series of rapid twists and turns atop the machines within the bronze halls, and Alice is dropped unceremoniously to the ground. Alice stands to her feet as the machines obediently tinker aside, and as she looks up, she finds herself face to face with the Hatter. New enemy variants, the eye-pots, which look much cleaner than the ones that we are familiar with from Madness Returns. And here is the Hatter. Would you look at this? Mad machinations. Looking a little less mechanical, a little more fleshy, but I mean, we'll see. We'll see what this is about. Hatter's workshop in the bargaining realm. An establishing cutscene plays as Alice is surrounded by machines. She jumps back and readies her blade. The Hatter is impatient. He stares back at Alice behind a complex magnifying glass apparatus. With Alice on knife edge, Hatter simply nods and resumes his tinkering on a workbench behind him. His back is turned. A curious exchange takes place.
Oh, please put it away, Alice. Here again. Can't you see I'm busy?
Alice lowers her blade, confused. And here I was expecting a fight.
If that were the case, those words might as well be your eulogy. Our interests are more aligned than you'd think, Alice. I already know what you're here for. I apologize. These machines, though automated, lack a certain finesse.
The teapot cannons on the edge of the room sheepishly recoil at Hatter's words. Their forlorn single eyes stare at the floor.
These ones defend me, but not against you. They've been trying to bring you here. You've already destroyed your fair share of my workforce, but I know you still seek answers, and you will fight so blindly, so desperately to find them. So, ask.
Why should I trust you?
Those who say they should be trusted must never be. Trust can only be earned, Alice. Afford me that chance, and see for yourself. If you really want to drive that blade into my back, you only need to do so. I do not fear death, not in this place.
It's like I could say, you must trust me, but that's not going to work, is it? Alice ponders this for a moment and sheaths her blade. Another moment passes as she eyes the Hatter curiously. Very well then, a chance it is. Manipulators, the machines that kept me imprisoned. Tell me about them.
Yes, manipulators, automatons, perfect replicas. They are everywhere. How do you know you're not one? You won't. My perfect invention. But the Queen controls them.
That's impossible, Hatter. The Queen is dead. She was a machination herself.
Really? Is that so? Well, if you're so certain, you have nothing left to fear from her. Fear pushes us forward, Alice, past the point of disaster and onto collision with calamity. We have no choice when we face it, only that we must be up to the task when it hits. Sure as night follows day, disaster follows you. It hunts you. It looms on the horizon of your mind and threatens us all.
Hatter stops his tinkering and steadies his posture. He looks Alice in the eyes.
The reasons are simple, Alice. Listen carefully. The artificers in that circus were designed to keep you busy, occupied, imprisoned, distracted. They returned you to where you needed to be, time and time again. Every time you escaped, you were placed back there, and you have tried many times, and you have been returned to the circus with every attempt.
I don't remember any of it.
The cost of forgetting is high. You might have heard that before. But this time, this really is all for your own good, my dear. Otherwise, your curiosity would undo us all. Until perhaps you were ready for what you needed to face. But you never have been. You failed every time.
What? What must I be ready for? What have I failed?
Well, that all depends where and when and which attempt, too many to list. You're both equal parts hope and threat here. Which one will you turn out to be still remains uncertain.
Hatter's gaze narrows, piecing Alice together as if she were a dangerous puzzle. Alice continues. There is someone following me, hunting me, pulling unseen strings. Everywhere she goes, there is death, destruction. Everywhere I go, the shadow follows. I haven't found a way to even challenge her. I don't know if I can, or if I even should. I want to escape this place, Hatter. I want to escape and go home.
Escape? Go home? Oh, the only means to do so was lost long ago.
Alice leans down and picks up her rabbit companion. You mean this? This device inside him. It fought off her corruption. It saved him. The device, it's yours. What is it? Hatter examines the rabbit like a lab specimen as the tiny mute wiggles around soundlessly in his grip. Hatter smiles.
Indeed, Alice, there is always a way forward, if you have the heart, and some other required pieces, to see and control the path. We still have a chance to get you home.
Hatter pulls a lever and his workshop walls shift back to reveal an elaborate mechanical stage performance. Puppets representing Alice, the Shadow, the Queen, and the circus loop on stifled rigs and chains, riding in teacups. Hatter explains the story. His arms wildly thrashing about as automated story scenes roll past. He, Alice, and the rabbit ride along together.
At the behest of the Queen, I was ordered to create machines that kept you in the circus. A cruel game and one I didn't want to play, but the ruler had leverage on me. You aren't the only victim of being held against your will here, Alice. My very mind was at stake, and she held it cruelly in her hands. A scene of the Queen threatening the Hatter with destroying his mind plays. Important plot points. 1. The circus was made by the Queen. She is order, rules, restraint, law. My genius was forced to build the actors that riddled your stage with lies, but these were lies that were meant to protect you for as long as they could. We kept you as far away from any chaos as possible. Everything was scripted, planned, and to keep your damned curiosity sated. But no matter what we did, what elaborate act we created, your curiosity always led you astray. And as you are now, as we predicted, you cannot defeat your other half. She is consuming this place in chaos and darkness. She is powerful. But I, too, experimented with chaos, using primer materia, the base of all creation. Unstable as they were, my experiments with darkness yielded powerfully chaotic results. In the face of your constant failures, I was poised to build a new catalyst against chaos. built from the very fragments Chaos fears. What I built was capable of doing what must be done. It can get you home. But studying Chaos, it has a way of being chaotic. My failed experiments resulted in an unexpected disaster. Artificial chaos is simply no match for the real thing, and it's now here, and we are unprepared. Discombobulated, unstable, uncontrolled, true chaos saw my home and work destroyed, the prima materia lost, and the essential complete fragments of the puzzle scattered around this land in unknown trajectories. We recovered only one piece. Had emotions to the heart, tapping the chest of Alice's tiny rabbit with his teapot cane. And we used it in a powerful sentinel to watch over you. This is all for you, Alice. This part of you must be protected. This is a fascinating story direction of dealing with a different Alice. From what I can tell by the outfit of the glimpse that we saw, a mechanical Alice. A protected version of her that allows things to be okay, you know? It's very interesting to see how this is going to develop. Now that we've broken out and we're determined to get home and get out of here, will this Alice be the one to do it? As we see the slow, fleshy corruption from a very clean tea party to a not so clean one. But very different Hatter, because you've got the more human-looking Hatter, and you've got the mechanical gear-like look Hatter here. So it's very interesting to see the different ways he's being drawn and presented here at the moment. Important plot points 2. The moon carried the heart. It can withstand chaos. The eyes can focus, dilute, and channel chaos. The brain can control chaos. The eyes and the brain still remain lost, but if we find them, we might still have a chance to stand against the chaos of the shadow and get you home. Find the lost fragments, Alice. Bring me more prima materia, and I will continue my work. Very cool concept. So getting like these specific pieces, the heart, the brain, and the eyes, for controlling the chaos. Hatter finishes his grand performance and turns to Alice. They both look at a dark, twisted grandfather clock. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. It is slightly corrupted by chaos and acts as a gauge of how much time Alice has left to collect the required fragments. Certainly no time to waste, my dear. Chaos moves fast, but there is always time for tea, so take it with you. Hatter gives Alice a wild invention, the teacup launcher that fires mortar slug rounds of boiling hot tea. A spluttering mechanical steam-powered beast of a weapon, it can also grind enemies to pulp with the broken pieces of chipped porcelain at close range. So that's cool. I was like, I wonder if this is some sort of rifle, but it's still kind of like a mortar slug rounds. But I think the teapot cannon is still a weapon as well. So a couple of similar weapons here. We'll see how different they are. Obviously, the really good thing about all of these weapons in this game is seeing all of the different abilities and uses that they have that make them all quite unique and situational. Oh, and not to put a rush on things, but by these calculations, if you are unable to collect the heart and the brain, I think that's probably meant to say the eyes and the brain, because we have the heart. If you're unable to collect the brain and the eyes within 4 moons, then Wonderland will be consumed by the chaos and all will be lost. But don't think about that. I'm sure you'll do just fine. Hatter shoves Alice out the door and slams it closed. A second after it shuts, the door quickly reopens, and Alice's rabbit is hurled through the doorway after her. Spinning soundlessly, his tiny body thuds gently on the floor. Alice and her rabbit dust themselves off, and she turns to her tiny companion. I've had more graceful exits, I suppose. It's getting rather dark around here. I believe we need something to help us see clearer. The rabbit nods. The inner compass points the way to Alice's next stop. A click and a whir, and the compass's face morphs and resembles an eye. We play as Alice returns to the Hall of Doors. We find where the appropriate door is open and waiting, at Alice's feet. It's a tiny door only a mouse could fit through, but approaching it causes Alice to shrink rapidly to the necessary size. She steps through the door and travels to her next destination. As the door begins to close behind her, a black stream of wafting shadow follows Alice and her rabbit into the tiny doorway.
It's so cool to, Madness Returns did this where, continuing on from the first game, it also brought in elements from the earlier books and different pieces. And I like that Asylum is no different. It incorporates a lot of the elements of Wonderland that we have seen and been exposed to in the games, but a lot of stuff that has yet to be touched on or referenced. So it's really cool to see this stuff. That is crazy. This is so cool. It's a fucking chainsaw at close range. So the way that it has tea on the conveyor belt is at close range, the teacups shatter and the porcelain shards become a fucking chainsaw. Oh, that is so good. The way that it can be both a long-ranged and a melee weapon in that sense, in a very satisfying way. We're going Gears of War with this one. A truly odd invention created by the host of the wildest tea parties, a unique mid-range, slower-firing crowd control weapon for use when you want to cause indiscriminate damage on a larger crowd of enemies. The chainsaw secondary firing mode is high risk. Alice must be right next to her enemy to initiate the attack, and only applies to one enemy. If she is attacked while using bitter, no sugar, the attack will end and be wasted. So yeah, it's a high-risk melee move, just like Gears of War's chainsaw. Very cool. And level 4, Act 1, the Abyssal Station. So yeah, levels are going to be a little bit uneven in terms of the acts within them, it seems. Like level 2 was huge. What was it, like 8 acts within it? 8 or 9? And level 3, a little bit different. So it's not, every level being huge. It's every level, being as long as it needs to be to serve its narrative purpose, which is fine. We're all scared, blind here. Alice steps from the Hall of Doors into Abyssal Station. Before her eyes is darkness in all directions. There are specks of light flickering in the distance. Are they fires? Eyes? Faint voices whispering something about the man in the moon. Like an explosion, the infernal train screams past Alice, lighting the scene around her, a morbid subway station made from bits of dollhouses and decorated with a collection of broken doll parts and toys. Alice says to her rabbit, "Whose horrid memories are these? They are certainly not my own. Perhaps not yet." The station windows look out on dirt, dust, ash, and filth. Arms and legs and heads of dolls are buried in layers behind the glass. The sign overhead reads, Looking Glass Railway, Abyssal Station. "Welcome back to the Abyss, Alice. So glad to see you again." The March Hare has appeared and is returning once more. Behind one of the windows sits March Hare, screaming into a microphone, waving excitedly at Alice. His eyes are crudely stitched shut. March Hare and Dormouse are the 4 men and operators in charge of this area. They throw a series of obstacles at Alice to thwart her progress and block her escape. They blame Alice for their blindness. Ah, man. It's a shame that Hare and Dormy don't get a redemption arc in that sense. Mad Hatter being villainous in the first game, then helping us in the second, and then being consumed at the end by his own factory with a desire for tea. And, Dormy and Hare being the ones that take over. They dismantle Hatter. They get quite villainous. It's unfortunate because they're in a tragic situation in the first game. And I think it was literally, from what I can understand, it seems like they were put in that situation by Hatter because if they were released, they'd be doing this, So it's sad in the first game, and then they just go off the rails. And how unfortunate, right? It's a shame that there isn't a redemption for them. Well, maybe there is, but not yet. Oh, man. But this time they are blind, completely blind, which is cool that it works in, like, this is where we're going to find the eye so we can see. It seems that they're in possession of this one. The rodent teeth on the megaphone, which also has its own tiny little wheels, is fantastic. This is great. This is great. Avoid Dormouse's traps, so they're both in Abyssal Station together. We play as Alice navigates the scene, heading towards the direction indicated by her inner compass to locate the eyes. There are several exits from the station, all leading through roughly cut holes in the walls of the station. These become dirt passages descending into a vertical cave-like structure. Alice enters a termite mining colony buried beneath the memory tree of Alice's mind. Cool. Alcoves and chambers filled with fungi and mushrooms dug out of the rotting material of Alice's memories. Giant termite drones fly through the air, carrying bundles of dirt to and fro. Mechanical conveyor belts and rusted hulks of mining machinery whir and grind throughout the scene. Here, fragments of Alice's past are half revealed in a vertical catacomb of detritus. This is where memories go to be recycled into the fertilizer that feeds imagination. Every chamber in the colony can be explored in any direction, but the colony cannot be escaped until a certain sequence of events is completed. Uncover the central meaning of the memory scenes contained and release it from the colony. This is accomplished via exploration in a series of visual puzzles. As she explores, Alice discovers a mixture of happier, earlier memories, which are neglected, broken, lost, or misplaced. When Alice allows these memories to be processed, her barred progress through the mines is allowed. As Alice explores the mines of memory, she will begin to encounter broken, wrecked, and burnt machinery. The further she goes, Alice will encounter pulsating dark veins of ore, shadow wisps from them. These dark trails lead Alice to memories that are unfamiliar to her, wreathed in bracken, amorphous darkness. These are the memories of the shadow. Veins of pulsating darkness beat, bleed, and echo from these memories, as if something is being drained or siphoned from them. Onyx and obsidian ore jaggedly protrude from the cave walls around the memories. The dark ore forms spiraling symbols and arcane runic shapes. Whispers hypnotically draw Alice to enter these nightmarish memories. All other sounds fade as Alice approaches. As her tiny plush rabbit desperately pulls at her to stop from entering, Alice cannot withstand the siren call. The echoes of darkness. Depression realm. A truth in your suffering. So we are now in depression. Upon entering the first dark memory, Bumby and Radcliffe take center stage. Needles and Thread is the name of the music playing for this one. Each of the scenes is contained within a room of warped dimensions. See non-Euclidean geometry. So that a hallucinatory experience of crossing through these large and dense scenes takes place within a relatively short time and space. Each scene is separated by a section of normal geometry and materials, allowing Alice a moment to reflect on the previous scene and to look around at the structure of the space where these scenes are contained. The Shadow does not want these memories to be processed, because once processed, they form the basis for growth beyond the trauma. She uses the space as a gallery of pain and draws her power from it. So many cool looking details in here. This is this type of stuff that makes me think about like the Alice Otherlands, like, you know, all throughout here. Here's my little Salvador Dali clock in there, you know. Obviously we're not doing Otherlands, but we are doing something else. But I like look at that and I go, oh, cheeky. Deeper into darkness, navigate the memories of the Shadow. We play as Alice follows ghostly visions in memories of the Shadow. Unlike the memories she has seen prior, these memories of Bumby and Radcliffe are bathed in darkness. The dark actors' movements are jittery, broken, and erratic. Their limbs are off proportion. Both men have no eyes, only deep black recesses. So very similar to how Bumby looked in like the finale, as the got all the fucking shit coming out of his mouth. Both men have no eyes, only deep black recesses where their pupils should be. Their voices pierce the air, ranging from hushed whispers to gasping roars. As Alice moves through the environment, she overhears conversation critical to her quest. Flashes of the night Alice was taken to the hospital. Scale is distorted to create a sense of vertigo, smallness, and distance, which is perfect. I really like seeing the hand-drawn pages as well. Like the fully rendered and completed artwork is great, but to see like the work in progress of different takes on it is also really, really fun. Interactive cutscenes and playable environments reveal giant beds, warped hospital rooms, giant scalpels. Her family, relatives, are tiny and far away, in the sky looking down on her among lots of other giant faces. Massive pill bottles, gauze for clouds, trolleys, dead bodies under covers. What did Alice fear most about this period, these scenes? The lack of family? Not knowing where she was? Feeling lost and alone? Feeling small? These are dreadful memories. Again, Bumby and Radcliffe take center stage, saying, "Insanity is the best option." Radcliffe continues the conversation. "Indeed, no time for sloppiness, Angus. Handle your vices and keep the services you offer our clients intact. With the girl as my ward, her estate is mine. Feed the supply, contain her mind. I'll handle the rest." Yes, we know that Radcliffe was trying to do the estate stuff, so we did learn about that in Madness Returns. Initially, I was interpreting that as like, separate evils in this sense of like a lot of people taking advantage of Alice's weaknesses and vulnerability in different ways. Like Bumby, naturally, at the epicenter of all of it, but Radcliffe in a different sense of looking after her and trying to sort out the estate and get that shit happening. And fucking Pris, just so many different elements of things. But it seems that, this game, unless I missed something from Madness Returns, this game is more so actually pairing them together as a duo working on getting this shit figured out, how they can benefit from Alice's madness. As they both turn to see her, Alice is pulled violently from the memory and she arrives in another one. Her head spins. Oh, cool. It's the original artwork, or like it's the main menu of the first game. Obviously redone, but so cool. Seeing American McGee's Alice, the 2000 game, seeing that main menu for the first time is like, oh, what the fuck? Oh, okay. So that's what we're doing. That's the type of game that we're playing here. Like going into this series blind, not really knowing what the hell's going on, but that it looks like not to say edgy, because I don't think it's edgy, something similar to that feeling of like, you're seeing Alice holding a bloody knife and you're like, and she's covered in blood and you're like, what's going on here? And so that like being one of the first images I see of this series is this. Alice sat in the asylum bed. I'm like, oh man, okay. We're going dark in Wonderland. And couldn't even with that understanding, you could not prepare yourself. I really like how we're seeing the shadow like progressing through the levels and getting more of a form. It's a really cool evolution of this antagonist. We play as we again follow another apparition of Alice as she has an outer body experience witnessing the shadow's memory. She follows herself in flashes of the asylum, Alice bound to a stretcher, thrashing as she's rolled through the entrance. Nurses and doctors whispering and staring as she's wheeled through the corridors, filled with the shouts and screams of insanity. Alice hears a voice. It is her own, but it is warped, breathless, and desperate. At that time, you were already acting as my guardian. Having me committed to the asylum was easy. Who would you believe? The family lawyer and the doctor, or the raving mad child everyone now believed had burned her family to death? We play as Alice walks the corridors of Routledge Asylum. Everywhere are signs of neglect, decay, madness, and cruelty. This is not a place for curing insanity. It is a prison designed to drive one mad. The path leads past various rooms and corridors where we see variations on Alice's routine in the asylum. Putrid mealtimes, bouts of uncontrolled rage, cruel interactions with doctors, nurses, and psychologists playing with the other insane children. A final room where Alice is bound to a bed, staring, catatonic, clutching her rabbit. Her head is bald. Her head is bald. What's that pronunciation? Sorry. I'm ruining the audiobook when I say shit like that. We'll do another take. This is the Mopocalypse Alice Asylum audiobook experience, complete with all bloopers. Her head is bald, and she is drooling. Heavily medicated, her eyes rolled back into her skull. The broken voice continues, at times sounding on the verge of breaking down. The days passed into months, the months into years, and many of those years were spent in a state far removed from reality that must have made you feel at ease. No one believes in sane children and their make-believe. Flashes of Alice's drawings, sketches on paper, scratched into the walls of her cell, carved into the flesh on her arms, our first glimpse of Wonderland and its inhabitants. But in my make-believe was your undoing. Suddenly, the shadow enters the cell, spawning from the darkness of the walls. Enraged, the shadow shudders spasmodically. She immediately takes over the entire scene, engulfing the area in thick, black smoke, brimming with anger and fury at the intrusion of Alice. What are you doing, little girl? This place is mine! Get out! These are your memories? Why relive these horrible experiences? We all must eat to survive. Dark, pulsing onyx ore stems from the dark memory and transfers its mass into the cracks and swirls on the shadow's arms. These horrible memories give her strength. Staring into the eyes of Alice, the shadow continues. Perhaps it's time for you to taste some of my favorite horrors. The shadow places a clawed hand on Alice, and Alice is again suddenly pulled deeper into another dark memory. The architecture around her sways drunkenly, sounds warp and distort as Alice reels in her own darkness. Scenes of Bumby in the Houndstitch home for wayward children play out. He is cross-examining and talking to Alice in a counseling session. The cost of forgetting is high, Alice. Insane children dolls now wander around Alice in a deranged circle. They sing and dance. Some dolls are half-dressed or have no clothing. Others have numbered cards nailed into them and are missing parts. They all bleed. Radcliffe is seen counting the insane children on a bone abacus as they are whisked away by rotten puppet hands. Radcliffe's hands are soaked in blood as he greedily pockets large wads of filthy, greasy, and oily money with a multitude of gangling limbs. A dark, ruinous oil drips from Alice's eyes and from her mouth. She cannot speak. No one can hear her as she gurgles softly. She begins to drown and spasm. The infernal train rockets past the window and breaks through the wall, and the hellish scene is destroyed. Bumby's and Radcliffe's laugh can be heard as Alice plummets deeper and deeper into darkness. Look at this design work. The way that Radcliffe is like a fucking flesh money sack, like stitched up with gold coins coming out of his mouth belly. And for some reason, I do find it quite funny. I do find it quite funny, like the concept of him still having some form of a shirt on. You know, have whatever the fuck is going on down here. Make sure he has a shirt on. It's kind of funny because I guess, you know, like this is all, it's flesh, but it's also material because you've got like the stitched patch marks, but then the shirt is separate. So weird. And then it's like a mouth and then another mouth. And this is just fucked. Yeah. Look at that. That's just fucked. Thanks, Shadow. Very cool. Taking us deeper into the madness. And then seeing like the wayward home. You've got the hopscotch and the kids with the nailed things and the infernal train in the background. So cool. We play as Alice lands face first into the dust. Alice spits a wad of blood onto splintered floorboards. She is now in a dress made of odd, mismatched fabrics. Her rabbit is nowhere to be seen. She is alone here. All is silent, bar the rusty clink of an overhead chain. Alice looks up to see skewered dolls impaled on hooks and nails, swaying back and forth along a conveyor. Scissors, doll parts, thread, and needles litter the area. Movement can be seen in the pitch black ahead. As Alice gets to her feet, a monstrous apparition of Bumby lurches forward from the shadows. It carries a book bound in pale skin and flesh in its horrible hands. The pages turn and flutter as he speaks. Oh man, the Alice doll in the glass case.
Dr. Angus Bumby, the Dole Maker.
Hush now, Alice. You've told your tale. It's time to listen to something new. I was once like you, born in chaos, an orphan of sorts. Mummy was mad, insane, really. Laudanum, hysteria, and carnal urges. Pa, a taxidermist, obsessed with restoring life to the dead. His mistake? The dead can only rot, like Mummy rotted. But the living can be made clean. Dolls are clean. That's the trick, girl. The moonbeam magic. Start from within and make everything clean. Clean and hollow. Our minds, that is where the cleansing must occur. You're an excellent example, spattered in blood and wearing chaos like a badge of honor. But you know nothing of true chaos. If you did, you'd do as I've done, and dedicate your life to its complete eradication. That blade you ran through your enemies, an instrument of filth and corruption. It does not sterilize, quite the opposite. It spreads filth and horror from whatever it touches, just like Pa. That's your mistake, too. Do you really think you killed me? The taxidermist might agree, but we're beyond all that. No, Alice, we're in the realm of Mr. Dream Man. Sing with me, Alice. The train is coming with its shiny cars, with comfy seats and wheels of stars. So hush, my little ones, have no fear. The man in the moon is the engineer. Wow. So it's going back to that again, which is wild. Because that repetition of that quote tying into this game is very, very cool. So we are in the realm of Mr. Dream Man. That's what we're doing here. That's why things are a little bit wacky and weird. But I'm very, very curious about, very, very curious about the link to Alice, the link to reality, how this is going to play out. I think that they've, Americans' like idea of this game with the sense of mystery and intrigue, it is very effective because you are constantly curious. You're asking the questions of like, why are we here actually, and what the fuck is going on? You know, Otherlands is a lot more of like a natural continuation where just like with how Madness Returns ends, you're like, this makes sense. Controlling and blending of both reality and Wonderland, and then seeing where she goes from there. This is one that you enter into this experience being like, man, okay, we're in like I said, I made the Lion King 1.5 joke where it's like, we are going back through the events of the previous games or like allusions and flashes to it, but we're like a younger, different Alice in different parts of Wonderland. So it's cool because it's like, I could imagine people could pick up Alice Asylum as like their introduction to the series as well in this way, which usually happens with a lot of games that take a long time to come out between sequels. Is people are like, oh, do I have to play should I play the first game, or can I just jump into this one? Which is super, super common in the gaming landscape. I like to start at the beginning and go through, but you know, it's obviously, it's just a fact that there are people that are like, you know, hey, do I have to play Hollow Knight before Silksong? And that comes up a lot because people just want to jump in on the thing that's like new and exciting instead of having to like play catch up, even though they've got all the time in the world to play catch up before the game comes out. So I could imagine this could be a starting point. I can see it working in that way, which is pretty interesting. And then you could play the other ones later maybe and like get some more context, because all three of them are different like perspectives, different takes on what's going on in Wonderland, which is very cool. So as he sings, Bumby's hands sway hypnotically, tied to a swinging thread. He produces a bloody and oddly shaped pocket watch. It does not tick. It's frozen in time. Alice's eyes widen. She looks on in horror, trapped within the glass of the watch, screaming to get out. Is Lizzie? Alice's sister is terrified as she bangs her fists on the glass, trying to escape. Lizzie screams. The past must be paid for, Alice. She is mine, forever in time, and there's nothing you can do to change it. Her fate is sealed, and it's all your fault. Bumby's voice turns to a guttural roar as a boss battle begins. We play as Alice will need to survive an onslaught of violent attacks. He clutches the clock containing Alice's sister and uses it to attack Alice at times. He never lets it go. Alice must dodge his blows and strike his weak points in order to endure a frenzied but short boss fight. And it's cool that the artwork here, it's the same boss design from Madness Returns in a much smaller setting this time. I like the marionette. I like the marionette angle on this. That's cool. The doll maker, needles and thread, pulling strings, and the ending of Madness Returns in the artwork. The skull smoke coming from the train. Let's go. That's cool. The memory of the doll maker predominantly attacks with lucid and creepy hand movements. Occasionally, the warped apparition of Bumby will cruelly attack with the pocket watch in his possession, violently hurling it at Alice. Once enough damage has been done to the memory of Bumby, he will laugh and lurch forward. His open mouth will consume Alice. As Alice holds her hands up to shield herself, once consumed, she will find herself in a London train station. Tiptoeing forward, we play as Alice will turn a corner and come face to face with the memory of Angus Bumby. He smiles a knowing smile as he looks at his pocket watch. Alice Madness Returns ending scene and original dialogue will play out and result in Alice pushing Bumby in front of a moving train, killing him. From this moment, a cutscene plays. From the instant Bumby is killed, the scene freezes and the walls of the train station crack like glass. We zoom into the darkness of Alice's pupils, and in her eyes, a snow globe free falls in the darkness and cracks onto the floor. A wisp of a shadow seeps into the glass sphere. This is the moment the chaos invaded the snow globe. Wow. So using this particular moment of Madness Returns to have a wisp of shadow seeping into the broken snow globe and chaos has invaded. Okay. Very different to, when we walk out of the station, we're like, oh, there's mushrooms on the buildings and Wonderland is blended and it's all like bells and whistles and the bright blue sky, sunny day. This is but there's a darkness that occurs in this act of vengeance, naturally. The chapter summary in the Echoes of Darkness is we were wearing the dress of sorrow. As Alice's darkness and history is uncovered, her mind and memories do not remain unscathed. Navigating her own sorrow takes a toll. Where a mind was once guided by hope and bright lies, the realities of evil begin to cast shadows in Alice's psyche, which in turn project to her appearance. So interesting in the way that you've got the train station underground and then the visual of people looking down from above, obviously not physically being able to see what's going on, but I guess just communicating underneath London. The Slumber Encounter 5. Find and talk with Caterpillar once again. An establishing cutscene plays while Alice gasps as she arrives in the Slumber realm. Breathless, Alice looks down at her feet to see a snow globe broken and shattered at her feet. Caterpillar watches solemnly and silently. As sad realization dawns in Alice, she speaks. My shadow killed my family's murderer. The death of my family was only the beginning. I was spared her pain. Cool. Yeah. So this is cool. Like this moment that Alice murders Bumby out of vengeance is that's the darkness within her. That's the shadow, there isn't this pleasure that Alice takes in murder and killing people, despite the fact that we run around killing things with our knife. Like it's more of a trying to figure out what's going on, self-defense. There's a lot of things threatening her existence, But that is actually like a genuine snap for her when she freaks out and then pushes him. Because I saw it coming, and we said that in the Madness Returns ending. I was like, there's a lot of imagery here that just, it's laying it up, It's a perfect layup for her to push him over the tracks. And I'd be surprised if it didn't happen in that way. And it did. But yeah, that is Alice snapping. That is her struggling with the idea that abusers rarely get punished and held accountable for what they do, especially when the proof or the evidence of that is really, really, really hard to uncover. So that's a big turning point for her character. I think that's why I felt that the Madness Returns ending was a little abrupt and felt a little empty, in the sense that it felt like there needed to be a little bit more, because it's such a big character moment for Alice to murder Bumby and then just kind of walk out and be like, everything's all like bright blue sky, and the Cheshire Cat does a little like the wink, talking about how, there's more to come. And I was like, yeah, but what does it mean? What does it mean for Alice? And now we get to see a couple of different interpretations through Otherlands and Asylum. But it's cool that this game is actually dealing with that action. So that's very, very fun. And having this shadow be the antagonist of the game. That's a very, very interesting angle. Another like part of Alice in that way. So the realization dawns in Alice. My shadow killed my family's murderer. The death of my family was only the beginning. I was spared her pain. You were also spared her experience. The monster she killed deserved his fate, but in killing him, she sealed her own. His darkness was transferred to her, and now lives on through the shadow, and will consume her and you. Can't she be stopped? To stop her is to kill her, but she has a purpose. She brought you this far and kept you safe, sealed away and repressed under the waves of her torment. You never saw or experienced what she did until now. Her memories are horrible. You see what has made her, what has hurt her. Now it's your turn to keep her safe. She is blinded by her suffering, Alice. Where her rage once severed and abandoned you, she now seeks to sway you in her favor. Why? Why do I matter to her? You are her conscience, Alice. You are her reason. You are her kindness. You have long since been forgotten, but she seeks to make you let go of what you hold. You stand in her way. This is why you have been protected until you were needed most. I'm starting to think she has a point. Her rage is justified by these horrors. Perhaps, but do monstrous deeds inflicted warrant more monsters created? Yeah, okay. What's really, really cool about Asylum is it's one of those things that I experienced a little bit of like worrying concern over the nature of not necessarily like retreading, but going through this familiar territory once again instead of progressing the character. But what I really do like is once you get through and you get further along to like a point like this, and you start to have a bit more of like an understanding and the realization that obviously Alice went through some fucked up shit. We know that at this point, and we're dealing with the concept of the inner child. And I like that a lot because each game has taken an opportunity to sort of like focus or work through different elements of psychological trauma and how that has manifested in her psyche and in her wonderland. And the idea of, her being this sweet, innocent Alice in her wonderland that gets completely warped and shifted by the fire and the hospital and the asylum, and then Bumby with the infernal train. Like there's just so much that she goes through that she doesn't have any particular time to really sit with that healing. And like I've said, it comes in waves. It comes in waves for her. Like she's not going to be just magically cured and everything's going to be fine. And she moves on because she pushed Bumby into the train tracks. And she protected, sealed away her inner child in the asylum. That's when you see like they're like one and the same, and then one is forced out in that sense. And it's this is the repressed innocence to protect her from the horrors of reality and what she had to go through, and becoming just this dark shadow. So this is a really cool angle where it's like the inner child breaking out desperately to try and save her and like escape and figure this out instead of being in prison. So it's very cool. Very, very cool to see the progression and what we're doing with the character of Alice in this one. Alice thinks on this as the scene washes away and cuts back to exploration of the mines. Really love this location as well. I really like the element of the caterpillar and the very, very colorful, cartoony mushroom forest. I think this is great because that's what I think of when I think of caterpillar. Madness Returns had a very different angle with your ants, origami ants. The Mines of Memory. So we're back near the memory tree. Oh, wow. Level 4, Act 3, locate the missing fragment of the eyes. Teapot Cannon has been acquired here, so a ranged AoE explosion. As Alice lands back in the mines, she is reunited with her rabbit. Surveying the scene outside the Shadow's memories, Alice locates a rusted teapot cannon, embedded and protruding from the ore. Taking the weapon, the teapot cannon is an AoE long-range launcher, capable of firing massive globs of boiling, pressurized tea at a distance. The secondary fire allows Alice to pour boiling hot tea on the ground as she walks. The puddles bubble and burn her enemies in a floor trap until the tea cools and dissipates. The surrounding space and scenes are home to enemies of broken dolls and hybrid insects and obstacles of logic and spatial puzzles. The overall theme of the area outside her memory is a dangerous old mine. This creates gating and resistance as Alice moves through the area. As Alice journeys through the mines, she will be guided by her inner compass and her rabbit to find the eyes. This is a dark place where it is literally difficult to see. The realm is controlled by March Hare and Dormouse, both of whom relentlessly taunt and blame Alice for their inability to see. Boil and bubble, burned flesh and rubble. So is this our house? This is the little house, maybe, with overgrowth now that time has passed. Apologies for the flashbang. I can't control it. Whoa. Plaything crawlers. We got weird, like, bug doll things. Yeesh. They burrow and giggle beneath the soil of the mine, screeching as they arise. These abominations attack with clumsy abandon and wild aggression. Dormouse and March Hare have done a terrible job of maintaining the mines. Things are clogged and broken. The mines are stalled and do not process any memories. Memories are left behind and hidden to feed the shadow. Alice will restore the machinery and allow it to process memories, thereby restoring healthy function to the mines. Having overcome the surrounding obstacles, Alice confronts Dormouse and March Hare at the top of the mines. Because they are blind, they've used the eyes as a means to see Alice through a series of mechanical lenses scattered around the mines. As Alice progresses through the mines, she knocks out these lenses until the mouse and hare can no longer see. A boss battle takes place at the top of the mine, directly underneath the roots of the memory tree. A large chamber filled with lenses, dark corridors, memory debris, and shifting floors on a ringed platform. Alice engages mouse and hare. Very cool to see all of the different scattered memory stuff. A lot of realism, a lot of Wonderland imagery. The drink me bottle is cool. Just a mess of memory. Here they scream, "Old memories can still hurt you, missy. We'll make sure of it." From one of the memories emerges a massive steam tea-powered mecha, formerly from a memory of a previous visit to Hatter's Domain. A wild boss fight ensures under the maw of the memory tree. Alice combats the mecha and the two rodents, eventually defeating them. As they are recycled, the mecha and Dormouse and March Hare are both consumed by the maw under the memory tree. Again, they get consumed. Again, once they are defeated. Mechanical memory. Mad machinations from the past. Emerging from the ruins of Alice's past, the mechanical memory is a dire threat finally given time to shine, attacking with a massive drill, boiling tea, and powerful open palm slams. The destructive bronze beast is piloted by Dormouse and March Hare. As Alice battles the mech, dodging environmental hazards will play a key role in Alice's survival. Alice will have to use the destroyed falling environment and wanton destruction caused by the machine to gain the advantage in this fight. And we have plaything walkers with a bunch of different variants. Yeah, the mixture of like a lot of different like parts of a scorpion mixed with dolls. Crazy. Faster and deadlier plaything variants, these bipedal monstrosities erupt from the soil, crying, screaming, or laughing. Once Alice is in their sights, they will engage and hunt her, with every intent of replacing their mismatched limbs with some of Alice's. Alice places her hands on the eyes, claiming her prize and heading for the exit. Before Alice can escape, she is pulled up into the memory recycling system, an ethereal and glimmering abundance of massive, swaying tree roots, and enters into a surreal encounter with Caterpillar. Is it a slumber? It is. Mines of Memory. The Teapot Cannon, a heavy rusted memory brought back to life for another hot serving. A high power, high risk, high reward weapon that can be equally devastating or catastrophic in combat for the player depending on the wielder's usage and strategy. The equivalent of Alice Asylum's rocket or grenade launcher, high impact, high damage, explosive splash damage, can be tactical with well-considered usage. So you've got your tea is served and mind the spill for different things. I like that they made like the two tea weapons very unique in that sense, you know, of fucking tea chainsaw. Porcelain shards chainsaw up close. So it justifies both of these existing. Very cool. The Slumber is the story intermission number 6. Investigate the shadows of what was and what is yet to come. Another encounter with the caterpillar where the theme is the power of transformation. As Alice explores the scene, Caterpillar narrates. And this looks like the ending of Madness Returns in that sense of reality, but mixed and blended in with the Wonderland elements. Interesting. We cannot undo what's been done, but we can take every passing moment as a chance to change course. We play as Alice follows an older memory of herself through the streets of London. The version Alice follows is the same who pushed Bumby in front of the train. Alice witnesses the elation of her memory, having rid herself of her tormentor. Alice watches her memory as she wanders through London. Mushrooms and beautiful foliage sprout from the walls and brickwork of London. All is magic, serene and happy. Her memory is satisfied. So we're taking this opportunity. So after 4 levels of wandering through here and learning what's going on here with our different Alice, this is when we get to what happens after Madness Returns from that actual perspective. Cool. The sound of his bones cracking played over and over again in her mind. The final violent expulsion of air from his lungs as he was crushed by the train. It was well deserved. Her elation and his demise quickly turned into something else. Something new. As Alice floats in Lunderland, blissfully, the sound dims. A whisper is heard. Then many others, watching as passers-by turn to look at Alice. More and more London inhabitants stop their walking. They stare at Alice. Their mouths do not move, but she hears their thoughts. Oh, man, okay. Here we go. Here we go. Alice Otherlands has begun in this sense. So we're starting to see the effects of her newly realized powers. So, it looks nice and beautiful. And then you start to see these dark orbs corrupting the scenery. Follow your memories. Outstretching her arm, Alice reaches out to calm the whispers in her head. They obey, if just for a second. Then a crash of shattering glass is heard. Bumby's laughter echoes. She felt something break inside. An undeniable darkness took hold and spread. So this is the snow globe shattering and the shadow. A cutscene plays as Alice's beautiful experiences turn horrid. Cracks appear in the walls. The mushrooms and magical sprouts rot, wither, and die. Alice can only gaze in wonder as dark swirling voids appear, violently consuming the rotting foliage as darkness spreads. Alice follows her memory. The apparition recoils, holds her temples, and begins to panic. We play as day turns to night, as Alice wanders through this fresh hellscape, following after her memory. She arrives at the Houndstitch home for wayward children to find Radcliffe there, surrounded by orphans and talking to the police. A cutscene takes place upon her arrival. Now that I can see this in Alice Asylum, of the continuation immediately after Madness Returns, I'm really glad, because Otherlands was like this situation where Madness Returns ends, and the next time we see Alice, she's just like in another dude's head and, you know, talking with him about stuff. Like there's a big jump there, and I'm like, okay, but what happened to Alice, and how did she deal with what was going on? How was she affected? And this was me being like, oh, I just need a little bit more of Madness Returns, you know, after Bumby gets pushed off the train. I really needed that. And that mostly came from a sense of how's she going to deal with killing Bumby? How's that going to affect her? How will that affect the situation in her reality around her? What's going to happen? And instead, my first exposure being obviously Otherlands, because that came first, was now looking through this and being like, okay, she's got a handle on her powers. She blends them together and she becomes some sort of super character that heals and guides others, which is a very cool premise. But it did feel like there's this missing element, this missing component of how she gets from point A to point B. And I love that it's not so simple, in the sense that obviously she did a very dark thing, born out of vengeance, however justified, but it's going to affect her and it's going to take a toll. And now we get to see why. Oh, wow. Arriving on the steps of Houndstitch Home for Wayward Children, we witness a memory wherein Alice is confronted by Radcliffe with a platoon of policemen at his side. That's her. She's the one, officer. Arrest her immediately. Radcliffe furiously waves his little black book in the direction of Alice's approach. The policeman continues. Now, sir, we'll get the facts and find the killer. You leave that to us. Imbecile, she can't just be left to wander the streets. She's a killer, an insane person, certified, only released from the asylum because I allowed it. Put her back in. As Alice steps closer, Radcliffe points a shaking finger. You stop right there. As purveyor of this establishment and the responsible agent for the protection of these products, children, you are hereby informed of your expulsion from the Home for Wayward Children. Do you hear that, officer? She's not to take one step inside this building. Alice breaks down crying, overcome by the murder and reality of what she's done. In her sorrow, a whisper begins to manifest. Only Alice can hear. It is the voice of Radcliffe. He stares at Alice through a sweating, furious frown. His lip trembles, but his mouth does not move. Angus is dead. I know you killed him, but you'll never win. You'll never learn the truth. I'll see to it, and you'll never lay a finger on your family's estate, not while I live and breathe. Alice is aghast hearing the words. They are unspoken from Radcliffe, but clear in her mind. As Alice recoils at Radcliffe's thoughts, her shock is met with an echoing shatter. Like shards of mirrors tumbling into nothingness, the grim London street around Alice breaks apart. All Alice sees is Radcliffe, surrounded by fire, fury, and horrible manifestations of demons greedily pocketing ill-gotten wealth. He smiles like a devil, his form warping and horrible as bloody coins tumble from outstretched, misshapen fingers. He laughs as the gold falls. Alice holds her temples and almost blacks out. She cannot control it. Holding steadfast, darkness wells in her eyes, and she grits her teeth. The scene rapidly rebuilds back to the dirty London street. Radcliffe, unperturbed, turns his back to her and ushers the children through the door. The cops mutter about wanting to know Alice's whereabouts while warning her not to leave the district. "We'll be speaking to everyone of interest, miss. That man there thinks you should be at the top of our list. What have you got to say for yourself? What proof do you have of your innocence?"
Proof? Simply a matter of perspective on the crimes.
Her voice trails distantly as she sways, unsteady on her feet. Radcliffe blamed her. Though he didn't have the evidence, he knew it was her, just as she knew it was him. His guilt, his compliance, his mind and her memories spoke more than his mouth ever could. Alice looks up to watch as Radcliffe closes the door. Their eyes meet for what seems like an eternity. Radcliffe blinks, and his eyes dart side to side. Hers continue to darken in fury. Now she knew. He had been in on it all along. The shadow's hands claw out from Alice towards Radcliffe, but only we can see. Radcliffe slams the door shut. Alice, surrounded by encroaching police and wrought with rage, wrestles free from their grasp and runs down the street. The policemen yell behind her. They pursue as the scene ends. The sound of their screams snaps us back to the scene with Alice and the caterpillar.
She intends to kill again. My shadow. After Bumby. She believes Radcliffe deserves to die.
And then the transformation will be complete. Darkness always begets more darkness. What do you believe, Alice? What do you see? Alice does not have a chance to answer as we zoom into her eyes. A teardrop forms. The slumber encounter ends as the droplet falls, dropping into a calm azure pond. Panning up, the scene cuts to a gargantuan lush tree, its leaves bristling in the breeze within the veil of tears. Yeah. So what's happening here is kind of what I would expect in the sense of like her being in reality, coming back from after doing what she did with Bumby. It just, yeah, it's something that makes a lot of sense. That and especially now bringing in the revelation that Radcliffe was in on it all along. Yeah. I like this progression a lot because this feels like a good in-between step of Madness returns to Otherlands of like what the hell's going on like right after. How are we going to deal with that? So it's good that it's answering these questions. Wow. The Tree of Memory, Level 4, Act 4. Truth Blossoms. Still looking for the eyes. Focusing on a branch of the tree, Alice blossoms from the stem, starting as a flower and then blossoming into a girl. We play as Alice continues her descent safely to the ground, jumping from flower petal to leaf to branch, and proceeds on her way. The eyes sit at the bottom of a small, calm pond, dotted amongst the foliage of the vale. Alice reaches in and retrieves the eyes from a pool of tears. Having repaired the memory tree, and now able to see clearly, Alice's memories now flow and are processed properly. As the beautiful tree above Alice blossoms and blooms, all manner of memories, happy, sad, dark, and light, are processed. Alice is racked with emotions. A flash of memories of her own and that of the shadows flow and ebb through Alice's mind. Gazing back at her reflection in the pool, she spies the reflection of the shadow staring back at her, but neither flinches. A moment of somber thought, and Alice places a finger on her reflection in the water. It points back as she breaks the water. As the ripples subside, Alice is left looking at her own glum reflection in the water. The shadow has gone. Deep in thought, Alice spies an upright, ornate doorframe nestled amongst the flowers. Opening the door, Alice heads back to the Hall of Doors. Alice's appearance in the Tree of Memory being the chaos dress. A mixture of light and dark. Torn in different directions, Alice's doubts begin to turn to understanding. Beneath the waves of her torment, Alice's mind races to steady the sails and brave the coming storm. Adapting and changing, Alice's attire reflects the nature of someone becoming one with the self, yet still with no inner peace in sight. The Mines of Memory world lore and design notes one of the most complex areas in Alice's journey. The Mines of Memory are inspired by the journey of trauma, one that starts blinded and in the deepest, darkest depths. Alice's trajectory is always upward through struggle and challenges she faces in this area, though she may literally fall from time to time. The end result is to reach a form of understanding of her situation and truth, which Alice uncovers at the very peak of the area, having overcome the obstacles of the dark. Heavy in symbolism, the below rough sketches further elaborate on the areas within the mines and how they interconnect. So we have the Veil of Tears at the Abyssal Station, and seeing that it's like in this form of a body, and where it goes from Abyssal Station to the Termite Colony to Dark Memories, the Clogged Mines, the Mecha Boss, and the Memory Tree up top. We now have the Eyes. They are another key item that are integral to the plot of Alice Asylum. Obtaining the Eyes is symbolic of Alice's line of sight becoming clearer in understanding the darkness she faces. The eyes, the heart, and the brain were chosen to represent key areas of the self when processing trauma. As Alice's journey continues, the pain of her heart and loss of those she loves is examined. The ability to see the truth and examine her own darkness is linked to the eyes. Processing all of this information and forming a strong understanding of her grief is symbolic of the brain. And then we have the conceptual hub layout of the workshop. Cool. We play as Alice steps from the Hall of Doors and quickly makes her way to Hatter's workshop. There she returns the second fragment piece, the Eyes, and is allowed a chance to equip items, upgrade weaponry, or restock weapons and supplies. Hatter is busy tinkering away. He offers new upgrades and inventions for Alice's perusal in exchange for primer materia Alice has collected along the way. Hatter warns Alice of time running out to save Wonderland. The Chaos Clock continues to be consumed. Tick-tock. Only 3 moons remain. Prepared for the next adventure, she returns to the Hall of Doors and the Veil of Tears. The Depression Realm, we're all sad here. Level 5, Act 1. We play as Alice steps from the Hall of Doors into the Veil of Tears. The scene before her is a riot of dense green vegetation and towering mushrooms. Everything is illuminated by glittering shafts of moonlight piercing through the canopy. Butterflies and bees float overhead, while ants and spiders occupy the ground and leaves in the spaces between. Giant raindrops sparkle in the dense air, all of it frozen in time like a living painting. After some exploration, it is clear Alice is emotionally processing. The Cheshire Cat appears and talks with Alice. You seem a bit wilted, Alice. Despite all your gadgets, are you still unsure which path is the right one? I'm confused, Cat. My shadow, she does horrible things, but they seem justified. Her rage and destruction, she doesn't want anything anymore, only for it to end. Quite right, a tangled mess that requires unraveling. I believe it will be up to you, whether you see it fit to challenge her or help her burn things to the ground entirely. I'm not quite sure either is the right path. We share memories now, all of them. I need time. Be sure it is used wisely then. Time is fleeting, and the only commodity that cannot be replenished. We play as Alice navigates the scene, heading towards the direction indicated by her inner compass. Along the way, she encounters a variety of bizarre woodland creatures, frozen in place, who spring to life with Alice's passing. Alice carries with her a bubble of influence, which is represented as a sunlight effect related to her dress. Time resumes inside its proximity and freezes again once she passes. The chaos is also here, converting woodland creatures into enemies Alice must defeat. The vast majority of Alice's aggressors are chaos-infected and consumed reptiles, snakes, lizards, newts, turtles, and alligators from the ranks that attack Alice here. The chaos operates outside of frozen time, another facet that cannot be controlled. It converts frozen creatures into enemies who will always attack Alice at will. Platform puzzles form a series of obstacles to Alice's progress, designed around the unique physical environment created by the stoppage of time. In one area, Alice jumps and swims upward through suspended water droplets, their static behavior disrupted by her passing. In another location, levers and bridges are unfrozen by Alice's actions and presence, then refrozen as she moves away from them. Eventually, Alice will encounter Mock Turtle is waiting on the path ahead, also frozen in time and place. As Alice draws near, he unfreezes and a cutscene begins. Oh, thank goodness you're here. My nose has been itching for what feels like 1,000 years. You again? Back to torment and bully me? I'm already getting enough trouble from other reptiles in these woods, and I'll make myself clear. There is no circus for me to return to, no lines for me to sing. My path is my own. Alice and the Mock Turtle continue their peculiar conversation amongst the bubbling brooks of the Vale of Tears. Alice eyes Mock Turtle with suspicion as they both descend into a familiar spiral of nonsense together. That's good to know. You seem very you. Much more than I was me when you met the last me, I'm sure. But then again, as I'm much me as I can be today, are you certain you're you? What I'm certain of, given how ridiculous you are, I can only surmise that you are indeed the real Mock Turtle and not another lie. Be useful. Tell me what has happened here. Am I? Sharp words. Good thing I'm thick of shell. Takes a lot to crack this one. Mock Turtle taps his shell with a flipper. In regards to the environs, night fell and the sun never returned. The flow of time slowed and then everyone stopped. Something is holding us all back. We must restore the natural flow of things. The Duchess might know how. She's far shrewder than I, and twice the appetite, no doubt. Very well, we'll have to pay her a visit. Judging by my horrid memories, we might have to bring something else for supper, lest we find ourselves on the menu. Chaos-infected pig corpses. We play as Alice navigates the timeless Vale with Turtle in tow. He acts as a raft, assisting Alice navigate the areas and flow of water where she cannot alone. Along the way, she encounters more combat sections with chaos creatures and more physical obstacles and puzzles, built around the unique behavior of time in the area. Wherever chaos is encountered, squeals of pigs are heard, and the corpses of dead pig-man hybrids are found. The pigs are torn apart, dismembered, and slain, their body parts strewn about in overt displays of ultra-violence by the chaos-consumed reptiles. As Atlas floats along the perilous streams, surpassing combat arenas and platforming sections, she will eventually glimpse the shadow in the distance, tearing a pigman apart on a tiny island. The shadow is crying as she does so, destroying blindly in her sorrow. As Alice meets the tearful gaze of the shadow, Mock Turtle panics and recoils in horror. Alice is flung from his shell. Crashing her head against a rock, Alice's body ragdolls downstream through the rapids, her head above the flow, moments before Alice blacks out entirely. She witnesses Mock Turtle in the cruel grasp of the shadow. He blubbles. I keep mixing a couple of words together, like the next word. He blubbers and struggles, which can be condensed into blubbles hopelessly, but is quickly consumed in a tangled mass of darkness as his scream fades into the sound of rushing water. Another one of Alice's friends consumed by the shadow along the path. Don't like the bloody mushrooms. Don't like the strawberry jam coming out of that. Oh, cool. Right. When you see the pigs, it's only a matter of time. There we go. Nice. The Duchess's cottage. We're back once again. More pepper! Find the missing fragment, the brain. In the morning vale. Alice's eyes open with a gasp. Darkness turns into light, piercing from the canopy of the Vale of Tears. Alice is washed up downstream on the riverbank. Calm water laps at the edge. She splutters and pulls herself to her feet. She has arrived in front of an odd cottage, emblazoned with pig effigies. The Duchess's cottage is surrounded by its own bubble of influence. Time flows freely here. Pigs squeal, announcing Alice's arrival, and the Duchess fiercely guards her cottage from within. Freshly dug graves marked with hooves, snouts, and curled tails are everywhere. The cottage resembles a mausoleum, a place of death and mourning. Some pig bodies are in open coffins. As Alice approaches, a cutscene plays. The cottage door slams open, revealing the Duchess. She is in a mourning veil. Spittle flies from the Duchess's mouth as she screams at Alice. "Back to finish the task, are you, slaughtering my children? Vile girl!" "No, you are mistaken. I only seek your knowledge. I do not share my secrets with murderers. Your chaos ends here, girl. Please, I am not who you think I am. I do not want to hurt any children." "You're mixing me up with my dark shadow self. Come on." Wow. So new enemy, we have the Duchess. Furious sorrow, buried but not forgotten. Attacking viciously, the Duchess is a towering giant compared to Alice's small frame, carving massive swaths with her cleaver. This is a battle akin to a duel of blades. Areas of her cottage will be destroyed in the fight, sending debris and broken bits everywhere. Should Alice get too close, the Duchess will stretch open her jaw to bite down and chew on Alice, inflicting massive damage in the process. Alice is pitted in a boss battle against the Duchess and her hoggish soldiers. The pigs are not killed, only knocked back and onto their backsides in this combat encounter. They are plump, round, and childish, clumsy in their movements. They roll onto their backs when defeated, kicking and squealing hopelessly. The Duchess attacks with a massive iron cleaver. From outside the cottage and into the kitchen, the fight rages on. Once the Duchess is disarmed, Alice has her at knife point. A cutscene begins. The Duchess begins crying after the fight, not because of the fight, but because of what she has lost. As Alice lowers her blade, the Duchess's body language and tone softens. The two engage in conversation as the Duchess's tears dry. Alice listens and responds in earnest. I had to make sure you were you, Alice. You fight with courage, not blind fury. I fight for myself, and for the truth here. There are things I need to understand. Can you help me? This part of you feels that way, at least. Your chaotic other half must have been the culprit of my slaughtered children. Their bodies are still fresh in the ground. The Duchess's eyes are full of tears. She looks upon a twisted painting of herself, gleefully surrounded by hybrid pig children. I had to defend who was left, and I am unsure who to trust. I mourn their loss. Family is a terrible thing to lose, but we must survive with the best parts of them that remain. Memory can be kind and cruel. I have no family either. How does one endure such loss? What is the answer? I'm still not sure, my dear. All I know at first is that crying helps. The Duchess explains to Alice that tears are restorative. Crying helps. Alice needs to collect tears from the purest source of them within the Vale of Tears and bring them back to the kitchen. The Duchess can then cook them into a potion to restore time to the Vale. We play as Alice and her rabbit navigates towards the direction her inner compass points her. An opening reveals a massive statue of Alice weeping. Tears flow from its eyes. This is where the purest tears are found. The valley in which it rests is protected by a massive sprouting of talking and singing flowers. Defeating their gnashing teeth and navigating the puzzles and platforming sections within the Gardens of the Vale, Alice presses on. Wandering up to the massive crying statue and meeting its gaze, a cutscene begins. There is no sound, only a soft breeze as petals blow past. Seeing the crystal statue hits Alice with a wave of emotion. Alice stares and begins to shudder. Her breaths are short. I miss you, Lizzie. Alice begins to cry. I miss you, Mum and Dad. Deep, sorrowful sobs that drop her to her knees. Why did you have to leave? As Alice continues to cry, her tears fall freely, and she is transported back into the Slumber realm. We get to see this incredible variety of the singing flowers. I love this a lot. This is so cool. Got fucking Melina from Mortal Kombat here on this one. Drifting, singing, or sleeping lazily in the breeze, these seemingly serene flowers will viciously attempt to gnash and bite down on Alice should she disturb them or get too close. Usually positioned in packs, Alice must tread carefully wherever she hears their song. Crying is a good way to heal and let go and process the emotion. So I like that they've worked it in here with the crying statue as well. The end of the chapter. Got our little keyhole over here. The next Slumber, Sorrow and Secrets. Follow the ghosts of the past. Let me see. Where are we starting? I think we're at the top here. We play... No, am I here or am I here? I think I'm here. Radcliffe's office. Alice's tears fall freely until her surrounds morph into the London night sky. She sits upon a rooftop, Caterpillar by her side. Alice wipes her tears in his presence, and the two speak together gently. Why do you cry, Alice? I still mourn them. I miss my family. I still blame myself for Lizzie's fate at the hands of that monster. My memories are full of torment, even long after their deaths. The wounds still hurt, these memories from my shadow I share. They are overwhelming. Memories can indeed still hurt. This is the source of her power. Moments frozen and revisited in time, immortalized in her suffering. They feed her anger, sustain her rage. She's kept them close. She chooses to be fueled by the ruin of her past, manifesting and giving reason to the darkness and chaos that she now spreads. I've seen it. I feel it.
Memories can be a powerful, constant source of suffering if you let them be. Some are not easily forgotten. If I'm not supposed to forget them, what else can a memory be? Guidance in your choices, Alice. There is always something to learn from our memories. Learning is remembering. So learn. Caterpillar fades from view, and movement is spied below. Alice glides down to the street level. She witnesses an older, ghostly apparition of herself living out previous memories. We play as Alice follows the same memory of herself being expelled from the home for wayward children. The memory of herself that Alice watches is outside Radcliffe's home office. We follow as the memory of Alice evades pursuing police and slips in through a window in the alley undetected. Following behind, the scene plays out as Caterpillar narrates. She'd been here before, several times, once to try to collect her rabbit doll, but your shadow could still not find it. Radcliffe had hidden it. What purpose did he have for such a plaything? A plush rabbit, now lost. Radcliffe, forever a cruel ward, treated your other half, as always, like an unwanted, unloved child. Controlled and manipulated, but no more. We play as Radcliffe's office is explored. Alice follows closely behind the ghostly apparition of herself as she heads to the second floor. Caterpillar continues. In the past, your other half had known something was off, in the way he talked and how his eyes always diverted to something. Something he held. There's a door on the second floor. We closely follow behind, peering over her own shoulder. The door is locked, but the memory of Alice quickly opens it. It was her fault. Always her fault. But tonight, she found out it was his. Wandering into the room, all is silent, bar the tick-tock of a grandfather clock. Bookshelves, Baroque paintings, statues. Near the far wall, in the center of the room, something on the desk catches Alice's eye. Tick-tock. Walking up to the desk, the object is cloaked in darkness. Tick-tock. Alice reaches to the item cloaked in shadows. As her memory does so, Alice shares the space with her memory, gently overlapping and sharing her place with the memory apparition. Tick-tock. She reaches her hand towards it. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. Tick. And... whoa. Screams of horror. This is new. A horrible amalgamation of the chaos emerges from the shadows on the desk. Lurching and squelching forward, the gigantic mass reaches out from Radcliffe's office and engulfs the memory of Alice. Her scream is quickly silenced. As Alice turns to run, the hallways shake as the shapeless monster pursues relentlessly. Alice desperately tries to escape, but is caught violently in its fleshy grip. Alice falls under a massive, fleshy mass and is horribly crushed. The scene and halls fall apart. Smash cut back to Caterpillar atop his mushroom, Alice in front of Caterpillar, unharmed but hyperventilating. She was not ready for the truth she found, and neither are you, not yet. A waft of smoke and... chapter end. So is the darkness object on the desk this black book, which seems to be the important item that has some probably some dark and horrid truths within it. We're not yet ready to see it, though. Level 5, Act 3, we are in the Wonderland Woods. The Crystal Tears. Unfrozen Trauma. Alice arrives back in the Vale of Tears, clutching crystalline tears. After they're collected, Alice returns to the Duchess. Now that Alice has used her tears, time flows naturally in the Vale. Things are recovering all around her and resuming their natural actions. Before she leaves, Alice addresses the Duchess. I've encountered horrors I do not understand. My heart aches and I've cried my eyes out. I guess there's still more to it than that. The horror will be understood when you are ready. Your heart and your eyes have done their jobs, sweet girl. Next, using your logic and by focusing on the right pieces, a sound mind can handle the rest. The Duchess explains. Hang on, sorry. Alice says, it's time to find one then. The Duchess explains. The cure must be taken to a fortress at the center of the Vale. This is where the brain is being kept by a mysterious warlord. Before Alice leaves, the Duchess gifts Alice with a new weapon. Pepper grinder acquired. Ultra-rapid fire and buckshot weapon, peppered with pain. A peppercorn grinder ornately carved, the weapon fires a Gatling stream of peppercorns in rapid succession. It quickly overheats,
but can cause high damage very quickly. The weapon can also emit a tactical smoke screen of pepper dust, which blocks enemy vision and causes sneezing, incapacitating enemies in the cloud. We play as Alice uses her inner compass, fighting across the veil to locate the brain's resting place. Passing a previously blocked barrier, which was frozen in time, Alice enters the Serpent Temple, where a cult of forest creatures, snakes, and lizards gather to worship their leader. Hey, are we dual-wielding knives now? What's this? Two! Cheshire Cat in the distance. What's going on here? Peppercorn Grinder, chapter summary. An ultra-rapid-fire DPS weapon inspired by the original weapon from Madness Returns, this iconic addition to Alice's arsenal has been updated for added utility and strategy with a new smokescreen attack. The primary fire sees Alice peppering pain into a single enemy, staggering them, or letting loose into a crowd of enemies equally in the battlefield. The smokescreen offers tactical strategy and evasive opportunity in combat. I again, with the weapons and the upgrades here, I do really, really enjoy that they've brought back the alternate attacks, different stuff that you could do from the first game. I like that a lot. Just even more variety. You know, you've already got 12 weapons to choose from, and then they do different things. So you just got so much choice. Wonderland Woods. Serpent Temple design notes. When considering the creative direction for the area, there was a lot of symbolism we wanted to touch on and overlap in order to form an effective overall design. Initially, the idea was positioning the Serpent's Temple to evoke the feeling of a child wandering into somewhere they normally shouldn't go, somewhere out of bounds, dangerous and mature. As such, we drew heavily on the notion of Alice walking into her father's workshop, somewhere he would conduct his business and usually alone. Children were not welcome. And to that end, the area would feel foreign or misunderstood from the childlike perspective of Alice and the player. This design decision was revisited to more lean into a taxidermist workshop, pinning animals to walls and placing rusted tools and broken wood throughout a misshapen garden shed. Small from the outside, but a labyrinth once stepped inside. We now have the crystal tears. They are a symbolic item representing Alice's progress within the grieving process. She has cried her tears, and time now progresses. In design and writing discussion, the motif of Alice crying was written as a large emotional build-up, which results in Alice crying when overwhelmed by sadness and grief. Gathering herself, she collects the tears, which then progress her journey. This is emblematic of the process of crying, in that one may be overwhelmed and burdened by sadness. But once those tears are shed and dried, we open ourselves to the possibility of what happens next. We cannot cry forever, and those who do are frozen in time. Oh, wow. Okay, welcome now to the Serpent's Temple. Here we go. The workshop with the brain. Love the idea of where we're putting the different parts, with the brain and the eyes and how that works into the environment. Very, very cool. A brain being in a workshop. It's very cool. Upon battling her way through the Serpent's Temple, Alice arrives in the main hall to find the mysterious warlord perched upon his throne. Alice gasps. She is face to face with an old friend, Bill McGill, the lizard. Sensing danger, Alice and Bill exchange words. So again, going back into a lot of old stuff that we're pulling into the new stuff, which is great. This is quite the edifice you've constructed for yourself, Bill. You and the others always looked down on poor little Bill, didn't you? He was a funny character, but I'm no longer playing that part. It no longer suits me to be small and meaningless. I can think clearly now, and I've realized that I have no limits, and none can be imposed on me. Even the chaos obeys me now. There is more to power than just will. What of compassion and feeling? What of your friends, your home? Do you have that? Compassion? Ha! The self that needs to improve is the one that's doing the improving. You seek to destroy yourself and also maintain yourself at the same time. Look at where you point that blade of yours. I've seen enough destructive and violent ends from her and from you to know this power only continues a self-fulfilling dark cycle. I need to understand her, just like she needs to understand me. Knowledge will serve me more than destruction. Alice brandishes her blade. You have what I need to understand the truth. Hand it over. I will never surrender this power willingly, Alice. Take it, if you can. A boss fight with Bill takes place. Bill controls mind-bending and horrible hallucinations. Demons, horrors, and chaos-infested creatures battle against Alice in waves. They are a distraction. Bill is invincible, but where Alice is able, she must sever his connection to the brain. It dangles and floats, teetering above him. Bill McGill, we all share a lizard brain, mania untamed. Bill's attacks are psychic in nature. He floats above the battle, drawing from the theater of the mind, summoning nightmares to attack Alice. Corrosive pools litter the area as he blinks in and out of view, teleporting around the environment. And once we uncover the brain, we have all fragments acquired. As the Cheshire Cat watches from above too. A little bit of an unfortunate thing, and this comes from reading a design Bible instead of, obviously playing the game, is we had the Cheshire Cat related segment, some dialogue there, and then it tells you and lets you know, hey, you'll have situational dialogue with Dear Cat. And that'll come up throughout the course of these levels. You can summon them at any time, have some back and forth. Here's some examples of that. Unfortunately, adding into the design Bible of every single time you and the Cheshire Cat could converse and the dialogue that's there is probably a lot. It might not all have even been thought of or written, but it's a bit of a shame because it's such an integral character and part of the story that we don't get to experience as much through a design Bible as a result. We're seeing him, he's there. We can, think about what would be said between them. It's nice that we got that little bit and examples of what they would say, but it's quite cool. It's just a shame there's no here's the Cheshire Cat segment of all of the levels. As soon as Alice severs Bill's final connection to the brain, he immediately reverts to being an idiot again and calls off the attack on Alice. He acts like he doesn't know what's going on and is completely unaware of the carnage he's caused. He is a sympathetic, friendly character towards Alice and is not killed. As soon as he loses connection to the brain, he just assumes his dumb old Bill guise. Thinking I knew it all got me in trouble more than admitting I was dumb. Towering confidence built on sound thinking is more precarious than a humble hut built on an empty plain. At least you learned a bit about yourself. Bill hands over the brain to Alice without any hesitation and leads them out of the area once Alice has the brain. He then waves goodbye to Alice and the Cheshire Cat as if they've just left a tea party at his house. He wishes them well and thanks them for stopping by. As he does this, he realizes he doesn't really know what to do with his next life. Oh well. Alice has a momentary giggle. Then she focuses. She has recovered the brain. Sunlight and time flood back into the Vale with Alice's passing. With time and the Vale restored, Alice returns to the Hall of Doors, heading back to the Hatter's workshop, her mind steady. Hatter's workshop, the bargaining realm, a frosty reception. Alice steps from the Hall of Doors and quickly makes her way to Hatter's workshop. There she returns the final fragment and is allowed a chance to re-equip, restock, resupply. The artwork having a cool, smaller version of the Hatter is really nice. That's cool. Tiny guy. And apparently we've got the hair on a respirator right now. They're getting healed, guys. They're getting healed. Maybe. The Hatter is busy tinkering away. It is unclear what he's working on. He offers new upgrades and inventions for Alice's perusal in exchange for the primer materia Alice has collected. As Alice turns to leave, Hatter stops her. Oh, Alice, all that frozen time got me thinking. Time is not something we can control, but freezing itself. There might be something else to that. Depending on your nature, we all have 3 base responses to animalistic instincts when faced with dire threat. You think of me as an animal, Hatter. We are all slaves to our base instincts, Alice. What's yours? Fight? Flight? Or freeze, perhaps? He reveals a new contraption from his workbench, gleaming with frost, a magnificent ice wand. Returning from the first game. Observe. Using the wand, Hatter blasts a tick-tocking mechanical teapot from across the room. It is frozen in place, encased in a rapidly forming cube of ice, perfectly akin to the trapped robot's size within. Its single eye darts frantically from side to side until it steams and melts away the ice. Clearly disgruntled, it shakes its spout accusingly at Hatter. I already know you have a handle on fight and flight, Alice. Freezing might not be in your nature, but perhaps it can find a place in your arsenal instead. Hatter gives Alice the weapon. Feel free to hone your skills with it before moving on. Just don't freeze the tea, for God's sake. Iced tea. Ha! What a mad abomination. Alice leaves Hatter to his workbench. He explains what he will need to continue his work. Alice is free to train with the Ice Wand if she chooses, freezing enemies into cubes. She is able to shatter them, incapacitate them, or push the ice blocks around on a limited axis for a short while before they melt. The cubes themselves offer step-up platforms, cover, and can be used as weighted blocks. Heat affects them, drastically reducing their time frozen. The Ice Wand has an alternate fire mode. It can be used as an ADS single-fire sniper-styled bolt caster weapon. With a close range, over-the-shoulder perspective, and with Alice moving slowly, the Frost Bow can fire a single, high-damage shard of ice that can pierce and skewer a line of enemies if the shot is true. So that's what we saw in earlier art, because I was like, there's a bow. And it's the transformation of the Ice Wand. That's cool. It is a high skill, high risk, and high reward. Glancing at the Chaos Clock in Hatter's workshop, the clock is nearly consumed by chaos. Tick-tock. Time is short, and only 2 moons remain. Prepared for the next adventure, Alice is still uncertain. She has everything she needs. Consulting her inner compass, it now shows nothing but darkness. Alice resolves to seek out her shadow, and the truth she could not comprehend, before time runs out. Following her compass, she returns to the Hall of Doors, and where do we go next? We'll find out. Yeah, Ice Bow, very cool. Deep freeze enemy, heavy blow, AoE shatter. So the wand like splits into like 2 and then becomes the bow from there. It's called transformation. Be the Storm, a versatile and unique weapon with a wide variety of attack potential. Extreme close and extreme long distance fire modes make this a skill-based weapon with expensive and limited resource economy. The Ice Wand's classic form makes a welcome comeback into Alice's hands, offering close-range utility, strategy, and crowd control if freeze is used effectively. The perfect weapon for picking off high-priority enemies well before they become a threat. This is also Asylum's Sniper Crown Jewel. I quite like that. Level 6, Act 1. The Cataclysm. Awash in a sea of nothingness, London floods and burns. Find the shadow, confront the truth. Alice steps through the doorway into a broken and confused cityscape. The streets of East London snake out before her in large chunks of floating blocks, a mix of flooded and burning buildings suspended, some upward, some downward, under a black winter sky. Snow and ash fill the air. Water floods the streets in many places, suspended in air between the empty abyss between the islands of buildings. This is where the final piece of the puzzle will be revealed in Radcliffe's office, if Alice can find it. We play as Alice navigates the scene, heading towards the direction indicated by the compass. Along the way, she encounters a variety of creatures and citizens who attack and taunt her. Navigation between the islands requires a combination of climbing, jumping, floating, and running, swimming, fighting. Some buildings exist in regular gravity, and some in down is up gravity, so jumping can result in falling down, depending on where Alice jumps from. The carpenter is found in one of the islands, frantically repairing a ramshackle dike built of stone and wood. As Alice approaches him, Carpenter hastily initiates the conversation. "Alice, we must not let London sink, my dear. Civilization is all that stands between us and the consuming chaos. Build, fix, maintaining the order, or we're all doomed." There hardly seems any point. This entire place is either on fire or beneath the waves, and whatever else still stands is broken beyond belief. Exactly, child, belief. Belief is what keeps us going despite the burning fires and the rising tides. Belief that doing something is better than doing nothing, even when we all fail in the end. Better to have died trying than lived idly, I say. Speaking of idle, don't just stand there wasting breath. You've got to help me empty the seas before he returns. The requisite valves are in the lower levels of the nearby buildings. Before who returns? Don't you mean she? No, he! She has already been here. I speak of the portent of doom, the scion of chaos, the big blubbery bully, the walrus. Your other half has already consumed him. His hunger always was insatiable, but now it's something else. Go now. We don't have any time to waste. Damn. The walrus has been taken. We play as Alice and her rabbit. Navigate the nearby buildings, following her inner compass to the valves in the lower levels. Along the way, she must fight an onslaught of creatures using her weapons in the environment. The buildings float and shift dramatically, making it so London and the necessary location present themselves to Alice as each previous area is overcome. We have the corrupted. London burns and they fan the flames. The corrupted appear as twisted memories from Alice's time in London, no stranger to the cruelty she has faced. These odd manifestations hide their darkness well. Some will appear as helpful folk at first, opening passageways and apparently assisting Alice on her journey, only to reveal their true colours when Alice least expected. Attacking her violently, a costly lesson in people. What you see is not always what you get. Locating Bumby's office. We play as Alice jump floats from building to building, finally arriving at the home for wayward children. The building sits upon its own floating island, with the wrecked remains of the nearby neighbourhood dangling and floating in the surrounding air. The lower levels of the building are flooded, while the upper level is on fire. The ghostly visages of children continue to sing, dance, and play inside the area, oblivious to the chaos around them. The building design forces Alice to enter through a sub-basement area and fight her way up. This area is flooded, and the pools of water contain spectral hands that reach out to drown Alice at every turn. Here she finds the valve and turns it, causing the water to drain away. This blocks her ability to exit via the way she came, so continues upward. Into the main floors of the building, Alice passes orphans, caretakers, and adults in scenes from the past, attempted adoptions, children playing games. The second floor of the building leading to Bumby's office is on fire. Alice navigates and fights her way through this to arrive at the door of Bumby's office. Entering the office triggers a flashback to the Slumber. Yeah, man, yikes. Reap what you sow. Learn about monsters creating monsters. Learn the truth in evil. We play as a ghost of adult Alice. Climbs through the window and tiptoes to Bumby's desk. Adult Alice finds a journal and skims through it. The journal is the same that the monstrous Bumby apparition carried in Alice's previous encounters with him. A simple, elegant book. It is made of pale leather that resembles fine skin. It reveals Bumby's childhood past, a brutal existence under a controlling and vindictive father. We jump to a series of flashback scenes. Bumby's father beating his wife. Child Bumby frantically cleaning up the bloody floors, rooms filled with dead animals, and the tools of a taxidermist. It provides an explanation, but not an excuse, for the existence of Bumby's evil. The scene ends with Alice face to face with a pile of dolls. Emerging from the pile, the doll maker reaches forward to grab her. Alice recoils and is suddenly back in London, plummeting from the night sky. This is a really good thing to introduce and give more context from, because there are people that are bad and evil in that sense of the word, that stems from something, whether that is nature or nurture, or a little bit of both. You do have a lot that goes on in the brain of human beings, whether that be illnesses, diseases, actual like psychological disorders, like birth defects, a lot of things that happen that can affect how the brain works. And then there are also how these people were raised as children, the environment that they were brought up in, how they were taught, what they were shown, and how that reflects in their adulthood and how they conduct themselves accordingly. And to see what this is in this sense of the cycle of vengeance. Bumby's taking out a lot of his childhood traumas onto other people because he can't take it out on those that impacted him. And there's this cycle of generational trauma that is a very real thing too, that we inherit a lot of the trauma and hardships from our parents as it's passed along, knowingly or unknowingly, subconsciously most of the time. Like a lot of parents have as like some sort of, what's the word that I'm looking for? A lot of parents can tend to go into becoming parents themselves with the mentality of I'm not going to be like my parents. And then they end up like almost becoming a different version or doing something that they wouldn't expect as a result of that. Again, like consciously or subconsciously, there are situations where that happens. They're like, oh, I'm gonna be a better parent. and not do this, but then they end up doing something else, and it's very interesting because, being a parent is something that is learned practically. It's not, as much as you can obviously read about how to do things, the experience is very personalized. And seeing our monstrous villain here from Madness Returns give some more context to his past is a good factor to include. And I like that it's also like it provides the explanation, but not the excuse for the existence of Bumby's evil, which is very cool. So here's our devilish centaur in the middle here. We are plummeting from the night sky out of the slumber into level 6, Act 2. Ledgers are due. Blood money. London floods and burns. Locate Radcliffe's office. We play as Alice floats down to the rooftops of London. She continues to follow her inner compass to the next valve. We play as Alice jump floats from building to building, finally arriving at Radcliffe's office. The building sits upon its own floating island with the wrecked remains of the nearby neighbourhood dangling and floating in the surrounding air. The lower levels of the building are flooded while the upper level is on fire. The building has a special cloud of chaos creatures around it, an additional layer of protection that indicates something special inside. Alice jump floats to the roof of the building and fights her way down. On the second floor, we again face the door and see it open to a room full of bookshelves, paintings, and statues. Entering the room triggers another series of flashbacks. Tick, tock. Stage 2 of the Corrupted, getting a little bit more aggressive. As the darkness in this world becomes more apparent, the Corrupted no longer hide their ill intent. Brazenly horrible and overflowing with darkness, the denizens of this dark world pursue and hunt Alice in the open. Springing from the shadows and striking with incredible speed, these tentacled beasts now pose a higher level of threat to Alice's survival. What's cool about this, in this state of blending reality and Wonderland in our little Lunderland sort of environment, is this ties into Otherlands in that sense that Alice is going into the minds of these other creatives and trying to help them in regards to like what they create or what they do to help form a better world to fight against the darknesses within people. And we're seeing like a hell on earth experience that we got to see briefly in the Leviathan episode of Otherlands that we're now seeing in the like London flooding and burning. We're seeing hell on earth. The Corrupted no longer hide their ill intent. They embrace their darkness and all of this shit going on. So it's cool to see how these elements of Otherlands and Asylum start off a little bit separate when the game begins, and then we're now seeing them start to join together, which is very cool. The Slumber. He knew. Recover the item hidden in shadows. Tick tock. Tick tock. Tick tock. The previous memory of Alice entering Radcliffe's office plays out. Only this time, Alice does not have a memory apparition of herself to follow. She is alone. As the grandfather clock ticks, Alice approaches the desk. She calmly reaches out her hand to take hold of the wicked, dark mass swirling in front of her. As before, a monstrous, shapeless beast of chaos begins to take shape, engulfing the room before Alice. Alice does not react or flinch. With her heart, eyes, and brain focused, she is in control. Opening the palm of her hand and focusing on the shapeless chaos, its form dissipates, shrinks, and retracts entirely. All that remains clasped in her hand is a small, leather-bound, black book. Oh God, just from what I can glimpse from this isn't good. A dark truth revealed, pages of sorrow. We are seeing the act of sale. We are seeing children being sold. We are seeing numbered children trafficked and sold off. And, this only ties in very well with what Bumby was talking about when he started, getting real cruel to Alice about I could have emptied your head and put you out on the street and, yeesh. Important plot points 3. Alice opens the pages to find bills of sale. Pages and pages of sad photos of children with their names, monetary sale worth, defining features, and the names of the buyers. Each child is numbered and listed like livestock. As Alice reacts in horror to the truth, She watches as she is surrounded again by numbered dolls. They do not dance, they do not sing, they only stare. As Alice walks towards them, the dolls recoil, cry, and run away and hide. You must now find the broken dolls, seek those who must be found. We play as a grim game of hide and seek occurs. Following their cries, the dolls will guide Alice to their location. When she opens the cupboard, they hide within, or looks under the bed, they cower beneath. Alice will meet the gaze of familiar children from the home for wayward children. When she finds them, they scream out and fade to dust. They are all terrified or crying. Each time Alice finds a child, she becomes more and more agitated and panicked. No, please, I want to help you. When Alice locates the last child, which turns to ash, all is silent. No more cries, only deathly silence. A cutscene plays. The shadow will appear. She is sitting by a windowsill, staring out into the void of night. As Alice approaches the shadow, there is a sense of calm. Sorrow hangs heavy in the air, and neither draws their weapon. The shadow continues to stare at the stars as she speaks. You see why I do what I must. The truth is not just in our suffering, but also theirs. These monsters, Radcliffe and Bumby, have sold off these innocent lives like livestock. They must be punished. That pig will pay with his life. If you kill Radcliffe, there will be nothing left in you. You will suffer his fate. You are so far gone. Bumby is already dead, and look at you. You walk his same path. He still infects you. The shadow roars. No, I will end his path. These men murdered our family, killed our sister, burned them alive. They stole everything from us. The shadow is enraged. The memory scene around her pulsates and cracks as she screams. And you willingly stand in my way. There is nothing left to save. It's all gone. Alice desperately tries to reason with her shadow self. We are here. We might be worth saving. We're still a part of our family. You are worth saving. Don't do this. There has to be another way. The shadow pauses and assesses her other half through mounting tears. No, I will do what must be done, as I always have. The scene begins to ember and warp, melting and cracking as the shadow's anger burns. Radcliffe dies. The scene ends in a swirling vortex, and Alice is pulled back to the cataclysm. For level 6, Act 1. Level 6, Act 1? I don't think so. I think this is 6.3. You know, it's fine, guys. It's okay that there are typos frequently in the design Bible. There's a lot of words in here. There's a lot of room for error. It's okay. And it says level 6, Act 3, the Abyss down here. So we're all good. It's corrected itself. Staring into the abyss, it stares back. We play as Alice returns to the carpenter to report her success in turning off the valves, but it's too late. Chaos overflows. The walrus and the carpenter are there, both consumed by chaos and made into giants. They dwarf Alice in size. What follows is an epic boss battle across the cataclysm in which Alice must defeat the crafty duo while hopping between the flooded, burning ruins of East London. As the buildings are destroyed, there's nothing left for anyone to stand on, and the walrus and carpenter are left drifting in empty space. Alice watches their bodies float into the void. Reaching out to Carpenter, she knows she has lost another friend. She mourns. The theater of the mind, curtain fall, Carpenter and Walrus. The battle against Carpenter and Walrus is one of survival. With the giants corrupted and running amok, the only chance Alice has to escape the duo's wanton destruction by outlasting their rampage. Carpenter favors blows with the hammer, while Walrus will use his body weight to slam about the area, causing widespread destruction until they both plummet endlessly to their doom. How much will I continue to lose in this darkness? We play as Alice hops and floats back to the Hall of Doors. God, man, those chaos void tendrils all coming out of every single orifice, and orifices you didn't even know that you had. Back to Hatter's workshop. The bargaining realm time is up. Alice steps from the Hall of Doors and quickly returns to Hatter's workshop. Alice now knows the secrets of the darkness and what has created it. Hatter is in a distant state of mind. He explains, only one moon remains. Tick tock. The chaos clock in Hatter's workshop is nearly completely consumed by the shadow. Everywhere Alice looks in his workshop, darkness is seeping in through windowsills under doorways. All other entrances and exits from Hatter's workshop are blocked. Alice has everything she needs. All that is left to do is complete Alice's quest and assemble the fragments she has collected and find her way home. Hatter reveals a sarcophagus emblazoned with winged beasts. A mighty griffin is carved on its hull. A final puzzle to solve. Hatter and Alice lay the pieces she has collected into a stone slab with numerous apparatus and machinations. The eyes, brain, her inner compass, and tears all slot into place. In the end, the puzzle cannot be completed. After all other puzzles are solved, a secret panel presents itself. A single heart-shaped slot remains empty. The final slot of the puzzle, the clockwork heart, is still beating within the rabbit. No, don't. Hatter stays his hand. His voice is stern but steady. This might be a difficult choice, Alice, but this piece is required. If we do not have the heart in the right place, what we create to get you home will be without one. I cannot guarantee your success, your safety, or what comes next without it in place. Tick-tock. Chaos is barely restrained at every crevice of Hatter's laboratory. It is overflowing. Hatter continues. We are out of time. Alice looks down to her rabbit, and to the machines, and to Hatter. Her eyes land on her tiny friend. Hatter awaits Alice's choice as she turns to address the scientist. My heart is exactly where it needs to be. With or without one in place in the machine, I know we'll face whatever comes next, together. Hatter smiles. The rabbit hops in a circle around Alice. He hugs her boot. So be it. Sounds like you indeed have enough heart to spare. An engaging click and a whir as heavy gears churn and spark, initiating the machinery in Hatter's laboratory. The sarcophagus glows. The power sparks surge from white to red, then green. Hatter furiously tries to operate levers and keep the wild sparking power controlled within. The winged griffin effigies on the sarcophagus change and morph to something else. So, still winged, but wicked. Horrible, snarling, beastly noises are heard from within the sarcophagus. Smoke streams from its cracks. The chaos clock chimes. Time is up. As chaos seeps in through the walls, Hatter calls out to Alice. Bold choice, Alice. I hope you certainly are ready for what you are about to face. Before Alice can react, he holds up his hand. He continues. No time to waste. Good luck, Alice. If you tame and defeat what's to come, you'll find your way home. I'll hopefully see you both again. In another time, perhaps. Alice smiles warmly at the scientist. Speaking of time, allow me to buy you some more. Hatter suddenly pulls a lever, a moment before we witness him become consumed in a gurgling mess of black, shapeless tentacles. His scream of anguish is cut short as he is consumed by chaos. A moment passes, then a massive gear is heard churning. It chunks into place. The area of Hatter's lab containing the sarcophagus, Alice and her rabbit, shoots up through the open roof as sheet lightning flickers overhead. Heavy rain pours as more lightning snakes across the brackened skies of Wonderland. Cool. Nice to see like the different like renderings of particular artworks as well. Oh man, it's cool to see the initial designs, like having griffins on the doors, or griffins more like being the heads of the thing, or it being a griffin, or like the griffins on top of it. I really like the sort of Iron Maiden feeling of the second one up here with the face on it as well. And then using that same Inferno circle behind the head. But the griffins is cool too. And goodbye. Goodbye to Hatter as he is consumed by the void and the tentacles. Level 7, Act 1. Oh. Yo, okay. Wow. The skies above Wonderland, heartless fury. Find the only way home if you can. The Jabberwock returns from the sarcophagus. And then it's a bit of a different artistic interpretation, so we can see that it's more of the sarcophagus is now different as a result. The scene opens and Alice, her rabbit, and the sarcophagus are now outside the lab on a giant rooftop platform high above the laboratory. Nestled in the sky on the perilous platform, a scene of decay, ruin, and rot has spread across all of Wonderland. Between flashes of light, it is revealed that Wonderland is now fully consumed by chaos and shadow as far as the eye can see. I wonder what the lack of a heart does in the sarcophagus when it has come into the result of creating or like recreating the Jabberwock. We play as Alice approaches the sarcophagus. As she does so, the Jabberwock emerges from Hatter's machination. The Jabberwock's flaming eyes look onto Alice. His enormous flame engulfs Alice in shadow as he moves forward. Rain steams as it hits his body. Brandishing her blade, Alice is ready for a fight. Her rabbit stands by her side. The Jabberwock snarls and unfurls his massive wings.
Ask yourself, Alice, what good is a heart?
With a reflex as fast as the lightning that cracks down around them, the Jabberwock knocks Alice to the ground, then snares the rabbit in his claws.
When it can so easily be broken.
Alice can only watch and scream as the Jabberwock ruthlessly tears out the heart of the rabbit. The rabbit's tiny soggy body writhes in its claws, and both the heart and the rabbit's body are eaten by the Jabberwock. Alice screams in fury and rushes toward the gigantic beast, blade in hand. Fuck. That sucks. You know, it felt like it was gearing us up for the farewell scene of Rabbit when the heart needed to go in, and that's what I was preparing for while reading. And then they're like, Alice is going to do it her own way, as she does. And it still results in, unfortunately, the Jabberwock eating the damn rabbit. Well, I guess the heart is in the Jabberwock. My rabbit. An inferno of incredible horror, the Jabberwock. What's cool about this is, I was just going to point this out with the artwork on how they're drawing it, is there's still the element that it's, how we originally see it, mechanical wings, sort of like steampunky chest design. And then we've got this one, which is more like before any of that shit happened, which is kind of interesting to think about, because if it's like a reborn Jabberwock before modifications, this is actually a pretty cool idea. We play as Alice engages the Jabberwock in a fierce boss battle atop the platform of Hatter's laboratory. As Alice lashes out, the Jabberwock will cruelly taunt her and mock her attempts to defeat him. The Jabberwock is fearsome and a vicious opponent. He will attack with razor-sharp claws at close range and rocket flame blasts from his gullet at a distance. Capable of a wide range of attacks and ambushes, this is a difficult fight for Alice. Lightning plays a key factor in keeping a visual lock on the Jabberwock. It will be darkly lit, while heavy rain will obscure Alice's environmental view periodically. During these times, the Jabberwock will only be visible by his flaming eyes and fire blasts in the sky. So they're already going to make the really difficult boss fight from the first game even more difficult. Memorizing his attack patterns, spatial awareness, advanced combat, reflex, parrying timing, and attacking weak points will be key in defeating the Jabberwock in a multi-phase combat encounter. As Alice fights the Jabberwock, his form will gradually be overtaken by chaos, sprouting from inside him. The fight will culminate in a desperate last stand attack. The Jabberwock will pin Alice to the ground and attempt to eat her whole. As he does so, Alice will have to slice his neck at the last moment, lest she is consumed. Cool. It's cool to see like the heavy rain and then the lightning coming through, illuminating the place. And all of the different... Oh, wow. So the arena having like the queen and the carpenter and the rabbit and the duchess and like just like all of these did like the different characters and elements of that around her and the Cheshire Cat there as well. Wild. What's this knife going to do? Alice, do we get the Jabberwock staff as a result? We get that again? We get to use that weapon? Surely. Whoa. Okay, what's this? This feels different. A cutscene plays at the end of the encounter. Rain now falls gently. his throat bleeding and chaos seeping from his wounds. The Jabberwock stumbles back to his knees. He splutters as he laughs. Distant lightning forks and crackles overhead. The thunder turns to the slow, withering heartbeats of the defeated Jabberwock. Alice stares at the beast furiously. She trembles in rage as shadow falls.
Pitiful, through the fire, your memory and suffering, you still fear me, girl.
Fear be damned, vile beast. You will not stop me from finding my way home.
Stop you. Look around you. The darkness in you has already won. There is nothing left to save. Your hope blinds you. Your broken heart weakens you. And your home?
Rain falls as the Jabberwock's laughter continues to splutter.
Your true home was lost the moment you failed to save your family. Everything else has been and is but a shadow, an illusion, a shade of what could have been. You failed again, girl. You can't even see it.
Alice grits her teeth.
Your only sanctuary lies in the truth of your own darkness. It calls to you. That is where your journey ends, alone in the heart of darkness. I know it.
I am not only my shadow. I am more. I will listen no longer to your wicked words.
Listen or not, you cannot deny the truth. No matter how hard you still hopelessly kick and flail, you are being dragged to your inevitable doom, Alice. It is only a matter of time before you drown beneath the waves of your own torment.
No, your torment will be paid in full for killing my friend. Lightning rips across the sky. The Jabberwock matches Alice's gaze. Hers is fiercer.
It appears darkness has already found a home in you, Alice.
The Jabberwock's final words are cut short as Alice drives her blade through his skull. As his scaled flesh falls and rots, all that is left of the fearsome Jabberwock is his colossal skeleton and Alice's blade wedged in bone. With a final emotionless heave, Alice's blade wrenches free from the skull, and the beast's skeletal remains fall to dust and ash. Alone on the platform, we play as Alice examines the ashen remains of her opponent. Something writhes where the Jabberwock's stomach once was. As a pile of ash blows away in the breeze, the badly damaged body of the rabbit is revealed, sprawled on the ground. Kneeling down beside her dead friend, Alice holds his body and notices the heart is in place within his chest. The rabbit wiggles weakly in her arms and hugs her back. He is alive. Chaos seeps across the edges of the platform, encircling Alice and her rabbit. As the bones of the Jabberwock flit and continue to drift, Alice watches as the ash turns to lazily falling snowflakes. The platform morphs as Alice and her rabbit hold hands. The scene around them shines, warps, and bleeds into a brilliant white light. Snow now falls heavily as a disembodied voice utters, "Welcome home, Alice." Wow. What a powerful boss fight sequence. Having the Jabberwock come back and sort of how I'm viewing this is Alice Asylum is sort of this like 2 decades in the making type victory lap, in the sense that it's going back through these powerful characters, moments, scenes from game 1 and 2 while making it integral to Alice's character development and still progressing her journey. Like, it's not going back for the sake of going back and just going, remember this because it's been so long. It's utilizing her past experiences, recontextualizing them, and taking us back through while still being able to show these previous characters and boss fights and weapons and all this stuff coming back in a different way. And I think that is really damn cool to take the previous games and move it forward instead of being stuck in the past. It's using that as a way to progress forward, which is thematically quite fitting for the narrative. And we move on to a familiar dead Jabberwocky corpse with the bunny in tow. And the chapter summary for Level 7 Act 1, Wings of Steam, the skies above Wonderland. Look at this. The armor of lies, slaying the beasts of her past, Alice is ready for battle. Despite a powerful exterior, beneath her armored shell beats a fragile heart desecrated by loss. Alice steels her resolve and faces her demons head on, despite if she is ready or not. Look at this. So, little chapter summary. And this just screams to me more Alice Otherlands inspiration in the sense of the Richard Wagner opera performance of like being a Valkyrie and getting the armor. That is great. Alice in her knightly armor fit. It also ties in with the Bram Stoker concept art that they did as well for Otherlands, because she was dressed as the knight in that too. So very, 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 very cool. I love that a lot. The symbolism used for the Chaos Clock is the yin yang, the star of chaos, and the zodiac calendar. And then we go into story intermission. Ooh, truth. Final slumber encounter. The final slumber. Find your way home. Through a cloudly transition, Alice and her rabbit enter slumber and find themselves in scenes last seen at the start of the game, a snowy British countryside with Alice's family home in the distance. It is a starry night, but there is no moon in the sky this time. My true home? I've been here many times before. What have I missed? All right, a couple of things that I really, really love seeing this in general is our moon's gone. The engineer, the man in the moon. So I think we're about to see what's going on here in regards to this, because we've had this flash of white and welcome home, Alice. Now, something that's really interesting to me in this design Bible that we've read, the allusions it's made to someone else. I actually have no idea. I have no idea. So it's going to be interesting to see it. The other thing is I like that we've got sort of the shattered snow globe type setting here, where we've got like the glass around the house in the snowy landscape. And I also really like that the house is lit up in a similar way to Madness Returns, like the memories, how they were like the translucent floating objects, and the house looks quite similar to that. But we've been to this house many times before. What have we missed? Oh. The slumber wayfinding. Shattered globe concept. Level wayfinding. Emanating an ethereal white light, the little home is positioned as a safe haven, pulsating and breaking on the horizon of a dying world. Acting as a wayfinder throughout the level, optical illusions and geometry tricks will reposition the bright light as Alice fights her way forward. We play as Alice runs across a broken floating island in the slumber realm. Her rabbit accompanies her throughout an environment that is broken, unstable, and tremors sporadically. Chaos seeps in through every crevice. This world is dangerous and breaking apart. The chaos has followed Alice here. They head towards a rising plume of smoke in the distance. Advanced platforming, spatial timing, and environmental puzzles, as well as high-stakes combat encounters with chaos, are solved in quick succession to progress. We play as Alice makes her way through the scenes in the slumber realm towards the goal of meeting with Caterpillar. She arrives at the place where the mushroom sits. It is terrifyingly still and silent. Alice and her rabbit are alone. As Alice approaches, a cutscene begins. A familiar silhouette in the darkness. The figure turns. Alice is stopped in her tracks. She is face to face with the Queen of Hearts. Her grotesque form is exactly the same as the manipulator Alice faced in the throne room. Alice draws her blades as the two exchange heated words. "Where is Caterpillar? What have you done with him?" Alice demands. The Queen's large eyes narrow on Alice. Her booming words are measured, regal, and dripping with power. "I've been waiting for you, girl. Welcome home indeed. Never on time, always late. Somewhere else to be. Hopelessly lost in your curiosity and imagination." The Queen focuses on the Vorpal blade. "Until you found that blade. Or did it find you. With it in hand, you've carved quite a path, Alice, led equally by your violence and curiosity. It begs the question, which one truly steers your heart? Enough of your lies, and you vile manipulator. I've already driven this blade through your neck once, and I'll do it again. The broken Slumber combat encounter. The deity of Slumber, home is where the heart is. A throwback to the mid-game boss encounter in the throne room, this battle against the Queen is a ramped-up reprisal of the fight in every aspect. Melee strikes, tentacles forming, environmental hazards, tougher enemy summons, faster and much more powerful attacks. No longer bound to her throne, the Queen now moves freely around the battlefield, all amounting to an intense boss fight. Oh, cool. It's really cool. This is cool to see the transformation from like the very large, giant version to more of like the tentacle form, very similar to the first game. Ha ha ha, I'm going to get you. Wake up, my soldiers. And then summoning the fucking Chaos Card Guards, I guess. Really cool to see like storyboards for boss fight stuff. Where's the blunderbuss? It's blunderbuss time. Come on, right? We play as Alice fights the Queen of Hearts in a boss battle. This is a reprisal of the first fight of the Manipulator Queen. There are key differences in attacks, patterns, and all attack openings are now different. The encounter plays with your expectations, offering unforeseen twists that require new approaches to best the encounter. After a fierce and complex battle, the encounter ends with the Queen defeated. A cutscene plays after the battle is won. This is all your fault! The Queen... Oh, that's great. That's great. We go pretty much the whole entire game having that said to us and, and around us about Alice. Starting that with the Queen right there. Incredible. Immediately, I'm like, oh, I feel the impact of us saying that. This is all your fault. The Queen holds out her hand to signify stop and smiles warmly. Yes, Alice, it is. I've always been harsh, but I've only tried to do what was best for you. Red, fleshy tentacles swarm about, the same as what appears whenever Alice has died or failed in game. When you have fallen, I have picked you back up again. The Queen's skin begins to peel away, falling aside. Split from the base of her crown, down her body, her flabby, disgusting skin gracefully sheds like a hollow cocoon. Oh, whoa. Whoa. Really? Wow, that's what we're doing here. Cool. A beautiful woman, clad in deep red flowing robes, emerges. She has the pale face of Alice's mother. Alice has encountered the memory of her dead mother, who helps pick her up again whenever she falls down. Wow, that's crazy. So outside the gears and the machinery, out steps Leanne Little, new character encountered. What a gorgeous dress. Also, like, slightly like, I won't say bobblehead in nature, but like slightly like larger head, which is funny because it makes me think of like when you see the Queen of Hearts in the Tim Burton movie, but the head is like cartoonishly a fucking bobblehead. This is a little bit different, but it's still like obviously bigger. The scene continues as Alice looks on in shock, her blade pointed. The memory of Alice's mother calmly addresses her daughter, holding Hatter's little head in there too. Mother? No, this is another of your tricks, an illusion. Alice's blade shakes as she points it at her mother. You stole Hatter's mind. You enslaved him to do your bidding. Stole? No, dear girl. I kept it for safekeeping. Take it. You will have use for it yet. Alice's mother reaches into a metallic statue of Hatter's head. She pulls out a new shining, beautiful clockwork brain. She hands Hatter's mind to Alice. Alice is bewildered by the kindness. A fragment of a falling friend, Hatter's memories. Important plot points 4. Alice's mother speaks in an elegant, familiar manner, explaining, "This is the last time we will meet here. The most valuable lessons we learn are also the most costly, Alice, and this has been the costliest of them all. You embody the parts of yourself that are still entwined with hope, playful, kind. You are the light in your own darkness, and you are getting brighter." Alice's mother looks warmly at the rabbit and smiles. "And I see your curiosity is also still intact." Patting the rabbit on the head, the memory of Alice's mother continues. "Years ago, the horrors you faced, when we found you lost and alone, we had no choice. We locked you away to protect you, and then to prepare you." Damn, dude. All right. Oh, wow. This is very cool. So I probably wasn't gonna bring it up or mention it. It was more of just like a recognition of, similar art style. But it is noticeable how the Queen of Hearts in this form and the caterpillar do have the same sort of like facial structure. They have the same sort of build in that sense, mostly in the face. So I guess that's a little hint to how they're going to end up being related here as mother and father. Incredible. So this younger Alice being kept secret and safe and protected from memories of her parents. I think what's really cool about this is the Queen of Hearts took the form of Lizzie in Madness Returns when we encountered her. And there was that family element. Madness Returns being more heavily linked in the Lizzie side of things as we learned about Bumby and what actually happened. And then now in the third game, through memory, actually having an interaction with Mama and Papa, directly tied to her trauma and her suffering and her constant reminding herself of her failure to save them. This is a very interesting chance to have a conversation with them. The scene continues as Alice's mother gestures with her hand, summoning older memories has seen or experienced in previous slumber encounters. The memory of the child being repressed by the shadow in the asylum appears. "You were split at your core, Alice, a survival mechanism, severed and left behind. The other part of you continued your fight alone and drew strength from your anger. That anger was strong, and it carried her forward. She survived and overcame extremely difficult obstacles." Memories of Alice's adventures in AMA and AMR play. "Now her anger and despair have in turn been infected by the very darkness it sought to destroy, a ruin, a plague that has been transferred to your other half by the process of eliminating it. Your shadow, she grows stronger by the moment. Her fury has very nearly consumed every part of you." Memories of Bumby being pushed in front of the train flash past Alice and her mother. Alice's mother walks towards the memory of Bumby, closely examining the frozen facial expression of Dr. Angus Bumby's face, the moment before he was killed. Leanne curls her lip and bares her teeth in anger at Bumby. She is disgusted by him. She turns back to Alice. "That darkness has destroyed this place. It has almost won. We are on the knife edge of this precipice. Darkness always begets more darkness." Alice's mother waves her hand, and now we see a new memory. It is recent. In London, an adult Alice Little has Radcliffe at knife point. He is cornered up against bookshelves. Alice is threatening to kill him. He begs and pleads for his life, but the Alice in the memory scene is obviously consumed by shadow. Her eyes are swirling, lightless voids. The knife is pointed at his neck. Tick, tock. The chaos clock. This is the culmination of her rage. That darkness manifested without my control or your conscience or kindness. The scales tip directly into the abyss. She needs your help. If she kills again, there will be nothing left to save. You are the light that can guide her through the darkness. You must save her. Alice's mother turns away from the memory, and the scene around them shifts to the interior of Alice's family home. The first scene from the opening of the game. Alice and her mother are sitting at the table, wearing their rabbit masks. Lizzie and her father are absent. The black birthday cake is there, candles shining bright. Wax strips and "Eat Me" tag hangs from the side of the cake. Chaos is now visibly seeping into the scene through the windows of the house. Alice's mother continues to address Alice. "This is where your torment was born, in fire and pain. Grow from that pain, Alice. Be more than that pain. Our time of protecting you against yourself here has come to an end." A new voice. A man's. Whose voice could that possibly be? I have no idea. I can't see anything on the next page. "The lessons we have taught you will guide your way." "We?" Alice replies, turning towards the new voice. Arthur Little. "We have taught you everything you need to know, guided you, and kept you as safe as we can. You've had to learn some very difficult lessons, and taken a few tumbles, but here you are. The choices you now make will be yours alone, Alice. You will know how to make the right ones." As Alice turns to watch, the skin of the caterpillar slows and falls to the floor. The memory of Alice's father, Arthur Little, emerges and kneels down beside the child, as he has done in memories prior. And he got that flashy caterpillar suit on. Alice, overwhelmed, embraces the memories of her mother and father. "We are proud of you, Alice." The walls of the house are ripped away. The ceiling is torn open. Giant tentacles and black chaos swirl everywhere. Alice's mother and father are wrapped in tentacles and lifted into the void. Alice runs to the cake and eats a handful of its thick mass. As a tear falls down the child's cheek, her brow furrows, and her gaze turns into a powerful, focused fury. Alice screams as the sky begins to crack around her. Triumphant, Alice's size grows and grows as she shatters the layers of her confines. She is growing up. She has learned. Turning to share her victory, Alice looks back only to see the memory of her mother and father smiling back at her peacefully. They are still and silent. Alice's eyes tremble. We then watch as the shadow cruelly and swiftly consumes the memory of Alice's dead mother and father. Bloody, ruined tentacles and body parts are strewn into the abyss. Alice and her rabbit fade into the red light as she screams soundlessly. Goddamn. Raining blood! This is very, very nice. I must grow up, figuratively and literally. Eats the cake, grows up. Level 8, Act 1, Umbra Land. Wow. Here's the thing that's fantastic about this game in terms of its plot and the story progression is we're at level 8. So we're still just at level 8, right? But it feels like you're getting to that point of like a climax in the sense of like getting to the potential end or being ready for the final confrontation. But it seems now what's really cool about this is now that this Alice has had a moment of like forgiveness, even though forgiveness is not really needed, but a moment of grace with the memories of her parents and them saying, you know, we're proud of you. It's really nice because then that can start to change this Alice and hopefully influence and affect the shadow and bring her back from the knife's edge. As we now play Sonata number 14, Moonlight in C# minor, in another Wonderland, Umbraland, the past is dead, Alice. Silence, darkness, then the haphazard rattles of a precariously balancing porcelain tea set. The Mad Hatter watches as a snow globe with an ornately carved mock turtle base, very cool, shakes itself from his table and crashes to the floor. Alice emerges quickly from the shattered glass, clutching her white rabbit. Her eyes are closed, like she is sleeping. Tears are salted dry on her cheeks. As Alice wakes, a beautiful sprouting of plants and flowers spring to life around her, forming a wonderful garden. "Oh, there you are. Finally. I've been expecting you to. Tea?" His familiar jittery voice awakens Alice. The Mad Hatter shoves a filthy, overflowing cup of tea into the child's face. He is no longer his calm, measured self. This Hatter is indeed quite mad. Alice and her rabbit find themselves on the floor in Hatter's workshop, but it is grimier and filthier. Where there was once pristine equipment, now sit jagged edges, rusted springs, and derelict machinery. Chaos is seeping into the workshop everywhere. Shards of the shattered snow globe are strewn about on the floor besides Alice. Endless vortexes swirl in the air through the windows outside. Darkness reigns. Examining the tiny broken snow globe on the floor, Alice then wipes her tears and addresses Hatter. Hatter, what are you doing here? I saw you...
Die? Be consumed? Yes, remarkable.
Hatter yells excitedly. Alice places a hand on Hatter's forehead. He is clearly mad and not his calm self. He jitters as his facial expression tightens into a grimace of pain. Alice reaches into her pockets and produces Hatter's mind, given to her by her mother. Hatter takes the mind, assesses it, and allows Alice to help him as they place it in an open cavity in his skull. His expression and demeanor change as he calms. As this version of the Hatter regains his sanity with help from Alice, the two converse. Let me help you.
Alice. Yes, thank you. That was me. It was a me, your me, in your wonderland. Quite a sad chap, really. He did die, but he didn't quite take to the idea of being a fragment within a fragment. A bit more sad than mad, I deduce, but he served his purpose gladly, and now here you are, to serve yours. What purpose, Hatter? This wonderland is now yours too, Alice. The other parts of you have already made it a world fully consumed by darkness. Your own darkness rules here, as it now does everywhere. Hatter looks as the vortexes outside with an indignant huff. The plan was mine long ago. Wonderlands within wonderlands. Something as simple as a snow globe was the stage. Thank your ingenuity, Alice. I saved you. I found the best in you that was left behind. I built the glass walls that kept you safe. The only you that can possibly defeat this horrible new you, and that you has become the rather bit of a problem. For, you see, Hatter's words are cut short as he begins to shudder. A dark blade protrudes from his pierced gut. Well, that's a pity, Hatter utters as he collapses. His body falls into a bubbling pool of shadow and he is consumed. The shadow now stands in front of her child self. She speaks, words dripping with spite. What are you doing? They all meant us no harm. But I do. I meant them all harm, just as I intend to harm others. Destruction serves, and I need nothing to stand in my way, and you are all that is left. I do not want to fight you, but you will, and you must. The shadow walks around Alice, encircling her prey. Choose. Choose what I want. It's what we want. Radcliffe deserves to die. This childish wonderland and our false escape from our reality. It no longer serves us. It deserves to die. No, if they die, so do we. I won't let you burn our darkness onto others. We can be more. There has to be another way. The shadow laughs as she swipes at Alice with a clawed hand. The attack is met with a parry from Alice's vorpal blade. There is no other way. Your choice is to join me in darkness or die in it. Holy shit, dog. This is insane. The way that we go from mother and father and being able to burst out into Umbra land, go into another wonderland within a wonderland, and just, keep jumping through these little bubbles within Alice's psyche here, and then having it immediately get interrupted and corrupted. Have Shadow Alice rock up and go, what if I just killed this guy immediately? I'm like, fucking hell. We're witnessing the constant and frequent deaths of so many characters in just this tug of war, between Alice and the Shadow. Which it's so crazy because you never know how long someone's going to continue to remain, or, if I fix them,
they're immediately going to be eliminated once again. So this is the shadow boss fight. We're actually finally fighting the shadow. Jagged pieces of a broken mirror, darkness within. In a battle against herself, Alice will be facing warped versions of her own abilities and attacks. The shadow at times will mirror the player's movements, allowing instant reads and counters no matter the approach taken by Alice. She will have to recognize when to fight and when to evade when the shadow is in this mode. Most of the shadow's abilities inflict cruel debuffs and insane damage. I like the concept of fighting shadow self. It's really cool. There's been quite a few games to do it. Some of the most clear examples that I've played and experienced is Kingdom Hearts and The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, with those having moments of fighting a shadow version of yourself and your darkness being a part of you, especially in Kingdom Hearts. And I think I probably mentioned this during the playthrough of maybe the first Alice game. I probably did. Is how cool this specific rendition of Alice in Wonderland would be in Kingdom Hearts, because obviously it's Disney, so it's a little lighter on the tone, but it does still have this element of the heartless and dark and light and stuff like that. And something that I think is really cool is American McGee's Alice would just fit so well in a Kingdom Hearts setting in regards to the darkness within and how cool that could be dealing with like Heartless and Kingdom Hearts lore that I'm not going to get into in this video. This video is already going to be immense. This video is already huge as it is. You've got the full Alice Otherlands deep dive and the audiobook journey into Alice Asylum, which I did not expect, but I'm jumping at this wholeheartedly because it's just such an exciting thing to look into. I didn't expect this to be like this. I thought, maybe it'll be like a 2-hour, maybe 3 max hour video of me reading this stuff and catching up on the information. But yeah, the narrative segment has been massively well thought out and realized within this design Bible. Much more complex and intricate than I thought it would be, which is cool because we really get to experience this full story that we should realistically be playing. God damn it, EA. But here we go. We can fight against the shadow. We play as a final boss encounter plays between Alice and her shadow self. Final boss. Okay, so I think there's more levels than 8 though, but we're at a final boss. Maybe there's like Epilogue or something. Actual resolution that Madness Returns kind of jumped away from. Maybe. We'll see. A final boss encounter plays between Alice and her shadow self. The walls of Hatter's laboratory blow apart as the battle occurs in a fully corrupted and wickedly dark wonderland. A vicious and desperate high-stakes fight takes place. Alice employs all her weapons and skills to defeat the shadow. Alice and her shadow not only fight in a battle of swords, but a war of words. The two sides of Alice's psyche will justify themselves to one another, offering hope, despair, chance, and absolution in equal measure. They fight with brutal abandon and desperation against one another. We have the destruction form concept here. Whoa. As the fight ends with a scream of rage, Alice swiftly and brutally runs the shadow through with her vorpal blade. A cutscene plays. The shadow appears to be dead, impaled on Alice's blade. As black ruin drips from the shadow's mouth, her limp body slumps forward onto Alice. Alice's gritted teeth in fury quickly turn to shock. Alice is panicked. No, this isn't what I wanted. Don't you see? There is still darkness in you. I'm not a part of you. You are a part of me, and you can't let her go. No more than I can. You're still just as guilty for her death. She binds you to me. Black liquid oozes between the shadow's teeth as she smiles. The shadow's darkness seeps forth from the pierced wound and begins to consume Alice. The shadow absorbs Alice. Her clawed hands close tight around Alice's body. As thick ruin engulfs Alice, in a flash of darkness, the shadow opens her arms to reveal Alice is gone. She has been taken into the shadow self and consumed. And now, we two are one. Chapter end. You are me. I am you. And now we two are one. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Level 8, Act 2, A Heart of Darkness. The Heart of Darkness. Consume all, end all, destroy all. Something wicked this way comes. We now play as Shadow Alice. Holy fuck, man. This is so cool. In the way that this whole game, in the different portions and I guess the different acts of this game, we get to something where we think it might end. We're in a final boss. We are confronting and defeating our shadow self. And we fucking lose. We get consumed and absorbed by our shadow self, and we now play as Shadow Alice. That's actually fucking crazy. Imagine thinking you get to the end of the game and then this happens. We now play as Shadow Alice. Kill them all. Opening into a wonderland corrupted by darkness and shadow, we witness as Alice's new form coalesces into being. Alice's vorpal blade bleeds and morphs into a massive, ruinous umbral scythe. A new weapon of terrible power, it is a devastating, room-clearing offensive tool overflowing with darkness. What follows is an introductory sequence that trains Alice in its use. The merging together and the vorpal blade merging into a scythe is so sick. So in the weapon wheel, we saw a scythe, and now we know exactly why. There is one. Unbelievable. So now we're the executioner with the scythe. Something that's really cool is the way that the three games handle like the split personality, for lack of a better term, like how you've got the Queen and you've got the Cheshire Cat saying you are two parts of the same, and then Cheshire Cat getting decapitated, and then we still have the Queen existing in Madness Returns and her contribution to that. And what we see here as well is the Queen of Hearts is here, but the Queen of Hearts is different, and our other half element of the Alice narrative is the shadow. So it's really cool to see how it's still like a consistent theme throughout the series, and they still managed to do it in a really, really cool way. In this one, we have a new weapon of terrible power. The Umbral Scythe is acquired. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! This is the bad ending. Surely we don't have Alice Asylum go down this path for its ending. How do we fix this? The Alice that met with mother and father before and has been absorbed surely is still in there somewhere. Don't do this. Oh my God. Time to die. Wake up. Time to die. Carving through and dismembering enemies in a flurry of combo attacks at close range, the scythe can also be thrown and boomeranged back to Alice's grasp. Cutting down crowds of combatants, the weapon can also reap enemies, sprouting tentacles of chaos. This ability allows the fast replenishment and overcharging of Alice's passive abilities. We play as Alice uses the scythe to eviscerate entire crowds of enemies in wide arcs of darkness. All of Alice's abilities are now radically enhanced. All regular attacks deal incredible damage, and key parts of the environment around her can be destroyed. Certain blows from Alice will now shatter through the scenery, destroying environments and characters alike. Alice is now able to rapidly teleport in and out of the shadowy miasma that follows her steps. Across familiar Wonderland locations, the Shadow pursues her mission to wipe out the remaining major inhabitants of the old Wonderland. So Shadow Alice seeks to purge and completely eliminate our Wonderland and then kill Radcliffe. What follows is a sequence of murder tourism, where Shadow Alice, at the peak of her power, cuts through the remaining layers of Wonderland, bringing shadow and darkness everywhere she goes. She visits the Vale of Tears, Queen's Domain, school, even going back to school and other places, murdering new imaginings of the Mock Turtle, Bill the Lizard, the Queen of Hearts, the Hatter, the Cheshire Cat, who has had no story implementation throughout the course of this. Obviously, he'd be there for advice as normal, but we just don't get to read it. So he's just completely absent in the design Bible in that sense. And we kill him, the insane children, and anything else that formerly brightened her path. Familiar characters are now marked as enemies and are hunted in quick succession. Some will beg and plead for their lives. Others will try and reason with Alice until they are prompted to be killed in scripted displays of ultra-violence. Some defiant characters will put up a fight, but they will be quickly overpowered and ripped apart if they dare face Alice's fury. Fuck. Cheshire Cat would put up a fight. This is actually miserable. This is miserable. Wow, even going back to the east with Caterpillar's domain, we go everywhere. Wow. As Alice's murder spree continues, with each kill, black holes of swirling voids will manifest. These void portals allow quick travel between scenes of Wonderland. Some inhabitants will try and run and escape through these holes and hide in new areas. Shadow Alice will pursue them. Objectives are only met and progress granted by the deaths of anyone left in Wonderland. Each death makes Wonderland darker and darker. As voids overtake Wonderland, space by space, Alice snuffs out every light in the world. Oh, wow. Holy fuck. We play until Shadow Alice achieves her goal. No one remains except the rabbit. After Shadow Alice locates the rabbit, the last objective, a final cutscene plays. Shadow Alice and the rabbit are alone on a floating island in the abyss of darkness. There's nothing left of Wonderland or its inhabitants. She walks toward the rabbit. The massive scythe reforms to a blade in her hand. The rabbit trembles soundlessly. He has nowhere to run. All these memories are a constant knife through my mind, each rippling across an ocean of grief. Waves from distant shores, crashing relentlessly, driving me mad. So many questions. Even after they are answered, they still bring pain. Why? At last, pure silence. No more memories. No more faces. No more obstacles to overcome. No more questions. No more curiosity. And no more of the relentless imagining. No more relentless pain. Shadow Alice reaches down and lifts the tiny rabbit in one hand. Time is up. You've told me before. We must not be late. A brief look of shock on the rabbit's face as the player enacts the command input for the shadow to pierce him slowly with her vorpal blade. His eyes close and the light within the scene fades to complete darkness. The last thing we see is the rabbit's tiny, lifeless body torn to shreds. His heart falls from his body and is cleaved by the shadow's blade. It shatters into a mist. As the shards glimmer into darkness, nothing is left but the empty, pitch-black abyss. Silence. Fuck, man. A full 60 seconds of darkness follows. There are a few brief flickers of dim light and dust on screen, so players do not think the game has crashed or completely ended. Yeah, if you want to do something for dramatic effect of prolonged darkness, but you also have to make sure a player doesn't get fucking confused and go, my game's crashed, you do have to do something a little more than just full darkness. Fuck, man. I thought, and here's the thing, constantly, I thought that maybe the rabbit would be the key. Maybe the rabbit would stop her rampage. Maybe she wouldn't be able to go through with the rabbit. She went through with the rabbit. She killed the rabbit. I think if I was playing the game, as much as I'm doing my best, obviously, to read through this in a very passionate way, I think this game would make me cry, man. This game would make me cry. As the dust and blood falls into dreamlike shards, it slows, then freezes in time. We wait. Alice's appearance of the shadow, with Alice's inner light consumed, all that remains is darkness. With Alice Little's shadow fully in control, her unbridled havoc and rage is unleashed on her own mind, attacking everything that makes her who she is. The shadow will not stop until all is consumed by the darkness within. What a crazy, crazy outfit. One more weapon, 2 more alchemy runes that we do not currently possess. Damn, like this shit, what a fun thing to design, this scythe. And different forms it takes in terms of how they want tentacles to be a part of it, how they want this spiky metallic nature to be a part of it. Shadows form and bleed in your hand, the umbral scythe. This weapon is extremely powerful, but is also a terrible thing to wield. The balancing act of these sections and the gameplay using the umbral scythe is to kill quickly, relentlessly, and often in order to proceed. Alice's health will drain over time while this weapon is held, meaning it must be respected and obeyed, or the weapon will destroy the player. The gameplay mechanics are a tie-in with the notion that darkness cuts both ways, both inwards and outwards if darkness is employed. With the Requiem of Shadows and the Umbral Storm attacks. Very, very cool design work here. Whoa. Inside the Heart of the Shadow, Level 9, Act 1. A moment, frozen in time, extinguished light. We explore the darkness. And there it is. So while the two halves have become one and merged, and Shadow Alice goes on this fucking insane spree that we actually have to control and go through, our inner child is still here. We play as Alice walks alone with her footsteps. Alice's inner child steps through infinite darkness. All is still, silent. Frozen in time, nothing is moving except for herself. Beneath her feet, shallow black liquid echoes as she walks. Unable to run, the scene plays as an interactive cutscene. Alice's footsteps echo, reverberating coldly as she wanders along a void of nothingness. As she walks, she emanates her own dim, gentle light. It casts just ahead of her, illuminating the silhouettes of the still figures in the darkness. As she nears them, Alice wanders past her slain friends and family. Cheshire Cat, her mother, her father, Mock Turtle, Carpenter. They are dark marble cast statues, frozen at the moments of their death. Their expressions are all tortured. Alice shudders and stares at the morbid statues bleakly. Looking at their deaths frozen in time, she finally gazes at her shadow self, immortalized in a fit of rage, tearing the rabbit in half. Blood still drips from her friend's wounds. Her macabre gallery of loss on full display in all of its horror. In front of the statue of her shadow, the inner child begins to cry. Pitch-black tears fall from her eyes. Why did she win? What am I still holding on to? What allowed her to consume me? Alice bows her head and sobs gently, defeated and confused. A voice, gentle and familiar, from behind her. You are still holding on to me, Alice. You need to let me go. Alice turns to face the voice. At first, Alice only sees a large broken pocket watch, its glass askew and shattered. As Alice's light illuminates the scene, Lizzie steps into view. Wow. Kind of continuing on from the Madness Returns ending point of, grabbing the key away from Bumby in relation to Lizzie. And that is interesting because, we had the memory of mother and father come through. We've had Lizzie is the queen in the last game, but we haven't had this closure moment with Lizzie in the same way as Ma and Pa. Lizzie steps into view. Wow. The memory of Alice's sister Elizabeth speaks with Alice in the darkness. You still blame yourself for my death, your guilt. That is the bridge that the darkness can still cross to your heart, but you still have it locked tight. Lizzie points to her sister's chest. A heart of darkness suits you ill, sister. You're dead. I avenged your death, but still I can't let you go. Every time I think of you, he corrupts my memories. I cannot shake them. As Alice grits her teeth in anger, her eyes turn as dark as the shadows around her. Bumby's laugh is heard as a whisper in the darkness. Something stirs in the shadows. Lizzie moves forward and holds onto Alice. Alice, I am more than my death. I am more than him. I am your sister, and I will always be your sister, and I love you. As she does so, a monstrous apparition of Bumby, twisted, corrupt. Hang on, wait a sec. Next part of the dialogue first. Alice shudders. She wails. She holds onto her sister. I can't. Your death is my fault. No, the people we love are never truly gone. Life is not an end result, Alice. It is a journey, and I am so thankful to have walked it with you. Alice listens to her sister intently. Alice's lips tremble. Let me go. It's not your fault. It never was. It was his. Only his. Lizzie places a gentle hand on her sister's cheek. Remember this, Alice. If ever you want to visit me, our time together is always in your memory. I'm always there, where we dance and sing and play together. And with that bloody cat Dina, such a peculiar thing. Alice smiles through her tears. Lizzie smiles back. As she does so, a monstrous apparition of Bumby, twisted, corrupt, and misshapen, squelches from the shadows. It laughs horribly, reaching for Lizzie and Alice. You are both mine. Wow, okay. Holy shit, dude. What the fuck? The sisters don't flinch. Alice readies herself for battle. Lizzie stands her ground. You have to settle this guilt within you once and for all, and I'm right here with you. You know what to do, little sister. We play a fierce battle as Alice and Lizzie fight against a misshapen monstrosity. It changes shape, morphing between jagged edges and wild, flailing tentacles. The combination of shadow, Bumby, and pure evil. The high-stakes encounter serves as a true final boss fight climax. Guilt manifest. The core of guilt, the root of suffering. A vicious and combat-intense encounter, Alice must use all her skills, weapons, and courage to survive her guilt. A shape-shifting enemy, the guilt manifest employs a wide range of movements and attacks to overwhelm Alice. A multi-phase encounter. The environment the battle takes place within poses as much a threat as the enemy itself. Alice's inner child will fight with all her skills to destroy her guilt manifested. Alice's vorpal blade is made purely of light in this encounter. After defeating her guilt, Alice drives her vorpal blade into the abomination. Lizzie watches proudly. With a click of Alice's sister's fingers, the rotting remains explode and dissipate into a fine, sparkling mist around them both. Light from Alice grows. Turning to the memory of her sister, Alice smiles warmly. You've got work to do, little sister. If you ever want to visit me, look within you. I'm there. We all are. Always. My heart is open, Alice. Never closed. Never locked. It needs no key. Which is very cool because that is part of that is what she said in one of her prior memories in the previous game in regards to her heart is always open, never locked. There are no keys here. So a 3-phase fight with some sort of void darkness. It slowly starts to light up. And then more shards of glass and faces appearing. We have, we've got Bumby in there. We've got Alice in there. We've got Lizzie in there, I think, as well, right? the manifestation of guilt all surrounding that. And look at the, oh man. So the design work in here is crazy. I can identify that there's a bit of Hare's face in there. I mean, there's a lot going on in here. Like you've got Jabberwock's wings. You've got the scythes. You've got Hare in there. You've got Bumby's like weird doll hand thing. You've like so many different things, like Hatter's arm, I think. So many different elements of boss fights, all like sort of mixed together. Especially like fucking down here. We got the Cheshire Cat smile down here. Crazy. End of chapter. The moon dress. Look at that. Inside the heart of the shadow. Lost in shadow and mourning her defeat, a glimmer of hope still remains in the darkness. Curiosity explores the dark. Alice is lost, but has not given up. In consuming her inner child, the shadow has unknowingly allowed hope to enter her in the darkness. That's right. See, that's what I was thinking. I'm like, she's been absorbed. Surely a piece of her will be a light within her. And very true indeed. Obviously, we've had to play through the fucking slaughter of Wonderland and Rabbit to get here, but we'll see how much of this can be repaired. Level 10, Act 1. These artwork pieces are stunning. Solve et cogula. Dissolve to reform. Light casts a shadow. Listen to yourself. Protect yourself. Accept yourself. Zooming out, we witness the face of the shadow, unfreezing in time. Her look is puzzled. She is all alone. In the darkness, Alice's voice is heard. It is her normal voice, the one of the repressed inner child. Well, this is rather pointless. Despite all our collective anger and internal bloodshed, I'm still here. We're both still here. There's no point in pretending that we're not. Your destruction of the old has led to the construction of something new. A faint flicker of light in the darkness. It resolves into the flapping wings of a brilliant blue butterfly. And then another, and another, until butterflies fill our view. We've been so focused on guilt, but guilt can die. You cannot kill curiosity. It's that part of your brain that seeks to understand which drove you to explore. And in exploring, you discovered pain, but also found truth. And what truth won't set you free? But it will at least allow you to stop looking in that direction. Butterfly wings flap and twist, revealing behind them a growing mass of flowers, leaves, and trees. Point is, nothing is going to make it better. Those horrible memories did happen, but you don't have to keep staring at them. The trees resolve into a great forest, and we're suddenly flying over Wonderland within a swirling mass of butterflies. Turn your curiosity to other things. You've spent enough time inside your own head. It's time to get out of that maze. Time is what we now have. We have time to explore other lands. Title card reveal. Alice, Otherlands. Bang. There you go. Our view focuses on a ledge within the Vale of Tears where Shadow Alice stands next to Child Alice. They are at peace as they gaze out on a fresh, new Wonderland. This is so good. As they have tea together. The scene pans, and Shadow Alice and the inner child of Alice Little are each sitting at a quaint table. Both halves of Alice are sharing a tea party as the scene continues. Alice continues to speak with her other half. Look at what a fantastic journey has sprung forth from all that pain and suffering. All that pain, the adventure, the obstacles and the achievements. It was all very, really, and all very much not for nothing. We've grown and we've learned. We should be excited to see what comes next. We're ready for it, as ready as we'll ever be. What if there's only more darkness that awaits us? Then we'll face that too, together. We're no strangers to it. Inner child Alice smiles at her older self as she says, "You are me. I am you." And now we too are one. They both smile. The plush rabbit is overjoyed and throws himself between the two Alices, not really too sure who to celebrate with or embrace most. As Wonderland resumes its beautiful, lush, and lightened state, Umbraland is no more. The beautiful world around them breathes and glows. Both Alices stand up and look towards a scene of the memory Alice glimpsed from her mother. A ghostly vision of Radcliffe's face is in the sky. Through the clouds it plays. His expression is puzzled. Still at knife point. There really is a darkness in me, and out there. It's everywhere. Yes, always. That's the truth of it. But it's what we choose to do when we experience that darkness that makes the best of us. Do we persist, overcome and learn, and help those who also suffer? Or do we choose to inflict and pass that same darkness onto others? Let's find out. Both Alices link hands and a brilliant white light obscures their silhouettes. As the child and Shadow share a calm moment of pause together, the sunlight shines on Alice Little's face. Shadow from the trees also basks them, and as light from the sky and shadows merge on the two halves, the camera pans around the tea party. In a brief trick of optical illusion, there is now only one Alice Little. She finishes her tea. The camera zooms into the green eyes of Alice in her Wonderland and zooms out to reality. End of chapter. Oh man, this is great. This is exactly right. This is exactly right. Like when I was going through the Otherlands stuff, I was like, this is really cool, and I love this direction that Alice takes from reclaiming her Wonderland, becoming a master of her domain, and being able to blend like reality and wonder into Lunderland. That's really great. And, you know, like I said earlier, it does feel like something needs to happen in the middle to bridge that properly in terms of how, you know, Alice deals with Bumby and the immediate emotional, psychological response to that. This game is that fantastic missing piece and the true third game in the sense that it really completes her character arc and her journey in terms of the trauma and working her way through it with each game and what it decides to center itself around and how we work through it. And we reach this ending point where something like Alice Otherlands, not necessarily existing as, you know, that third part of a trilogy as originally envisioned, but it's a really good new beginning. Like it's a great direction to take Alice in after this trilogy has been completed, because this trilogy is very focused, which is very good, you know? Like when we were reading about the Otherlands stuff at the start of this episode and researching that, looking into it, and we're like, it was going to be an MMO. What? You know, like the initial concepts and ideas for Otherlands, probably not the best idea. I think what that is it's a good lesson with this game as well. And its narrative is things take time. Things take time. Alice has been on a very big journey within her own mind, and this has taken herself a lot of time and a lot of back and forth and ups and downs. And that reflects in, I think, how this game has unfortunately not been made, but the ideas that have, created and formed Asylum is, I think that if we were to have gotten the third game of Otherlands way back when, and it went ahead as intended, we wouldn't have gotten this, I don't think, you know? And I think this was the necessary closing point of the trilogy, because this ends it on a high note in that sense of each game rising above the other, instead of the trilogy being like, oh, that was kind of a weird misstep for the story, the MMO Alice game. You know what I mean? So I like the sense that with enough time for the ideas to stew, you end up with something like this. I really, really like that. So there is now one Alice Little The inner child healing the darkness-consumed Shadow Alice. And now we're here. To the chapter summary. Shadow and light. Light casts a shadow. The shadow cannot exist without the light. A merger of self, Alice reconciles by connecting her hopeful inner child and the resolve of her own shadow. No longer feared or fearful. An acceptance of herself has manifested. Astral Gateway is the last weapon. Whoa, okay. And now we're complete. The last alchemy rune, being Gemini, is obviously perfect in relation to the duality. That's great. Astral Gateway is a secret weapon. I wish I may, I wish I might burn you all in searing light. Unleash the fury of dying suns and stars. We all fall down. The Astral Gateway is designed as a secret bonus weapon made available to the player if they manage to collect all pieces of dress runes described in the earlier section of the Design Bible. Each rune collected forms a piece of 12, combining to form a map. Once all are collected, they unlock the Astral Gateway. A limited use weapon, it is highly expensive and highly risky to use. But its payoff and potential damage output is unmatched. Intended not to be integral to gameplay, this is more of a bonus for skilled players to unlock and adds incentive to exploration and discovering all of the secrets in the game. Inspired by room-clearing weapons from first-person shooters, slow-firing, supremely powerful, and an immense combat payoff per shot. We all fall down. Alice unfurls the Astral Gateway, examines it, and rips it in half horizontally. The tear will rip open a cosmic portal, revealing a swirling galaxy of stars and planets above the battleground ahead of Alice. If Alice does not hide from or dodge the meteor fall, she will also be damaged or killed by its use. And Solaris Flare, the alternate attack. The tear will create a vertical portal in time and space, opening just ahead of Alice, facing in the direction of Alice's direct line of sight. It pulls enemies closer into the void. And then a piercing beam of sunfire will emit from the portal, disintegrating anything caught in its line of fire. Incredible. That's such a cool secret weapon to get. Level 10, Act 2, Confrontation. Back to reality we go. Two sides of the coin, fates entwine. London, Radcliffe's home, day. We play as an adult Alice Little confronts Wilton J. Radcliffe. After a short gameplay sequence hunting him through the halls of his estate, he stumbles back and flails around the room like a stuck pig. He is sweating, profusely untidy and bumbling incoherent nonsense. As Alice follows him, she calls out to him on all his nefarious doings toward her. Alice Little points her vorpal blade accusingly at him in one hand. He gulps disgustingly. From her other hand, she produces a bound little black book. She then slams the point of the vorpal blade down into the book on a desk in front of her. In piercing the document, it unravels the thread tying them together, showing all of Radcliffe's evil plotting, receipts, photographs, and proof in his and Bumby's crimes. You'll pay for what you've done, you bastard. With that, Alice stands back, gathers her blade, and crosses her arms. The proof she has gathered is irrefutable. For a man undone, Alice notices his nerves have calmed considerably. Close the door, Angela, or I'll hurt the rodent again. The door slams shut behind them. A lock is heard sliding into place. A sad little girl, Angela, has entered the room and locked the door. Radcliffe begins to laugh as he slams Alice's toy rabbit down on the desk in front of him. Alice is betrayed and alone again. She doesn't flinch. Alice, Radcliffe, and Angela become involved in a heated and bitter confrontation. Radcliffe assumes the upper hand as he continues to torment his current and former ward. I see you found my rabbit. Your old toys prove more useful in controlling others than it ever did with you. Glaring at Angela, Radcliffe twists the toy rabbit's neck. Angela winces and holds back tears as he does so. Please don't hurt him. Shut your mouth, Angela. The girl falls silent. Radcliffe smiles, glaring at Alice. He never breaks eye contact. Stupid brat, can't you see? We have company. Radcliffe's words are thick with mocking indignation. He continues addressing Alice, but his body language and tone change. He sounds sincere. Don't you see, Alice? I'm not the villain here. Please, see the reason. Angus committed the heinous acts that saw your family slain. His vices were terrible. A monster. He is dead, rightfully so, and I could turn a blind eye. Alice listens. He continues. Through my coercion and conversations with him, I saved you from him. Don't you see? I never shared his predispositions of the flesh. I am a businessman, plain and simple. There was demand, we fed the supply. But you were my ward, Alice. I protected you from that fate, and I merely took care of your affairs, kept a roof over your head, and held your family's estate until you were old enough to handle it all yourself. His pause rings hollow. And am I old enough now? Am I experienced enough to be rid of you? Oh, come, Alice. Hush. He smiles wickedly. We both know you're insane, unfit to handle such a responsibility. You have such an affinity for violence, which must be dealt with first. Alice keeps her blade pointed at him. He meets her stare. Your foresight is poorly limited, girl, as is your caliber and class. You choose violence. I choose strategy. You've neglected my contingency plans, Miss Little. The promise of your family's money has already secured my place in this society. The gains from our little business venture you've uncovered is beyond lucrative. Supply and demand. It flows deep. And through that, the services of the law are already bought, sealed, and paid for. You far overestimated your own place and power here. Your pathetic truth has no value. He draws a small firearm from his coat pocket. I'd hoped you'd eventually succumb to your madness and fade away like the ashes of your forgotten family. Angus and I were so close to being rid of you. But it appears I've needed to take a more direct approach to your incessant meddling. Alice readies herself. The shadows of the room dim. Alice holds her ground, blade in hand. Her eyes are sharp and still. As Radcliffe aims his weapon, he smiles like a devil. Any last words, girl? Alice's corrupt ward snickers. He savors his power. She gently answers. You've all looked at what's in my mind for so long. Alice's head tilts as she locks eyes with her tormentor. He is frozen in place. I wonder, what's in yours? A dark pulse emanates from Alice as the shadows knock Angela and Radcliffe to the ground. With an ethereal shudder, Alice's control of her darkness propels her in an instant face to face with Radcliffe across the room. Her focused eyes meet his terrified ones. He looks to see the gun in his hand is turned to a distinctly less deadly blue butterfly. It lazily flits away as he trembles in a world of shadow. With Alice's blade pointed at him, running along his chin, she playfully begins. I've mastered my demons, even had tea with some of them quite recently. He has no words for the horror and power he is facing. Alice continues. How are your demons, Radcliffe? He gulps in reply. We should visit them. Alice presses a finger to his sweating, fleshy temple. Together. Oh man, this being like one of the first big instance of Alice going to Otherlands and being able to go into the mind of this villainous character is incredible. That is so good. Yeah, wow. Fucking yeah, dude. Oh my god, this is so good. Alice in Otherlands. Like level 11 being the original sequel title for the third game. It just feels so good. That's great. Yeah. Reading through the story, getting to this point of the subtitle of Asylum and being like, what are we doing, in terms of that title? I think it's very fitting, obviously, because in the nature that the asylum is not just the physical, tangible Rougelige asylum, but there is more. There is the asylum of your own mind. This is cool. Alice in Otherlands. Final level. The mind can be a terrible place. Suppress and survive Radcliffe's inner demons. The walls of the room blow apart as Radcliffe and Alice tumble into a spiraling vortex. Alice floats with the elegance of a ballerina. Radcliffe is crying and screaming out, a tumbling, blubbering mess. Memories of vile deeds he has committed fly past and into his eyes. Horrible manifestations of insatiable greed, envy, and wrath swiftly devour, bite, and chew at his body as he falls. Spiraling and tumbling into the void, the man cannot fathom or process his own darkness. We play as Alice runs through Radcliffe's Otherland. She battles past hordes of his inner demons towards the seat of his consciousness. The world is a place of books and ledgers. Words and documents flutter through the sky overhead. The mind of a man whose internal world is propped up by twisted logic and the smugness of an expert in legal warfare. New enemy, blind justice. Lunging at Alice with razor quills and swinging her scales like a mace, this abomination hunts Alice aggressively amongst Radcliffe's mind. And the big mouth. Moving similar to Boojums, these gluttonous moneybags have no problem with Alice keeping the change, spewing hordes of coins. They are wealth weaponized. That's great. It's very, very good. Bigger mouth. Yes, of course. And greed stacks. Just stacks of money. Wow. Book trap. Pulverizing reading material. Really amazing, because this is, for the first time, stepping out of Alice's brain and going into Radcliffe's. You get to use some similar imagery of the Eastern stuff that he likes. Fucking Money World. Yeah, this is great. A lot of like creativity artistically can be born from the concept of Otherlands, going into other people's minds. What is in there? And, you know, whether it's, oh my God, whether it's creative people like Richard Wagner or Jules Verne or fucking Radcliffe, the mask of greed, the core of Radcliffe, deepest corruption. I love that there's a final boss. There's a true final boss climax. Psych. But there's more. This game keeps on giving. Again, by the way, there was only one page in this design document, which was the Inferno mode, which I said, all right, that's the one page. And then you fund this game. You say, go, you make it. 356 pages later, by the way, how the fuck do you read this and not... how do you read this and then say, we'll pass? We'll pass, thanks. No. Like, what happened in your personal life to influence that decision to pass? Well, your soul is dark and blackened to pass on something so fucking cool. The Mask of Greed. Inside Radcliffe's own mind, he sees himself as a golden, untouchable god, dripping in molten gold and disgusting wealth. The tokens of this merchandise litter the arena he resides within. An ill-fitting mask conceals vile flesh, rot, and darkness. Radcliffe's self-manifestation commands minions with a wave of his fingers. He does not chase nor pursue Alice. Rather, his traps force her to come to him. Alice must overcome cruel hazards, vicious pen points, and collapsing platforms to overcome the gauntlet laid by this horrible beast. You know what? I reckon the EA executives, they were reading this design document, and by reading, I mean fucking skimming it probably. They were just like skipping through pages to see if there was anything that said microtransactions. That's probably what they were doing. But then they got to this page and they saw it and went, oh, nah, we'll pass. I don't like this. Because they saw themselves in it and they said, no. What is this? Is this subtext? Is this pointed at us? you calling us greedy, American McGee? Are you calling us greedy executives who value wealth above all? We'll pass on the game, thank you. I don't like it. We were just about to say yes, but then we saw this guy and said, no, what's wrong with wealth? Radcliffe's way with words is no match against Alice's blade and cunning. She reaches Radcliffe's center of logic and throws her vorpal blade into the works. In an instant, the edifice of his self-image is destroyed and the reality of his cruelty unleashed. The monster within is freed from its cage and allowed to run rampant throughout his mind, destroying everything it touches. He has no light within. His darkness eats him alive. He is broken and lost. Truly a monster within a monster. Alice exits Radcliffe's Otherland, leaving him to be consumed from within by his own demons. Some poetic justice right there. Goddamn. And then he's done. He's cooked, and we've got proof of his misdeeds. Asylum. Level 12. Something lost, something found. There is more to save than yourself, Alice. Falling back into reality, Radcliffe and Alice are now back in his office. Alice deftly lands on her feet. A few butterflies flicker past. Radcliffe thuds to the floor on his hands and knees. As his glasses fall and clutter to the ground, Alice crushes them beneath her boot. Radcliffe writhes as his eyes dart from side to side. His spit bubbles as he whispers frantically to himself through clenched teeth. Alice assesses her former ward. My diagnosis, nothing but darkness and evil resides in you. At your core and through everything you touch, there is no light, only darkness and suffering of others as a result of your influence. No balance. Turning her back on an otherwise incapacitated Radcliffe, the light grows brighter in the room. Alice unlocks the door and lets some policemen into the room.
Alice, we looked into that book. It matches up. We found some of them. Bumby, Radcliffe, these bloody fiends were selling those kids.
They stop and witness a scene of madness before them. Radcliffe's own darkness has completely taken over him. The officers are speechless. Alice looks at a disgraced and defeated Radcliffe. You are truly a broken man. I think you've got some work to do in yourself if you're ever to be more than that. Dazed and bloodied, and after his full display of attempted murder of Alice and the officers around him, Radcliffe is quickly restrained, beaten, and carried away. Radcliffe still spouts nonsense through his broken teeth as he goes. The officers are heard saying, Monster, I think some time and rootlages will do this one well. Radcliffe screams. It's cool that we get to see, Alice crossing a line within herself and falling to shadow in the Bumby thing, pushing him onto the train tracks, and then trying to figure out the psychological impact of killing in real life. And then to pull herself away from that edge and have at least one of the pair suffer and get that sweet, sweet Routledge Asylum justice. Wild. Satisfied, Alice retrieves the little black book she has collected and leaves the room after the remaining policemen have removed Radcliffe from the premises. Alice walks down the halls and notices a photograph of Radcliffe standing beside her. Her corrupt ward is now finally gone. Alice is free. Next to it, Radcliffe is standing in another, newer photo with another young girl. Angela is embossed on the ornate frame. Alice's focus is broken by hearing a hummed tune. It is the same one her own inner child once hummed in Wonderland. Locate the familiar tune. We play as Alice tries to locate the source of the sound, following the tune through the labyrinth corridors of Radcliffe's garish mansion. As it grows louder, Alice turns corner after corner. Finding the source of the song, a cutscene plays as Alice meets young Angela Radcliffe again. The girl from the other photograph is now standing in front of Alice. She is clutching the rabbit doll as a group of policemen console her and wonder what to do with her next.
Another of Radcliffe's awards. She's got no place to go now.
Alice kneels down beside the scared and obviously confused girl. At her level, eye to eye, Alice gently speaks. Where would you like to go, Angela? The child remains silent. and instead squirms and squeezes her rabbit tightly. Alice looks toward the rabbit in the small girl's arms and pats his head. Maybe you should ask him. He might know where to go. Angela ponders on this for a second. She then whispers something to her rabbit. This familiar back and forth plays out in front of Alice until Angela and the rabbit have finished talking amongst themselves. Angela then looks up and replies to Alice. He thinks we should follow you now. Alice gently clasps Angela's hand. The scene ends. The Alice Asylum logo appears on screen and the credits roll. That's really nice. That's really nice. Like, Alice is able to go into other lands. She's able to help people, heal people, guide them. And her character arc of growing from someone is suffering into a healer, and the way that she can do away with Radcliffe and save someone from the same fate as her through Angela, and nurture and, allow her to engage in her own wonderland in a healthy way. As we see Alice Asylum and the credits roll. Fantastic. London attire, familiar dress, but a new beginning. Alice's appearance in the real world. Downtrodden, worn and dirty, but despite dark appearances, Alice is free from her tormentors and now ready for a fresh start. Wow. Level 13. Not the final level. They say, here's the final boss. Here's the true final boss. Here's another boss. Here's the final level. What about level 13? Story intermission. Home, London. Endings and new beginnings. Explore the school grounds. Little's home for wayward children. That is so nice. That is a great direction for her to take the wayward children and do it in a healing manner, the good way, not Bumby's way. After the credits roll, a secret ending scene plays out. This scene opens to a beautiful English countryside home, green, lush, gorgeous, and bright. Alice Little is smartly tailored and elegantly styled. She is dressed in deep, rich blue attire. Alice walks through the gates of the beautiful estate. She passes by a gorgeous, brand new bronze plaque which reads, Little's Home for Wayward Children. I guess her working through her insanity and doing away with Radcliffe allows her to get her estate's finances, which is awesome. That sets her up. As Alice approaches the grounds, she is swarmed by happy, well-fed, content, healthy children. The downtrodden children from Bumby's former support home are all here too. The kids have never been happier, and they are ecstatic to see Alice again. As the children run through the arches into the entrance of the building, Angela Little is waiting for Alice and meets Alice at the stairs. The little girl is in her Sunday best and is still clutching onto her plush rabbit. Alice looks down at Angela, and they both smile warmly. The little girl asks curiously, Will we have time for a tea party today, Miss Little? Always. Alice replies with a knowing grin. Angela excitedly beams back and then walks on alongside Alice into the building. Angela drops her rabbit toy to the floor absent-mindedly in her excitement as she skips along. As Alice and Angela walk away, the rabbit is left lying still and motionless on the floor. The sound of children and laughter fades. The rabbit then blinks, gets to his feet, and runs after his best friends. Congratulations. Thanks for reading. Flashbang. The headmaster's dress. We leave Alice Little complete and happy. Overcoming all obstacles in her way, Alice dons a dress similar to her mother's and proudly guides those who cannot yet protect themselves. Simply wonderful. What the fuck? Why? There's more. What the fuck? It's still not over. Wait, we're the secret ending cutscene. And then level 14. What the fuck are you doing, McGee? This is incredible. Perfect ending. No notes. Alice works through a hell of a lot of her traumas and deals with her tormentors. And yeah, there'll probably be still some lingering elements of that within her psyche with mental health. But for her to go and pursue the nurturer and the guidance for children who cannot yet protect themselves, simply wonderful. Yeah, that's fucking perfect. That's an ending right there. And then she can go and do Alice in Otherlands. You know what I mean? That's so nice. And then apparently, fucking surprise, final story intermission, level 14, Shadows Fall, London. The scene opens as gentle rain falls on a dimly lit English manor. Gruff and messy munching sounds are heard as we cut to a disgusting and wealthy lord. He greedily and messily devours his dinner between filthy spits of food. He holds a full cup of wine and bellows, "Edward! Edward! Wine! More wine, boy!" His pleas are unanswered. "Blasted, ungrateful bastard! I paid good money for you. You'll taste my fists tonight." Rumbling his way through his manor, the brute slams open door after door. Eventually, he finds young Edward. As he slams open the door, a shrill, guttural gasp of fear escapes from the Lord. Rain continues to fall on the windows. Edward is sitting on the floor, playing with a small plush rabbit. Alice sits on the floor, and she has her back to the disgusting intruder. Thunder and lightning crackles as the scene flashes in light. That's good stuff. That's good stuff. That's very cool. Wow. Wowee. The Cheshire Cat, Carpenter, Hatter, Tweedle Brothers, the Knave, the Queen of Hearts, and all of Wonderland's inhabitants are sitting around the room. Silently, their shadows cast long swathes of darkness in the light. They all stare unflinchingly at the fearful man. Alice stands up and turns to face the trembling coward, revealing an open little black book in her hands. The proud owner of number 124, I presume. She crosses a line off the page, one of many others, and shuts the book with a snap. The man begins to stutter. Before he can pass a single word, all the light fades in the room, as Alice fixates her stare on the Lord. It's your turn to look at your true self from within. Alice turns into a massive, terrifying shadow creature and enters every open orifice of the man's face. Shadowy tendrils invade his eyes, mouth, nose, and ears as Alice enters his mind. He screams as the scene zooms into his pupils. We see shadows and light dance within. The scene ends in total darkness as we listen to the horrible screams of the disgusting man as he faces the true horror of his own inner demons. The last thing we hear on Alice's journey is the happy laugh of young Edward as he sings, dances, and plays with his new friends. And Alice's appearance, the eclipse dress. Alice is in full control of her darkness, a balance of light and dark, complete in a harmonious balance of self. Now in pursuit of those who would hurt others, Alice readily positions herself directly between the abuser and the abused. Secret ending complete. Game 100% complete. Bang. The end. The game design Bible that just kept on fucking giving. Holy shit, man. Holy shit. So not only is level 13 being at the home such a perfect ending, proper ending for Alice's character, the epilogue in the next chapter, where she goes from here to continue in Shadows Fall and Alice in Otherlands, is so lovely. It's because, of course she would do that. She kept the book. Of course she kept the book, because she's going to go and hunt down all of the people, all of those names that bought all those kids, rescue the children, and have these disgusting, vile creatures succumb to their own inner demons as a result. Which is fitting. A fitting fitting end for these characters, for these disgusting people, these monsters. And Alice, you know, in her spare time, you know, after the kids are asleep back at home, she goes, who's next in my book? Shadow time. It's such a cool, like, the balance of the light and dark, you know? Big fan. Big fan of that. That's amazing. And then the end. The opportunity to continue Alice's story would not have been possible without the financial support and encouragement provided by Alice's fans around the world, which is very true and just unfortunate that we're reading this design Bible as a way to deal with the game not being a thing. There's still more of this design Bible. By the way, this is section 4, which is extra content and gallery. So there'll be a bunch more, like, just extra stuff in here, which is cool. By the way, they already have stuff. You know what I mean? This is very cool. Like, they've got game design spreadsheets, which so many more shit, so much more stuff. Game design, narrative outlines, the music that they've made. Commercially available sound effects and music loop samples. Alex Crowley created the following audio experiments. Originally released exclusively for Patreon, they are now available for everyone. The idea was to use sound to capture parts of the narrative and also create immersive soundscapes for the supporters of Alice Asylum. Tracks were inspired by the works of Chris Vrenna, Marshall Crutcher, and Jason Tai, the creator of the soundtracks for the previous 2 games. That's very cool. Very, very cool. Radcliffe's Office, The Gates of Rutledge, Needles and Thread, Save Yourself, Alice, and Mad Machinations. We have the design process, team structure of people that are involved in this thing, additional artwork, which is so cool. I think the only thing I would have liked to get more of in the design Bible would just be Cheshire Cat inclusion, I think. Like, we had a dedicated Cheshire Cat introduction and his lair, but then that's it. We just see him in artwork and then we see him get killed. So I think if there was a little bit more implementation in the Bible of Cheshire Cat, I think that would have been cool. Because I think that sort of insinuates that he doesn't really have like a main story moment or anything like that. It's just he pops up for dialogue and you can summon him and talk with him. But I mean, again, work in progress. It's a design Bible. That's not definitive. But I would have liked to have had a bit more. I would have liked to have had a bit more on the Cheshire Cat front, because I feel like is a little bit neglected, at least from a design Bible standpoint, I guess. Alice in Otherlands going to Vincent van Gogh's Starry Night with the Cheshire Cat. God damn, that with the Jabberwock behind her. This with like Madness Returns style artwork. Oh my god, dude. Burning spider monster in the form of Alice's father is crazy. That's awful. And I guess mother as well. Oh, dude. This artwork design is great. Just seeing concept art and ideas for this. Oh my, not the baby spider. That's fucked up. Not baby spider. This scenery, this is so good. Oh, tarot cards for Alice as well, but like Madness Returns aesthetic, because Lizzie is the Empress. These are such cool little art pieces here. Chess pieces of characters, I think, maybe. Or like this would be like maybe skins. We got the Inferno Cheshire Cat. Stained glass window shots of all of the different like chapters or moments. Oh, these are sick. These are so good. Iconic Cheshire Cat artwork. Look at all of this. Chaos now reigns. These sketches are always so fun. They really showcase the fucking brutality. Is this what happens with Hare and Dormy after they get fucking hospitalized? All of the like graphic design and UI getting all big. We got the pre-production team and who's doing all of the work involved. Great final shot there with the kids. And that's it. That is the end of the document. 100% completion achievement unlocked. That was the American McGee's Alice full experience. We have culminated in the design Bible for the end of this journey. So a couple of months ago, playing American McGee's Alice, finally getting introduced to it, 25 years after it came out. During its 25th anniversary year, I play through that first game and go, God damn, finally played this game after it being long recommended. Just played Madness Returns, finishing that up, and then immediately diving into Otherlands and Asylum just to do a real deep dive and full journey to see where this story was going to go and have an understanding of that. And, you know, we can hope and maybe want Alice Asylum to be real. I'm just too late. Hey, share and talk about this document online. I'm a couple of years too late to that one to do this in a way that could actually change anything, unfortunately, which is, it's just being late to the party has benefits, but it also sometimes has moments like this when I'm like, damn, I really missed that train, huh? You've missed the train, Alice. But here we go. I get to go through all of it now. And I hope you enjoyed this massive video going through Alice in Otherlands and Alice Asylum, because clearly, you know, this series resonated with me, and it's not often when you want to like finish a game and then deep dive into a whole lot of additional stuff without it being in video game form. So I hope that really like communicates and you can see that this is obviously something that I think is very special, and wanted to look into this and share it with you guys instead of just looking into it in my own time. This feels like a really nice little footnote on the Alice journey over the past couple of months on the channel to finish it up with reacting to the Otherlands animations, looking into the Otherlands art book, and giving you a weird blend of an analysis, review, and audiobook of the Alice Asylum Design Bible as I read through that entire narrative and story. This game is a perfect ending of that trilogy of what I would envision for this series, and I have no complaints in that regard. I think that this game goes on a really amazing journey, starting you off on the younger Alice as a bit of like what are we doing here? And then evolving into this inner child psychological narrative, combining with your shadow self and seeing justice delivered, you know, to the villainous element of this story, and having Alice take full control and help others and deliver sweet shadow vengeance onto the monsters of the real world. And Alice can go and hang out with creative people in other lands as well as visit the monsters of the world. So it's cool to see where Alice goes, where she ends up, and I'm really happy about that. So thank you so very much for joining me on this massive finale deep dive into this era of Alice throughout the trials and tribulations and the development woes of the game that never was, but exists within this Bible. And we've now been able to share, and I've shared this with you, and we can experience it together. And hopefully there's quite a few of you maybe that didn't even read through this or didn't know about it or just hadn't checked it out, and we've gotten to experience that together as well. I'm sure that there are so many people that have gotten to read through this already, but now I throw my hat into the ring and I give my perspective a little late to the party. It's a bittersweet feeling. This would have been such a fucking cool game to play. The way that it incorporates both games and brings it into the future with characters and locations and weapons and all of the different things. Like, it's so ambitious. Like, looking at this, which is oozing with passion and love and creativity and a very clear, concrete direction. Like this is so well planned and thought out and put together in this design Bible. It is fucking astounding. Astounding that this is something that doesn't get made. Like they'll prefer to finance and throw millions to something that will be horribly mismanaged and they don't even know what they really want to make. You know, they don't have a concrete idea. They're like, oh, we actually didn't even know what the game was going to be. And then we had to quickly put together some sort of demo showcase. And we're like, oh, I guess the game is this now. Those are the games that EA throws money at. And something like this that is, here it is, wrapped with a bow on top of what we want to do to close out a trilogy. And they say no. Doesn't make sense, man. Doesn't make sense. So sucks to really have that lingering cloud overhead on the Alice series and the Alice IP. But who knows what the future holds? Maybe this game gets made. Probably not with American McGee, and that really sucks because, like I said way earlier in this episode, in this video, if I was giving 2 decades plus into something, into a baby, to try and get this like love child of my brainchild, I should say, made out of pure love, I'd probably want to give up and move on to something else or just, you know, do something else. And that sucks. It really sucks. But I would like to see this design Bible realized into video game form. Of course, this would be so fun to play. But thank you so much for joining me today. I hope you enjoyed this video. There was a lot of love poured into this one to finish up the Alice series on the channel. So I hope you enjoyed it and appreciate it. And as always, thank you so much for watching, and I will see you next time.